The woman could not help but be shocked. She originally thought that no one could see through her thoughts, but in the end, Yuan Hehe could see them clearly. She did not expect that the person who could see through her thoughts would be such a young child. Logically speaking, this child should not have the ability to read minds. How did he do it? Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. He seriously suspected that the baby-faced woman and Sun Xiangxiang were sisters. Her expression made it obvious what she was thinking, but she was not aware at all. The next second, Sun Xiangxiang gave them an answer. "Sis, why are you here?" she asked in disbelief. "Were you trying to kill me just now?" Jiang Ming smiled again. So, these two were really sisters. No wonder they looked so similar. "Who told you to come out and play without me? If it weren't for these villagers, I would definitely have lost you. It's all your fault. You really make me very angry." As she spoke, she was so angry that she completely ignored the others and turned her head away, not even looking at Sun Xiangxiang. Sun Xiangxiang was speechless. "Sis," she started aggressively. "It's all because you were sleeping soundly. What does it have to do with me? Don't you know that you're angry when you wake up? How can I ask you to leave like this?" She was furious. She already had to deal with Jiang Ming and the other two. Why did she have to deal with her sister as well? This sister of hers was extremely willful. When the time came, she would definitely cause her a lot of trouble. No matter how patient and good-tempered she was, she couldn't be like this. She felt helpless, but she still pretended to be proud on the surface. She looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Jiao Zhu, I have a helper. You can't beat her at all. Give me the mini pig quickly." Mini pig? The mini pig was stolen? Sis, you're really an idiot. The baby-faced woman started cursing, her eyes filled with anger. If it was not for her sister, she would have obtained the mini pig spiritual energy long ago. She did not expect that she would actually let the mini pig escape. Hearing the reprimand, Sun Xiangxiang was immediately unhappy. She curled her lips and said, "Isn't it just a mini pig? At most, I'll just wait and find another one, right? Is this the case?" The woman grinned. She had to snatch the mini pig back. As she thought about it, she saw the mini pig beside Jiang Ming, and then her line of sight was blocked by him. Jiang Ming did this on purpose, and it could also be considered as the mini pig doing this on purpose. He had just heard mini pig's inner thoughts. The mini pig did not want the baby-faced woman to look at it, so it begged Jiang Ming to block it. For Jiang Ming, there was no need to not help with such a small matter. He also understood the mini pig's thoughts. The snatching of the mini pig was probably related to Sun Xiangxiang's sister. He really could not let her have any more nasty ideas. "Hey, kid, don't you know you're blocking my view?" The baby-faced woman cursed again, her eyes filled with frustration. She had to admit that this young man was quite handsome. However, even though he was handsome, why did his personality make her so annoyed? If he had some self-awareness and took the initiative to offer up the mini pig, she might have made him her groom. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Ming felt that she seemed to be thinking about something strange, so he quickly asked the baby-faced woman. "I was thinking of marrying you." The woman blurted out. Yuan Hehe almost burst out laughing. He pointed at the baby-faced woman. "Jiao Zhu, your luck with women is really bad. This baby-faced woman actually wants to marry you." He was not surprised. It had to be said that Jiang Ming was really handsome. The baby-faced woman had good taste. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming would definitely not marry the baby-faced woman. Siko Wu Yuan clicked his tongue and looked at the baby-faced woman. You're not good enough for him. You're just a baby-faced loser. He felt that this baby-faced woman was very self-righteous. For her own good, he had to say this last. You guys, the baby-faced woman began to stutter. In the end, she forced out a sentence. Don't call me baby-faced. Is that something you can call me? She was filled with hatred. Ever since she was young, she had always been called a baby-faced person. She really hated this nickname. She hoped to get rid of this nickname. Siko Wu Yuan laughed. A baby-faced woman is a baby-faced woman. Why can't we call you that? How funny. He had roughly understood her thoughts. She probably hated being called baby-faced. He would say a few more words to her later. He did not want her to continue being smug. Especially when she was so detestable. Sun Xiangxiang did not mind. She said coldly, Sis, don't be pretentious. We should be united now. We should defeat Jiao Zhu and the other two first. The mini pig is in their hands. This mini pig was originally ours. Don't be so thick-skinned. How can you be so shameless? Siko Wu Yuan could not help but say, his voice much louder. The villagers had also heard him clearly, but they had other plans. They realized that Sun Xiangxiang had a conflict with the baby-faced woman and Jiang Ming. They planned to wait until a certain time to reap the benefits. Jiang Ming had been observing the villagers in the dark. When he saw this, he roughly understood what these people were thinking. They probably wanted to obtain some benefits from this conflict. He did not want these people to succeed. It's not that we don't want to give you the mini pig. It's just that the mini pig wants to follow us. We can't do anything about it. With that said, they were detached from the issue. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were in disbelief. Was this something Jiang Ming could say? How could he say that? The mini pig had been in a terrible situation until now. Wouldn't he be ignoring the mini pig by doing this? Moo. Moo. The mini pig began to call out, and a few tears even flowed out of its eyes. Yuan Hehe sighed. He did not know what to say for this mini pig. He really felt that it was very pitiful, but he did not know what to do. After all, there were times when he could not change the decision of Jiang Ming. Jiao Zhu, are you sure you want to say that? Siko Wu Yuan even suspected that he had changed into another person. It felt like they were completely different people. I'm very sure. Jiang Ming nodded. This? Siko Wu Yuan was speechless. He really did not know what to say. What else could he do? Since Jiang Ming had said so, he was really helpless. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have a way to make the mini pig follow me. Sun Xiangxiang was very happy to hear Jiang Ming's words. She really liked Jiang Ming. She should have talked to him long ago. Perhaps after their relationship improved, they could even get married. She was delighted and piqued at Jiang Ming. There was a hint of bashfulness in her eyes. She really misunderstood the situation. She should not have put on such an act earlier. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly realized that the rain had suddenly turned into hail. Based on his past experiences, he felt that there would be a huge problem. He then pulled Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe back. He secretly told the two of them, "It's hailing. If it hails heavily, we'll be in deep trouble." However, the other two did not see the hail. They only saw the medium-sized raindrops in the sky. "Jiao, are you okay? Why don't we see it?" Jiang Ming was stunned. Could it be that the three of us see different things? Sikong Wu Yuan scratched his head again. That shouldn't be possible. How can what you see be different? This sounds a little too ridiculous. "I'll think we might have been bewitched by something," Yuan said to Sikong Wu Yuan. At this moment, the baby-faced woman suddenly became angry. When she saw that Jiang Ming and the other two had completely ignored her, she could not help but feel very dissatisfied. Who was she? She was the pearl of the entire village. How could anyone ignore her? These three looked like dogs, but they did not respect her at all. She was going to let these people see the consequences. At the thought of this, she ignored the conversation between Jiang Ming and the other two. She raised her hand to the three of them and released a huge ball of spiritual energy in her hand. That ball was also mixed with poison. If anyone touched it, they would die. Seeing this thing flying over, Jiang Ming quickly pushed Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan away. He shouted, "Hurry up and leave. Don't let it touch you. I feel that this thing is very dangerous." In the eyes of Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan they could not see what it was at all. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but say in disbelief, "Jiao, have we been blinded? Why can't we see anything?" Jiang Ming suddenly had a headache, and his eyes were filled with doubt. "You might really have been blinded." He let out a breath and led the two of them to a safe place without any explanation. They happened to be in a cave. The walls of the cave blocked the ball of spiritual energy. The ball exploded and the poison splashed onto Jiang Ming's body. Suddenly, his whole body felt itchy. He was afraid that Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan would be infected. He quickly shouted at the two of them, "Hurry up and leave. Don't come near me." The two of them were stunned. Meanwhile, Sun Xiangxiang and the baby-faced woman were gloating outside. "Hey, as long as the three of you kneel down and beg me, I'll help you get out of here," said Sun Xiangxiang loudly. Jiang Ming immediately understood that this was their plan and immediately shouted at them, "We won't ever do such a thing. Give up." The baby-faced woman did not think much of it. She slowly tidied her clothes and smiled. "Then you can continue to be poisoned. However, there is one thing that I still have to tell you. After all, I am a good person. One have to say it. Your poison cannot be neutralized. Within 24 hours, your entire body will disintegrate. Your corpse will also become the source of infection. At that time, the surrounding air will be filled with the poison you emit. The two of them will also be infected. It's actually useless for you to tell them to stay away from you now." Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and glared at the baby-faced woman. "You're quite vicious. But I don't believe that you can help neutralize this poison." As he was speaking, he suddenly felt an incomparable pain in his body. He immediately fell to the ground, feeling a little dizzy. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan saw this and wanted to step forward, but they remembered what the baby-faced woman said to Jiang Ming and could only step back. Yuan felt like crying. He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and asked, "Sikong Wu Yuan, what should we do?" I can't watch Jiao die like this, but I also feel that I really can't give that baby-faced woman a chance to attack. Although the poison had taken effect, Jiang Ming still comforted the two of them. Don't worry. I'm fine. Don't worry too much. I can neutralize the poison now. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the two of them. Instead, he took out a few silver needles and inserted them into his acupoints. Then, he closed his eyes again and stopped listening to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He's words. Instead, he focused on holding his breath and gathering his spiritual energy. When all the spiritual energy was gathered, Jiang Ming felt that his body was feeling much better. But then, he frowned again. No matter what, he had to get rid of those two people and not let them do evil. At this time, Sun Xiangxiang sneaked into the cave and appeared in front of Jiang Ming. She felt that he might be able to neutralize the poison and wanted to kill him in one move. However, before she could take action, Jiang Ming suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp blade appeared in his hand, and he directly stabbed Sun Xiangxiang's abdomen. What? Sun Xiangxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you see me with your eyes closed? Your aura is so obvious, how can I not sense it? Jiang Ming became ruthless and pushed the knife deeper. Sun Xiangxiang suddenly felt her entire consciousness blur. The baby-faced woman saw this and immediately became nervous. She quickly flew in front of Jiang Ming and quickly pulled Sun Xiangxiang away. What are you doing? My sister didn't do anything to you. You shouldn't treat her like this. She almost killed me just now. If I hadn't been able to neutralize the poison, wouldn't I be dead now? Jiang Ming sneered and pulled out his knife. Blood instantly splattered onto the baby-faced woman. The baby-faced woman was suddenly at a loss. She realized that she still loved her sister even though she had wanted to kill her before. But now that Sun Xiangxiang was about to die, she suddenly felt like she had lost her soul. Thinking of this, she quickly took a step forward and hit Jiang Ming's heart. Jiang Ming predicted that the baby-faced woman would attack him and quickly retreated. Then, he turned around and went behind her. Before the baby-faced woman could react, she was already stabbed. This time, Jiang Ming hit her heart. Liang Ming wanted to give the baby-faced woman a chance. But she was really annoying. This kind of situation made him a little frustrated. Instead of letting it go, it was better to just solve it now and save trouble. Damn it. The woman spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her eyes were filled with fear. She did not expect Jiang Ming to be so fast and arrive in front of her. She almost collapsed. Was she going to die this time? No, she did not want to accept such a fate. Although her heart was in pain, she had no choice. She was going to die eventually. Jiang Ming could not help but find it funny when he saw the baby-faced woman's expression change. He felt that the baby-faced woman was probably thinking about what would happen after she died. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly realized that there were a few spiderwebs in front of him, and more spiderwebs were flying toward them. In just a moment, he realized that this thing was heading toward him alone. It was obvious that it wanted to kill him. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He finally reacted and rushed toward Jiang Ming. They both held machetes in their hands, but the machetes inexplicably left their hands. They turned around and flew directly toward Jiang Ming's head. Jiang Ming immediately squatted down and grabbed his knife again. Sun Xiangxiang, babyface, it seems like you two are quite sinister. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe found it hard to believe. They quickly waved their hands and explained, "No, Jiaozhu, we didn't." Their explanations were stilted, and their voices became softer and softer. It felt like the two of them were about to cry. They were clearly going to slash at Sun Xiangxiang and the baby-faced woman. So why did they fly to Jiang Ming? Jiang Ming was relatively calm. He had already seen through the situation. No matter what happened now, he could accept it. Sun Xiangxiang and the baby-faced woman knew many evil spells. Perhaps Sun Xiangxiang and the baby-faced woman were fine. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming took a step forward and teleported directly behind Sun Xiangxiang's body. Sun Xiangxiang was still pretending to be dead, but when she saw that Jiang Ming was gone, she could not help but panic. She was not injured at all. The place where Jiang Ming had stabbed had been imbued with spiritual energy. The blood was also conjured by her. At this moment, lightning suddenly flashed, and thunder rumbled outside the cave. The villagers looked terrified and shouted repeatedly, "It's over. We're doomed." After saying that, they immediately ran away. They were extremely fast and almost immediately disappeared. There seems to be something wrong with these people. The baby-faced woman did not know what was going on as she looked at the fleeing villagers. When she came and fought with Jiang Ming and the others, she did not see the villagers running away. Why did these villagers suddenly run away now? Secondly, the sky seemed a little strange. This was the first time she had seen lightning in her life. Could it be an extremely dangerous phenomenon? Thinking of this, her heart clenched. This was a big deal. They might all die together when the time came. At this time, outside the cave, Sun Xiangxiang was stabbed in the throat by Jiang Ming, and blood gushed out of the wound. This time, she was really going to die. Sun Xiangxiang used all her strength to lean back, grab Jiang Ming's shoulder, and throw him down hard, attempting to do an over-shoulder throw. Jiang Ming was forced to do a somersault, but then he immediately stabilized himself. He looked at Sun Xiangxiang with a smile as if he was fine. Seeing this situation, Sun Xiangxiang was about to explode with anger. How did he dodge it? This was too infuriating. But now that her throat was injured, she could not say anything more. She felt that her spiritual energy and physical strength were dissipating bit by bit. In a while, they would all disappear. Then, Jiang Ming suddenly heard a crisp sound coming from above. He looked up and saw the baby-faced woman. She smiled at Jiang Ming sinisterly and threw all the rings in her hand at him. These rings did not have any lethality. They would only be worn on Jiang Ming's body. After a while, Jiang Ming heard the baby-faced woman chanting something. It was like she was chanting a spell. Jiang Ming heard the noise and quickly went forward, wanting to stop the Dowie Racia woman. However, before he could touch her, he felt dizzy and was about to fall to the ground. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe quickly caught Jiang Ming. His body was boiling hot. It was as if he had been burned. They were very afraid and quickly wanted to cool Jiang Ming down. They released their spiritual energy to provide Jiang Ming with cold air, but it was useless. No matter what they did, they found that it was useless. Sikong Wu Yuan became frustrated. What was going on? Yuan Hehe did not give up at all. He kept injecting spiritual energy into Jiang Ming. He felt that as long as he persisted, he would definitely be able to save Jiang Ming. With this thought in mind, he continued to infuse spiritual energy. Seeing that Jiang Ming had already closed his eyes, Sikong Wu Yuan said, Helplessly, don't continue. Yuan he, Jiao Zhu can't be saved anymore. He sighed in his heart. How could he not want to save Jiang Ming? However, Jiang Ming was already powerless to turn the situation around. He really had no other choice. Could they possibly bring him back to life? This was obviously impossible. Yuan he was very dissatisfied with his words. He almost broke down and shouted at Sikong Wu Yuan. No, you're talking nonsense. Sikong Wu Yuan, you shouldn't say that. Sikong Wu Yuan frowned, but he quickly understood Yuan he's thoughts and did not say anything. He knew that Yuan he felt that he could not give up yet. Since Yuan he felt that he could save Jiang Ming, then so be it. Would he still be able to push Yuan he away? At this moment, the baby-faced woman was very smug. She laughed and made sarcastic remarks. A life for a life. It's not a loss. Jiao Zhu seems to be very important to you. It's not a bad idea to exchange his life for my sister's. Although she said that, she was crying. She looked at Sun Xiangxiang lying on the ground, and her heart ached. If it was possible, she really hoped that Sun Xiangxiang could survive. However, at this moment, the sky became stranger, and the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hene were not in the mood to look at the sky. They were still trying to save Jiang Ming. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck Jiang Ming's body, but it did not touch Yuan he. Yuan he was very surprised and quickly checked on Jiang Ming's condition. Jiang Ming was unharmed, and even his high fever had subsided. Spiritual energy also gushed out from his body and wrapped around him. What's going on? Sikong Wu Yuan seriously doubted his own eyes and moved closer to Jiang Ming. At this moment, Jiang Ming opened his eyes. The two of them stared at each other. The awkwardness spread in an instant. Jiang Ming turned his head, and Sikong Wu Yuan quickly turned his head as well. Jiao Zhu, how are you? He coughed and asked repeatedly. He was puzzled. What kind of secret technique was this? How could he be fine after being struck by lightning? Jiao Zhu was a human, not a god. Could it be that the lightning in the sky was more magical? I'm fine now. While Sikong Wu Yuan was letting his imagination run wild, Jiang Ming had already comforted them. In fact, he still felt some pain in his body, but he hoped that Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan he would not treat him as a burden. Moreover, the baby-faced woman was still beside him. He had to make sure that she could not catch him. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming turned to look at the baby-faced woman. He saw that she seemed to be in a strange state. She kept shouting at the sky and even drooled at the corner of her mouth. What happened to her? He had just woken up and felt that the baby-faced woman was being a little strange. He turned to look at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan he. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan he should have known that he was unconscious. Unexpectedly, the two of them had placed all their attention on Jiang Ming and did not look at the baby-faced woman at all. They did not know each other's situation at all. I don't know, Sikong Wu Yuan scratched his head and said truthfully. Me neither. Yuan he suddenly felt a little awkward and said with a red face. He really should have paid more attention to the baby-faced woman's situation just now. Otherwise, they would not have been unaware of it now. You will all die. Before Jiang Ming could figure it out, the baby-faced woman appeared in front of the three of them. She pointed at them and muttered to herself. At this moment, Jiang Ming realized that the villagers had appeared again. These villagers seemed to be possessed as they surrounded them. Each and every one of them had the same expression as the baby-faced woman. This made the three of them ponder. Were these villagers controlled by something? Or was it controlled by the baby-faced woman? After thinking for a while, Jiang Ming raised his hand and released his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was like a halo, rotating and shining around the villagers. However, these villagers were not frightened and continued to say those words. Sikong Wu Yuan suddenly thought of something. He clapped his hands and said, "I remember that a villager said that he was going to die. Then, he ran away. Why? Did he take the initiative to come here now?" Yuan Hehe shook his head. It's obvious that these villagers are being controlled by this baby-faced woman. As he spoke, he looked around, searching for the baby-faced woman in the crowd. However, the baby-faced woman seemed to have disappeared. There was no trace of her at all. This made Jiang Ming feel strange. This baby-faced woman was just provoking the three of us, and she just disappeared? Isn't this too strange? Who knows? The baby-faced woman was acting so strangely just now. Before this, wasn't she still expressing what she was thinking on her face? Sikong Wu Yuan rubbed his nose, seriously suspecting that something was wrong. Otherwise, how could a person suddenly change so drastically? However, they could not say anything else. They realized that the villagers had suddenly stopped talking as if they had never said anything. Even their movements had stopped. A few of them were even on the verge of falling to the ground. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. No one touched them. They were like puppets without support. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel nervous. Could it be that these villagers were puppets? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming raised his hand, and a spear appeared. He gripped his spear tightly and looked at the villagers nervously. If these villagers dared to attack them, they did not mind doing something to them. Unexpectedly, the villagers did not move at all. Jiang Ming and the other two waited for a long time and were already annoyed. Seeing this, Jiang Ming simply could not be bothered and began to look for the baby-faced woman. However, she seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. There was no trace of her at all. Seeing this, he could not help but lose his patience. He could not find her at all. He could not continue like this. They definitely could not waste time with these villagers. They had to find the source of the strangeness. Sikong Wu Yuan also realized this. He whispered to Jiang Ming, "Jiaozhu, why don't we leave these villagers and look for the baby-faced woman nearby? Since the baby-faced woman lives here, she shouldn't be far away. She should be not far ahead. Let's go and look for her." Yuan Hehe's eyes lit up when he heard that. Sikong Wu Yuan, you're absolutely right. Let's go and find that baby-faced woman. I don't believe that she can run anywhere. There are stone walls all around us. Jiang Ming did not say anything, but he had already tacitly agreed with Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan. The three of them jumped in unison and directly jumped behind the villagers. However, after a while, the villagers gathered again, not giving Jiang Ming and the other two any chance to escape. Jiang Ming understood. If they wanted to get out, they had to trap these villagers in another way. Otherwise, there was no need to continue walking. These villagers are really persistent. I thought they were fools. Sikong Wu Yuan scratched his head, his words filled with helplessness. If this continued, they would probably have no way of leaving. They had to find a way to trap these people. After thinking for a while, Sikong Wu Yuan looked at Yuan Hehe, indicating for him to cast a spell with him. These villagers probably could not do anything about magic. When the time came, they could run however they wanted. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly realized that the spider silk had appeared in front of him again. The spider silk wrapped around the villagers one by one. He could not see where the spider silk came from. It just appeared out of nowhere. Why are there spider webs on these villagers? He found it unbelievable as he looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. In fact, the two of them did not know what was going on. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment, confusion, and ignorance. Seeing this, Jiang Ming simply did not care. No matter what, he had to leave these people and go find the baby-faced woman. At this moment, there was a flash of light. Jiang Ming suddenly realized that Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe eyes seemed to be a little different. Before they could take a closer look, something seemed to have spread in front of the two of them. Before the two of them could react, they were already unable to move. Only their minds could be active. We seem to have encountered some problems. We can't move at all. Sikong Wu Yuan felt like crying. This simply made them helpless. Why couldn't they move at this time? This was too terrifying. What exactly was restricting them? He tried hard to look down, but he found it difficult. He could not look down at all, let alone notice everything around him. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly heard a commotion. It was the sound of another wave of people coming over. He immediately became alert. Why did he have to come at this time? Did he think that he had successfully trapped them? Thinking of this, he raised his hand and clenched it in his palm. An invisible wall appeared in front of him, blocking the charging villagers. These villagers were sane, but they did not respect Jiang Ming and the other two at all. You be **stards, hurry up and let us go. We'll take your lives. Stupid be **stards, staying here is a complete disaster. We shouldn't have let you come. You're really humiliating our village. If our village doesn't prosper, I'll make sure you all die. I won't let you have any chance of harming the village. What the hell? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. In the end, there were even more ridiculous ones who said that they had killed people and set fire to everything. They described the three of them as evil people. It was as if they had done something extremely evil and did not deserve to live in this world. He could understand the first part, but he really could not understand the latter part. When did they do so many things? How long had they been here? Even though Sikong Wu Yuan could not move, he could not help but curse them. You are talking nonsense. You're completely throwing the blame on us. Why? Don't say that just because you have more people. It's too much. Think you guys are the villains. Who would slander someone like this? The knocking sounds continued. These villagers did not care about their lives at all. They just wanted to hurt Jiang Ming and the other two. They kept knocking on the wall. Jiang Ming looked at the villagers coldly. If the wall was broken, then these villagers were all enemies and people who had to die. Yuan Hehe was quite worried. He said to Jiang Ming in his heart, Jiaozhu, are we going to die? This wall shouldn't be able to stop them for long, right? Jiang Ming did not have time to comfort him. Instead, he walked to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The most important thing for him now was to find the reason and make these two People move. Then, he realized that it seemed to be a problem with the spider webs. He did not know when they had gotten stuck to those spider webs. He pulled hard, and the spider webs were torn apart. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hihi immediately regained their freedom. The two of them immediately stretched. It was as if they were enjoying the joy of being able to move freely. On the other side, the villagers were still roaring at Jiang Ming and the other two. We must kill them. They are coming for revenge. One of the villagers began to feel fear, and his legs kept trembling. With this villager leading the way, the other villagers also began to panic. Everyone was like a frightened rabbit, and the weapons in their hands started to shake. They worked together in fear and began to knock on the wall again. Seeing this, Jiang Ming was not worried. Anyway, in his opinion, the wall could be broken anyway, so there was no need for him to be so anxious. He just had to wait. He stood there and pondered. He changed his mind. There was no need to search for the baby-faced woman anymore. At that time, he would only be asking for trouble. It was better to wait for him to come out. On the other side, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hihi were slightly nervous. Jiao Zhu, are we going to look for the baby-faced woman? This wall seems to be about to be knocked down. Yuan Hihi rubbed his nose and looked at the other side of the wall. These people are too despicable. We have to get rid of them. I don't think we need to wait for the wall to break. I'll just go over and kill these people. As he spoke, he made a throat-slashing expression. This made the villagers shudder. Some even took a few steps back and did not dare to continue knocking on the wall. Seeing this, Yuan Hihi was proud. He knew it. These villagers were all bark and no bite. They were just a bunch of idiots. With this thought in mind, he wanted to go over, but he was pulled back by Sikong Wu Yuan. Now is not the time to go. If you go, this wall will be wasted. His thoughts were simpler than Yuan Hihi's. He seemed to be afraid of them, but in reality, he did not know what they were planning. These villagers looked ordinary, but they were definitely extraordinary. This wall just happened to restrain their movements. If they rashly went out now, it would be too risky. Jiang Ming nodded, agreeing with Sikong Wu Yuan's idea. Yuan Hihi still did not understand. He looked at him and said, Sikong Wu Yuan, why are you pulling me? I can kill these people. Look, they're so afraid of us. They can't fight back at all. He did not think much of it. He would definitely be able to kill them in one fell swoop. What nonsense are you spouting? We're not going to sit by like this. When the villagers heard this, they could not help but fly into a rage. Their movements sped up. Even the strength in their bodies had increased by dozens of times, directly making their knocking speed much faster. However, the wall did not fall down. There was no sign of it being destroyed at all. There was not even a hole. It was as good as new. The villagers were dumbfounded. Sikong Wu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming suspiciously. What kind of wall did he create? The transparent wall was still standing, and the villagers were huddled together. They looked like a group of angry dogs. Jiang Ming found an opportunity and deliberately said, one thought you guys would be more powerful. In the end, you guys are weak. What are you talking about? What do you mean? The villagers could not help but get angry and clamor to beat Jiang Ming up. However, due to the wall blocking them, they were unable to move forward at all. Moreover, due to their frenzied movements, they were squeezed together again. They did not know how to retreat at all. Everyone was squeezed together. Jiang Ming could not help but be surprised by the way they squeezed together, without any intention of retreating. He did not expect these people to be so stupid. That was good. After that, he looked at the people in front who were unable to move forward, and kept being squeezed by the people behind. The people behind rushed up one by one and pressed down on the people in front. The taller ones were lucky, while the shorter ones were stepped on one by one. The ground was covered in blood, and screams of pain echoed through the crowd. But they were drowned out by the curses of the other villagers. It was clear that they only needed to keep a small distance between them, but these villagers still did not care and did not show any signs of retreating. Almost all the villagers in the middle were squeezed or trampled to death. Only after most of them were dead did the remaining villagers recover from their frenzied state. Finally, someone could not help but shout, "Some people died. They're all dead." Some people could not help but cry when they saw that it was their loved ones who had died. As for Jiang Ming and the other two, they were completely disdainful of this. In fact, these things were completely their own doing. At this moment, the baby-faced woman appeared behind these people. She commanded the villagers like a leader. "Those three are murderers. You must avenge your loved ones." Upon hearing this, the villagers stood up one after another. As if they had lost their souls, they picked up the blood-stained weapons on the ground and walked toward Jiang Ming and the other two. The three of them immediately felt their hair stand on end. They felt that there was something strange about the remaining villagers. If they could break through the wall, they would also be hit by these villagers. After seeing that she had successfully corrupted the villagers, the baby-faced woman wanted to disappear, but Jiang Ming knew what she was thinking. He appeared behind her in a flash, grabbed her neck, and threw her fiercely to the ground. "You were spouting nonsense over there just now," Jiang Ming sneered. "Now you want to run away? You're the real murderer. You can't just leave like that." Although the baby-faced woman was a little panicked, she immediately returned to normal. She said disdainfully, "Just the three of you can't beat me. I didn't disappear earlier to escape, but I practiced a divine technique. I've been reborn, and my skin is copper, and my bones are iron. Now, I have endless power. It's like you're fighting a god. It's impossible for you to defeat me. You'll know later if I can beat you or not." Jiang Ming felt that the baby-faced woman was obviously threatening them. He did not think much of it and raised his hand to hit her. However, just as the baby-faced woman had said, she felt as hard as iron when he hit her. His wrist seemed to have broken bones. At a glance, although there was no mark on his wrist, it was already bruised. The baby-faced woman had a smug look on her face. "Jiao Zhu, I knew you couldn't beat me. You've seen it yourself. If you continue, you'll only be asking for trouble." Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also flew to Jiang Ming's side. They snorted coldly. "With our help, even if you're made of iron and copper, we can still kill you." After saying that, they stepped forward and sparks of spiritual energy flashed in their hands. Some transformed into a long dragon, while others transformed into a white tiger. The long dragon and the white tiger combined and released a huge wave. However, the baby-faced woman did not move and did not seem to be affected. Seeing this, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but be shocked. Even if she was made of real steel, her body would be shattered into pieces by that attack. Why was it that when it came to this baby-faced woman, she was actually unscathed? Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but become somewhat suspicious. Was this baby-faced woman really indestructible? Or was all of this just short-term strength? Just as the two of them were fighting, Jiang Ming suddenly noticed a gorgeous rainbow not far away, and the colorful light it emitted poured onto the baby-faced woman. The rainbow was indistinct. It was seemingly fake and real at the same time. Seeing this, he roughly understood that her indestructibility was probably caused by this rainbow. However, this rainbow would only appear for a short second. He started to worry. Putting aside whether or not he could catch the rainbow, she could do many things in this second. When he caught the rainbow, the baby-faced woman might also attack. At that time, they would be sitting ducks. Thinking of this, he said to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He secretly, "Can you see the rainbow behind the baby-faced woman? This rainbow seems to be the thing that can give her power." Upon hearing this, the two of them quickly looked up, but they did not see the rainbow. Instead, they saw the sky was hazy, but there seemed to be something in the sky. It seemed that even the lightning strikes had a specific radius in which they would strike, leaving a space in the middle of the sky. This made the two of them feel afraid, and they pulled Jiang Ming away. At this moment, thunder suddenly roared in the sky. A deafening sound rushed into the ears of Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming had a premonition that something was wrong and quickly looked around. There was a tall mountain behind them. Seeing this, he quickly released a purple light with his bare hands and took him, Sikong Wu Yuan, and Yuan He up the mountain. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He had yet to recover from their shock when they realized that they had already flown up to the top. They could not help but look around. However, before they could think about it, a torrential flood suddenly appeared in the valley and rushed in front of them. It even washed away the baby-faced woman. The baby-faced woman did not seem to be able to react. Seeing this, she immediately began to struggle. She was usually most afraid of water, and the spells she used were all fire spells that countered water. At this moment, she could not use her spiritual energy. She could not help but shout loudly, her eyes filled with anxiety. However, she had forgotten that the villagers could not even protect themselves. There was no way they could save her. Even if they had spiritual energy, they did not have the stamina to save her. She could only watch as she was washed away by the water, and she helplessly accepted her fate. At this moment, thunder began to rumble again. Jiang Ming felt that the weather was a little strange. There was rain, hail, thunder, and flood. So, he looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. "Do the two of you know who is behind this weather? It's not good for us to continue being passive." Sikong Wu Yuan pondered. "I don't know about this kind of spell that controls the weather, but I can hide the weather." "What do you mean?" Jiang Ming felt a glimmer of hope. Immediately after, he realized that there were some inexplicable halos around him. These halos lifted the baby-faced woman, the villagers, and the others up, and the villagers also turned into smaller people. They were muttering on the light circle, and no one knew what they were talking about. There was a large circle around them that was faintly glowing. It was as if it had formed a magic array with the rings of light. In the middle of the formation was the baby-faced woman. Jiang Ming and the other two looked at all of this and found it unbelievable. Then, they realized that the baby-faced woman seemed to be about to wake up. Sikong Wu Yuan said in disbelief, she was supposed to be dead. How can she be brought back to life? Is she a zombie? Yuan Hehe rubbed his chin and said. I'll think that's true. These don't look like methods that can bring people back from the dead. We still have to be vigilant. I think this place is very strange. Don't let us die when the time comes. This is obvious. Both of you should be able to see it. Since someone has revived the baby-faced woman, the first target will definitely be us. I think we should hide nearby first. I don't know how much strength this baby-faced woman will gain. Don't let her attack us when the time comes. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming clenched his fists and flew back to the valley with Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. However, he soon realized that a village had appeared in front of the valley. The village still had the smell of fireworks. Those who did not know better would think that there were people living inside. Jiang Ming suddenly remembered what they had heard before, so he asked Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, do you see that village? I saw it. He didn't have much hope. There were many things that he had seen before that the two of them had not seen. Alas, they probably could not see either. Before he could think further, the two of them nodded in unison. El didn't expect this village to appear. Could it be that the flood was just a spell to cover up the village? Yuan Hehe began to guess, while Sikong Wu Yuan was extremely confused. Then, what about those villains? In his opinion, it was a little too strange for those villagers to become villains. After so many years in this world, he had never seen a halo that could turn a normal person into a smaller person. He became a little nervous. Could it be some evil spell? However, Jiang Ming's answer immediately solved his confusion. I'll feel that these people are prototypes of the villagers. It's not like there are no people in the village. There must be some villagers left in the village. As for the situation just now, one think they must have used a disguise spell. These villagers shouldn't be incapable of spells. Otherwise, how could their village appear out of thin air? Jiang Ming sized up the villagers in the array and noticed that the baby-faced woman's eyelids were twitching. He quickly brought Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe to the foot of the mountain on the other side. There was a cave nearby. Jiang Ming hesitated and stopped in front of the cave. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe did not have much of a reaction when they saw him. In their opinion, they had encountered too many dangers in the cave. Since there was a new cave in front of them, they really could not go in anymore. Who knew what strange things would be inside? They had no way to escape from the valley in the first place, so they did not want to waste their energy on other things. I'll think we should wait here first. I think that baby-faced woman probably doesn't know that we're here. Although she'll definitely look for us, let's play hide and seek with her for a while. Jiang Ming also saw through Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's intentions and made a suggestion. The two of them felt that it was okay, so they nodded again. We'll listen to you. Right now, this is the only thing we can do. However, we can't keep hiding. We have to do something. Yuan Hehe gritted his teeth. That baby-faced woman has done too many evil things. I can't let her be happy. Now. I really want to strangle her to death so that she won't cause trouble again. With this thought in mind, he released strands of black hair from his palm. The black hair turned into birds that flew in the direction of the baby-faced woman. He patted his chest. These birds can communicate with me. I'll definitely be able to tease that baby-faced woman. He had a smug look on his face. At this moment, they heard a series of miserable screams from all around them. These screams resounded through the clouds. If they did not know, they would have thought that something like a natural disaster had happened. The smile on Yuan Hehe's face instantly disappeared. He was very familiar with these screams. The bird he had just released was screaming. It had only been a few minutes. How could the bird die so quickly? He felt indignant in his heart, but he could not say anything on the surface. He could only look at Jiang Ming and see Kongwu Yuan awkwardly. Although they had long become good friends, he still felt a little embarrassed. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he realized that he did not know what to say. There's no need to say anything more. That baby-faced woman seems to have some shocking power. I think we should be careful. Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, but then he felt a little regretful. He really should not have been in the limelight just now. He should have stayed put. Kongwu Yuan pondered. This bird was killed by the baby-faced woman as soon as it went out. Her mobility is too shocking. It doesn't look like she's the baby-faced woman. How is her corpse so powerful? Jiang Ming frowned. He raised his hand and set up a net in the air. In the next moment, smoke swirled around them. They had a premonition that the baby-faced woman had arrived. They looked at each other, and Jiang Ming cast his spiritual energy on Kongwu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Both of them could not help but feel surprised, but then they instantly understood Jiang Ming's intention. A barrier had been added around them, and this barrier just happened to block the smoke. Jiang Ming did not enter the barrier. Seeing this, the two of them began to panic again. Jiao Zhu, why didn't you enter the barrier? If you don't, you will be harmed by the smoke. In fact, Jiang Ming wanted to see what was going on, so he put a protective seal on himself. Then, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Then, the baby-faced woman appeared in Kongwu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's vision. When the two of them saw that Jiang Ming had fainted, they wanted to help but had no strength. The barrier would not let them out at all. They called out to Jiang Ming in their hearts. However, Jiang Ming remained silent for a long time. He seemed to have fainted. Dead away. Kongwu Yuan, what should we do? I don't want him to die, but this baby-faced woman shouldn't be able to enter our barrier. Yuan Hehe became anxious, but he could do nothing. Kongwu Yuan was also anxious, but there was nothing he could do either. He was in no mood to comfort Yuan Hehe, and Yuan Hehe's heart was in a mess. Jiao Zhu was really an idiot. Why did he protect them and not himself? But perhaps Jiao Zhu was trying to fool the baby-faced woman. Thinking of this, he finally decided to wait and see. The baby-faced woman had a hint of pride in her eyes as she walked to Jiang Ming's feet. After looking at Jiang Ming, the baby-faced woman was overjoyed. She raised her hand high and aimed it at Jiang Ming's heart. Jiang Ming felt a strong pain in an instant. He felt as if something had been broken out of his body. On the other side, Kongwu Yuan and Yuan Hehe saw that the baby-faced woman was holding Jiang Ming's heart. The two of them could not help but be dumbfounded. This baby-faced woman actually tore his heart out? Didn't that mean that Jiao Zhu was already dead? Thinking of this, they hurriedly wanted to go out. They knocked on the barrier with all their might and even used their spiritual energy. However, no matter what they did, the barrier could not be broken. They became agitated and shouted for Jiang Ming. Don't tell me we can't break this barrier? I wonder how Jiao is doing. Their shouts attracted the baby-faced woman. The baby-faced woman was still paying attention to Jiang Ming. After she crushed Jiang Ming's heart, she immediately turned her attention to Sikong, Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Seeing that the two of them were still trapped in the barrier, she could not help but laugh. The heavens are really helping me. Although I don't know what's going on with the two of you will eventually fall into my hands. However, I don't think you're very obedient. Thus, you'll become corpses. At this point, she raised her hand and released a pillar of spiritual energy toward the barrier. The spiritual energy surged continuously and collided with the barrier. However, the barrier did not move at all. Not only that, but it was even reflecting her spiritual energy. The spiritual energy rebounded onto the baby-faced woman, and she immediately felt a pain in her heart. She looked down and realized that her chest was covered in blood. The blood gathered together, but it did not flow down. It looked fake. She was a little stunned, but she did not feel any pain at all. She continued to release the spiritual energy beam at the barrier. However, no matter what, the spiritual energy beam would rebound, causing her to be covered in bruises. After a while, she panted and sat on the ground. Her vital qi seemed to have been damaged, and she began to meditate to circulate her qi. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were also stunned. They did not expect that the baby-faced woman would be unable to do anything to the barrier. However, they could not get out now. Yuan Hehe had other thoughts. Although we can't get out of the barrier, can we try to use spiritual energy to attack that baby-faced woman from afar? Saying this, he hurriedly shot out a strand of spiritual energy, but he found that it was useless. Sikong Wu Yuan also gave it a try. He realized that it was not possible, and the two of them could not help but feel a little dejected. This barrier looked like a protective barrier, but it was also a cage that would trap people indefinitely. If Jiao died like this, they would be trapped. They could even starve to death. The baby-faced woman quickly recovered, but she realized that something strange seemed to have grown on her body, and she felt a little itchy. She did not think too much about it and struck out the spiritual energy beam again. She could not let the two of them stay there peacefully. However, the spiritual energy beam rebounded again. This time, the rebound was very fierce. She was sent flying and crashed heavily against the wall. However, after a while, she felt as if her body was being torn apart, and it was completely out of her control. Following that, she soared into the sky. She originally thought that it was the result of her spiritual energy, but she felt that she seemed to be controlled by someone. However, she had no clue about this at all. She could only keep shouting, "Who are you? Hurry up and come out. Don't hide here. What's the point of being like a mouse?" However, not only did the person in the dark not come out, but it was as if he was toying with her. It was as if he did not care about her at all. The woman could not help but be furious. When she was resurrected, she received the 18 mental cultivation methods, which could affect people 10 meters away. Later, she would let that person see how powerful she was. The baby-faced woman closed her eyes and sensed the movements of the people around her. However, she realized that there was no trace of that unknown person at all. Seeing the baby-faced woman's actions, Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan were dumbfounded. The baby-faced woman looked like she was in pain. It was as if she was entangled by something, and she could not seem to find out what it was. Yuan Hehe was secretly delighted. He said to Sikong Wu Yuan smugly, "It seems like someone is playing with the baby-faced woman. We are saved now. However, I don't know what happened to Jiao Zhu. He hasn't woken up yet. Is he really dead?" When Jiang Ming was lying down just now, Yuan Hehe had been observing him. At this moment, he suddenly saw Jiang Ming's eyelids move. He was alive. Jiao Zhu is not dead. Sikong Wu Yuan, don't worry. I just saw him move. Sikong. Wu Yuan could not help but laugh, his eyes filled with joy. I'll think we should continue to observe. I keep feeling that the baby-faced woman is about to die. As for the person who attacked her, I think it should be Jiao Zhu. Yuan Hehe shook his head. Although Jiao Zhu showed signs of waking up, he was still unconscious. How could he have suddenly caused the baby-faced woman to become like this? Moreover, his body was also here. It was impossible for him to attack her without any warning. It seems that the person who attacked was probably someone else. As they were talking, a terrifying scene appeared in front of them. Green liquid flowed out of the woman's ears, nose, eyes, and mouth, and the liquid was mixed with red. For some reason, the villagers suddenly appeared. They surrounded the baby-faced woman and looked at the green liquid in a daze. Some of them even carried a bucket to store the liquid. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were shocked. Did you see that? These villagers are indeed not ordinary people. I don't know what that green liquid is used for. Speaking of which, this baby-faced woman is quite pitiful to be treated like this. Sikong Wu Yuan suddenly thought of an ancient legend and felt a headache coming on. Could this be the legend mentioned in that book? Before Yuan Hehe could answer, the baby-faced woman suddenly pointed at their barrier and muttered, 12 thoughts. Immediately after, golden spots of light appeared on the barrier where the two of them were. As if attracted by something, the golden spots of light caved in toward the barrier. However, after a while, the golden lights disappeared without a trace. At the same time, what was strange was that the liquid on the baby-faced woman's body had stopped flowing. Even all the wounds that had been inflicted earlier had been healed. The only difference was that her face was completely pale, like a dead body. What was going on? Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were both stunned. Then, they realized that the villagers had begun to gather and walk toward them. They each held a hammer, a shovel, and an axe in their hands as they struck the barrier. Although the two of them knew that the barrier could block spiritual energy, they did not know if it could block physical attacks or how long it could last. Their hearts could not help but thump. They gathered together and told each other in their hearts, if this villager breaks the barrier, we'll release our spiritual energy and shake them away in an instant. Then, we'll run to a safe place. The two of them reached an agreement. However, they saw that, although the weapons hit the barrier was still extremely strong. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief, but then they did not know whether to laugh or cry. They did not expect the barrier to be so strong. Even after Jiang Ming fell unconscious, it was still as strong as before. This was great. They were safe. However, they really hoped that these people would not target Jiang Ming. After all, he was still unconscious on the ground. However, the villagers seemed to know what the two of them were thinking. They aimed their weapons at Jiang Ming and walked toward him step by step. When Sikong Wu Yuan saw this, he could not help but be frightened and curse at the villagers. You fools, come and beat us up. How cowardly is it to hurt an unconscious Person? What a bunch of useless people. Other than using those weapons to scare us, what else can you do? If you have the ability, break the barrier. I'm dying of laughter. There are so many people and so many weapons, but they can't even do anything to a barrier. Yuan Hehe shouted as well. You can't even defeat a child like me. You really don't have any talent at all. You're too weak. What a bunch of cowards. They only know how to bully an unconscious person. They hurled all kinds of curses and insults at the villagers, but no matter what, the villagers did not seem to hear them at all. They did not even speed up or slow down. They walked expressionlessly. This made Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe want to cry. What was going on with these villagers? Why weren't they provoked by their insults at all? There was no reaction. Were they even alive? Or were they just puppets? Sikong Wu Yuan made a guess when he thought of the previous scene. I'll think these villagers are all puppets. Yuan Hehe, let's look around and see if there are any residents who should have been killed by the flood. If there are, they should be puppets. Sikong Wu Yuan, you are still the smartest. Yuan Hehe gave him a thumbs up and looked carefully. The villagers had their backs to them, not giving them a chance to investigate their identities. Yuan Hehe felt a headache. What do you think? We have our backs against them. Where are your spells? Can't you see what's going on? Sikong Wu Yuan was confused. Yuan Hehe coughed and said, "El learned a similar spell before. However, I didn't practice it because I thought it was troublesome. Who knew that it would be useful in such a situation? Alright, let me take a look." Sikong Wu Yuan closed his eyes and began to observe the villagers. His body immediately emitted the fragrance of bamboo. Then, he opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. There's nothing I can do. I didn't notice any of the drowning people here. This is really strange. Forget it, you shouldn't look at them. Come and take a look at this. Yuan Hehe suddenly pulled Sikong Wu Yuan's sleeve and pointed at a certain place in front of him. Sikong Wu Yuan was baffled by the villagers. Yuan Hehe, what do you want me to see? Aren't we looking at the villagers? What happened to the villagers? Then, he looked carefully. He found that the villagers all had bruises on their bodies. The bruises were big and small, and even the colors were different. This was the first time they had seen bruises of other colors besides green and purple. The two of them could not help but gulp. They were a little surprised. It feels like something else. Let us not be harmed by these things. It will be really troublesome. But then, they did not have time to think about anything else. The large group of villagers had already arrived in front of Jiang Ming. They raised the weapons in their hands and slashed at Jiang Ming. At that moment, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe closed their eyes, feeling helpless. They had no way to break the enchantment, let alone save Jiang Ming. They could only watch as Jiang Ming died. They felt grief in their hearts, but they did not dare to open their eyes to look anymore. However, they also knew that they had to look. As they opened their eyes, the scene in front of them stunned them. Jiang Ming's body disappeared, and the weapons were stuck to the ground. The two of them were instantly dumbfounded. Where was Jiang Ming? He disappeared just like that? However, they were pleasantly surprised to find out what had happened. Jiang Ming had already woken up. What happened was just a trick. Jiang Ming stood straight behind the villagers. The villagers could not help but feel terrified and wanted to pull out their weapons again. However, Jiang Ming had already tampered with them. What's going on? Why can't I pull it out? The villagers suddenly spoke, their eyes filled with panic. Seeing that they were no longer in a daze, Jiang Ming suspected that they were pretending just now. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe said smugly, these villagers are weak. The baby-faced woman had already been killed by Jiang Ming in one move, and only the villagers were left. He slowly walked toward the villagers with a smile. Now it's your turn. You should have realized something. The villagers were so scared that they started to pretend to be pitiful. We didn't do anything to hurt you. As for what we did just now, it was all because you guys attacked first, right? Jiao Zhu, you're just causing trouble. Can't you blame us for defending ourselves? I hope you can understand our feelings, and let us go now. In the end, the villagers expressed their agreement and even looked at Jiang Ming angrily. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. These people very clearly shirked their responsibilities. Those who did not know better would think that Jiang Ming and the other two were evil people. At this moment, everything around them suddenly disappeared. Jiang Ming and the other two found that they were in a village. Only then did they know that everything just now was an overlapping of illusion and reality. Yuan Hehe was dumbfounded. After all this, we have been deceived for so long. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have argued with the villagers here. Perhaps we could have discovered the truth earlier. The weapons in the villagers' hands had also disappeared. They gathered together and pretended to smile. You are now in our territory. No matter what you do, it will be useless. Why don't you beg for mercy now? We can give you a chance to escape. Jiang Ming found it unbelievable. These villagers were panicking earlier, but now they wanted them to beg for mercy. How ridiculous. Sikong Wu Yuan looked around. There were only a few houses around them. They were somewhat dilapidated and there was not even a road. The only similarity was that there were some lucky mascots hanging in front of the houses, and there were even a few big stone lions at the doors to intimidate everyone. For some reason, he felt a little strange. He kept feeling that the scene was something he had seen before, but he had no memory of it. However, what he could confirm was that these things were most likely the array's core. When the time came to activate the array, they would all be trapped. Yuan Hehe looked at the villagers arrogantly and sneered. You villagers are really arrogant. You don't have any weapons now. Even if we are in your village, what can you do? There are only a few households here. You can't beat us with your strength. Who said we can't win? A shout came from behind the villagers. This shout was sonorous and powerful, and it was accompanied by the sound of crutches landing on the ground. The villagers lined up in 2 rows and looked at the person behind them with respect. As the villagers moved, Jiang Ming and the other two also saw the person's appearance clearly. His entire face was covered by a beard, revealing only his eyes, nose, and mouth. He looked like a typical warrior. The only thing that could show his characteristics was probably his hunched back and the walking stick he was gripping. There was an eye in the middle of the walking stick. The eye could even move. And it looked very strange. The old man laughed. I am the village chief here. Since the 3 of you are here, sit down. What's so good about fighting and killing? They did not expect the old man's attitude to change so quickly. Jiang Ming and the other two were a little stunned, and then they narrowed their eyes. They did not believe that the old man would agree so readily. They were afraid that he was up to some other tricks. Just as they had expected, after a while, they realized that there were suddenly more animals in front of him. These animals stared at them as if they were monsters. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and vigilance. Yuan Hehe could not help but mutter to himself, where did these animals come from? Sikong Wu Yuan also said to Yuan Hehe in his heart, we still don't know what kind of ability that village chief has. However, I have a feeling that he knows some strange spells. I heard that there is witchcraft in this world. Who knows if he knows such evil things? Let's listen and talk later. Jiang Ming also heard this, but he did not want to stay there any longer. He said to the village chief, Chief, we don't want to stay here. Since you said not to cause any disputes, then let someone take us away from here. There's no need to talk too much. We really don't want to stay for a long time. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also nodded, showing that they agreed with Jiang Ming. The village chief did not have any reaction, and there was no discernible expression on his face. Do you agree with them? He asked the villagers. We have a rule here. If you want to leave, you have to do something for the village. Otherwise, you have to get the villagers' permission, he explained. Jiang Ming could not help but roll his eyes. He knew that these people's thoughts were not so simple. A moment ago, they did not want them to leave. Thus, they could not let them go so easily. Then, the three of them realized that these animals had secretly surrounded them. Yuan Hehe had a vague feeling that if they dared to escape, the animals would definitely rush up and kill them regardless of the villagers' opinions. He secretly told Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan about the situation. The two of them also felt the hostility of these animals. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and looked at the villagers. Friends, we did offend you just now, but we didn't mean any harm. I think we should let it go. Don't dwell on this matter anymore. Let's just let it go. However, the villagers were persistent. You've done so many bad things. How can you leave so easily? You must stay. For at least a year. Stay for a year? Yuan Hehe's expression changed. If we stay here for a year, we will suffer. Can this backwater place provide me with spiritual energy? His face was filled with confusion. In the past, he had to eat a large number of spiritual fruits to sustain his spiritual energy. This village was surrounded by mountains, so how could there be spiritual trees, let alone spiritual fruits? He was already very old. Without the spiritual fruits, he would age terribly. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was speechless. Staying for a week or a few days was fine. Even staying for a month was fine. But what was the point of staying for a year? It was better not to be reasonable. Jiang Ming did not care. He would kill everyone and everything who stood in the way of their escape. His expression immediately turned cold at the thought of this. That's impossible. Let's go now. I've changed my mind. The village chief groaned. His walking stick knocked on the ground like a drum. He said disdainfully, You want to leave? That's impossible. Everyone in this village has spiritual energy and has set up an array. As long as you ignore our wishes and do something, you will suffer the backlash of these arrays and the invasion of spiritual energy. In fact, your spiritual energy will not be able to be used. I think you should just surrender. Heh. Kong Wu Yuan saw that Jiang Ming had made his stance clear. He quickly adjusted his stance and said, "What Jiao Zhu wants is what we want. Even if we die today, we will die outside. We will not leave a trace of our aura in this village." How arrogant. The village chief began to knock his walking stick again. This time, when he knocked, the ground shook a little. The louder he knocked, the stronger the shaking was. Jiang Ming and the other two fell to the ground, but Yuan Hehe still refused to admit defeat. He tried to use his spiritual energy, and found that just as the village chief had said, his spiritual energy seemed to have been completely sealed. He could not help but feel helpless. He looked at Kong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming and said, "Kong Wu Yuan, Jiao Zhu, quickly check if you can use your spiritual energy." "I can't use my spiritual energy anymore. I suddenly feel like I'm going to die. I'm afraid we have to compromise now." Both of them were stunned. They originally thought that what the village chief said was a lie. They did not expect it to be true. Then, they began to use their spiritual energy. Jiang Ming felt that there was no problem with it. He could use all his spiritual energy. Kong Wu Yuan, however, remained completely silent. He even smiled bitterly. Like Yuan Hehe. "Jiao Zhu, Yuan Hehe. It seems that we really have to compromise this time." Jiang Ming was confused. "I can use my spiritual energy." "Did you get hit by something?" Before he could finish, the village chief became smug. "You guys probably can't use your spiritual energy anymore, right? Kowtow to us now and apologize to all of us, and we'll forgive you. In addition, you have to stay here for a year before we let you go. During this year, you will have to do countless jobs for us to repay us for not killing you. You will not have any complaints. You will have to work like dogs. You will not even be able to eat or sleep." Hearing this, Kong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe exploded in anger. "Are you treating people like livestock? Even if we're captives, we don't need to be treated like this by you. You guys just want us to die. Alright, it looks like we have to fight you guys." They had already understood the reality of the situation. They snorted coldly and said, "Even if we don't have spiritual energy, we will still do our best to defeat you. You guys are just a bunch of weaklings." Kong Wu Yuan clenched his fists and punched out with his bare hands. However, before he could get close, the villagers and animals suddenly rushed over and knocked him out. It was just a light collision, but it gathered a huge force, and there was even a faint flame spreading. His clothes were instantly set ablaze, and his entire body was burning in the flames. He wanted to scream, but he realized that his throat had been burned to the point that he could not make a sound at all. He could only struggle. Jiang Ming quickly threw a water ball at Kong Wu Yuan, and the flames on his body were extinguished. Such a simple spell not only shocked Kong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, but it also shocked the village chief and the villagers. Yuan Hehe thought that Jiang Ming was like them, but he was not. "Jiao Zhu, how did you do that?" he asked Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Did Yuan Hehe not hear him say he was unaffected? In fact, Yuan Hehe did not hear him. He had been focused on his lack of spiritual energy, so he did not pay much attention to other things. Kong Wu Yuan looked at the wounds on his body that were healing. He could not help but look at Jiang Ming and say, "Jiao Zhu, your spiritual energy really surprised me. I felt like I was going to suffocate to death just now. I didn't expect that you would save me with a water ball out of thin air. What kind of spiritual energy is this? It's truly unfathomable. At this moment, the expressions of the village chief and the villagers had become paralyzed with fear. They were petrified and stood rooted to the ground. Even the animals did not move at all. Jiang Ming coughed. I'll guess it's just luck. Let's look at you two first. He found it strange again. Shouldn't you be attacking us now? Why are you all so scared? When they looked over, they realized that these people seemed to have become as stiff as stone. They did not have any reaction at all. Has it changed back to how it was before? Yuan Hehe could not help but curse. They were just putting on an act just now, and now they're probably putting on an act again. I'd like to see how long they can keep up the act. With that, he swaggered toward the villagers. After thinking for a moment, he took the lead and went to the village chief's side. He raised his fist and knocked on the man's head. The force of this knock was huge, but the village chief did not return to his senses at all. Yuan Hehe was stunned for a moment and looked at his hand. For the first time, he doubted his strength. Could it be that he had already become weak? From what he saw, no matter what he did, the village chief would probably not be able to regain his senses. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel confused. What was the reason? He could not figure it out, no matter how he thought about it. He simply turned around and walked in Jiang Ming's direction. After turning his head, he heard a thud. It was like someone had fallen to their knees. Immediately after, there were even more thuds. It was obvious that more people were kneeling down. Yuan Hehe's body trembled in fear. Could it be that these people were going to use some powerful move? He turned around and saw that the people around him had already knelt down and were kowtowing deeply. Respected person of destiny, we were insensible and offended you. I hope you won't be angry. If you have any dissatisfaction, just take it out on us. As long as you're happy, that's enough. Hearing this, the three of them could not help but be stunned. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe looked at Jiang Ming and sized him up. Jiao Zhu, did you suddenly reveal your identity? How did they know that you're such a person? In their hearts, they were shocked. This was not the first time that someone had said that. Many people would try to find an opportunity to express all of this. Could it be that Jiang Ming was really a person of destiny? However, when they thought of this, the two of them quickly shook their heads. Who knew if this was real or fake? They did not know what kind of disaster this identity would bring them, so it was better not to think too much about it. Jiang Ming stepped forward and looked at the villagers in front of him. The villagers were trembling on their knees, as if they were really in awe of him. At this moment, the village chief spoke. His eyes were shining as he looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Destined one, this time, the villagers sincerely want to invite you to the village for a meal. It has been a long time since a person of destiny has visited the village. Congratulations on coming here. The village is extremely honored to host you, and we don't want to lose a blessed person like you." A blessed person? Siko Wu Yuan could not believe it and was stunned. Was Jiang Ming both a blessed person as well as a person of destiny? It was said that as long as the blessed people went to a place, the local residents would also be blessed and even obtain some treasures that other people could not imagine. At this moment, the weather outside also became sunny. Jiang Ming looked at the sky and turned to the villagers. I want to know the secrets of this village. Although he didn't know why these villagers regarded him as the destined one, he felt that it was a good opportunity. He could ask them more questions. Perhaps he could learn more. The village chief took the initiative to talk. A few years ago, a divine beast came here. He gave the village a gift and let us villagers know how to use spells. However, he was afraid that we would use them for evil, so he also placed restrictions on us. We can only use these spells when there's real danger. An omen of real danger is that the sky will be covered with dark clouds and lightning. Yuan Hehe was enlightened. So, everything that happened just now was because of you guys. You can't say that. The village chief quickly said, the divine beast happens to live in this mountain. Everything here is controlled by him. It gave us a signal, so we did this to you. The divine beast has no intention of offending the destined one. It's just that it is afraid that you'll hurt us. Please don't blame the divine beast. The other villagers also echoed his words. That's right. The divine beast has helped us a lot. We don't want it to be hurt, but we don't want to offend the person of destiny because of this. Jiang Ming looked at them and did not say much. He felt that these people were a little stupid, but he could not help but be curious. This divine beast actually helped these villagers so much for free. Was it really out of the goodness of its heart? Or perhaps, it wanted to obtain something from the villagers? What does the divine beast usually ask you to do? He asked the villagers. Hearing this, the villagers' expressions changed drastically. They looked at each other as if they had something to say, but could not say it. Jiang Ming understood what they meant and quickly said, Did I say something that made you feel uncomfortable? Are you hiding something? The village chief immediately explained on behalf of the villagers. There's a misunderstanding here. The divine beast does have secrets that no one knows. But it didn't ask us to do anything. It only asked us to go to its place to talk to it regularly. Tomorrow is the time to talk to it. However, it hopes that we will not tell this secret to outsiders, so the villagers did not speak. Is it that simple? Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be shocked. What did the divine beast ask you to do? He asked warily. Generally speaking, divine beasts will only help if they want to get something. One of the children suddenly said aggressively, That's impossible. The divine beast is especially good to us. How could it be like this? Besides, I've talked to it before. It was just a normal conversation. It even gave us the pastries and wine it made itself. We all came back safe and sound. This is nothing at all. I think that the divine beast is just lonely. The lady beside him seemed to be his mother. When she saw the child walk out and speak, she slapped her child's forehead and forced him to lower his head. She reprimanded him. Is this something you can say? This is the divine beast. You must respect him. Otherwise, I'll chase you out of the village. Forget it, he's just a child. Don't treat him like this, Yuan Hehe hurriedly said as he shook his head in his heart. How stupid were these villagers to chase their own children out? They were just talking. Why did they have to be like this? He had been chased out by his mother because of some matters previously. He did not want to see children being treated like that again. Thank you, sir. The child could not help but look at Yuan Hehe. He originally thought that these people were all bad people. However, he only felt that the person destined by heaven was a good person. It seemed that those two people were not bad either. It's okay. Remember not to cause trouble with your words. Just be careful. Seeing the child's obedient appearance, Yuan Hehe began to like the child. It had to be said that this child was quite innocent. If not for the guidance of these villagers, he would definitely be a very good child in the future. Jiang Ming had another thought. This divine beast actually knew so many methods. Then wouldn't it help them a lot in the future? Perhaps they could go and take a look first. Sikong Wu Yuan had other thoughts. Based on the current situation, it would be very easy for them to get out. They had not finished their other matters yet, and now they could leave this place with Jiang Ming's identity as the destined person to complete their unfinished business. Thinking of this, he quickly told Jiang Ming his thoughts, and Jiang Ming also told him his thoughts. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but feel troubled. In the past, he had always listened to Jiang Ming. Now, he really wanted to have his own opinions. But who knew if Jiang Ming's decision was right? If he missed the divine beast, it would be difficult to meet it again. They did not know how they came across this village, and they were not sure if they would encounter the same village again. Jiang Ming saw through Sikong Wu Yuan's thoughts. He quickly said, "We can do things separately. That way, it won't be difficult. I won't feel any pressure." As for Yuan Hehe, he made his own choice. He can go with whoever he wants. Hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but struggle. He did not want to separate, but he did not want to force Jiang Ming to listen to his plan. No, he shook his head. "Jiao, do as you wish." When the village chief saw that Jiang Ming did not speak for a long time, he could not help but panic. His voice trembled. "Are you feeling unwell? Do you need us to do something for you? Although this village is a little dilapidated, there is still some food. Please don't mind." "What are you saying? One have nothing to be dissatisfied with." Seeing that the village chief was being so polite to him, Jiang Ming also became polite. Then, he said, "Isn't tomorrow the time to talk to the divine beast? Just let me go then." Upon hearing this, the village chief, who was about to stand up, immediately knelt down and quickly kowtowed. This time, he cried harder than before. "Destined one, you can't do this. You're a unique, noble. How can you go in and chat with the divine beast? Although the divine beast is our benefactor, your status is different after all. At that time, if there is a conflict between us, then I won't be able to explain it. You carry all the blessings of the village, so you can't argue." Jiang Ming was speechless. The village chief was very cunning. Seeing the divine beast was too tempting for Jiang Ming. He could not resist his curiosity. Yuan Hehe said as he rubbed his belly, "I'm a little hungry. Chief, bring everything up and cook something for us to eat." The village chief touched his forehead and nodded. "I'll let the villagers go. However, I hope that you can reconsider. This is not a long-term solution. Moreover, everything we have in the village is because of the divine beast. If anything happens to the divine beast, everything in the village will probably disappear without a trace." Although his words were amicable, his stance was clear. It was obvious that he did not want Jiang Ming to go forward. The village chief had already thought it through. If Jiang Ming still wanted to communicate with the divine beast first, then he did not mind finding a way to lock him up. It did not matter how special Jiang Ming was. The divine beast was their savior. They could not betray it even if they had to sacrifice the entire village. Then, he realized that there were more bruises on his body, so he immediately covered them with his clothes. Jiang Ming saw the bruises clearly and pretended to compromise. Since you've said so, I won't go. You can find a villager to communicate with the divine beast. However, I'm still a little curious. I don't know if you can answer my questions. Upon hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He quickly went over, their eyes filled with curiosity. Since Jiang Ming said so, they would definitely be curious about it. However, they did not expect Jiang Ming to give up so quickly. They had a vague feeling that this was just a strategy. In fact, Jiang Ming did not want to give up at all. From the looks of it, they still had to continue discussing this matter. They could not let the secret of this village continue to be hidden like this. The village chief was a little suspicious as he looked at Jiang Ming. Is there anything you want to know? In his heart, he felt afraid. He covered the bruises just now. Could it be that Jiang Ming wanted to know about the bruises? They could not let him know about this. At that time, their entire village would be in disaster. Thinking of this, he quickly denied it. How was this possible? He had covered up the bruises completely, so there would definitely not be any accidents. However, in the next second, he could not help but feel a little regretful. Saw some bruises on the villagers and you just now. These bruises are of different sizes and don't look like they were caused by fighting. Did you make a deal with the divine beast? Jiang Ming had already guessed everything, but he still wanted to ask. He felt that no matter what the village chief said, there would definitely be some clues in his expression. At that time, even if the village chief did not want to say anything, his expression should have revealed everything. He would not need to probe. Sure enough, in the next second, the village chief's expression changed. What was even more surprising was that he actually took out a dagger from his waist and plunged it straight at Jiang Ming. Seeing that the village chief was coming at him menacingly, Jiang Ming could not help but be a little surprised. He caught the dagger with his bare hands. But he did not fight back. In his opinion, the village chief must have had some other reasons. Instead of them fighting like this, it was better to wait and see what would happen. He still wanted to find the divine beast, so he could not fight him like this. Sikong Wu Yuan's and Yuan He's eyes widened. Wasn't this village chief still respectful to them just a second ago? Why was he going to kill them in the next second? Could it be that everything just now was an act? Thinking of this, they became angry. To think that they had believed the village chief's words. In the end, everything he said was a lie. They wanted to see what this village chief wanted to do. Hey, chief, didn't you just ask for peace? What does this mean? Yuan He could not afford to lose, so he quickly spoke with a cold look in his eyes. If the village chief still wanted to attack them, then they would fight back. Although he also wanted to be respectful to the old man, the current situation did not allow him to do so. Sikong Wu Yuan was also ready to attack. He had the same thoughts as Yuan He. He could not tolerate this behavior. It was fine if the village chief treated him like this, but if he attacked Yuan He or Jiaozhu, that would not do. Seeing that the situation was critical, the village chief realized that he had been impulsive. He coughed and quickly shook his head. No, I did want to make peace, but I thought that you wanted to hurt the divine beast, so I was impulsive. I hope you can forgive me. He was a little flustered. He did not expect to fail. Jiang Ming saw it and stared at the village chief in front of him. Chief, we never thought of harming the divine beast. You'd better put away your misconceptions. The village chief pursed his lips tightly, not knowing what to say. He did have the intention to hurt Jiang Ming and the other two, but he was forced to do so. He really could not allow the divine beast to be injured in the slightest. As he thought about this, he suddenly realized that the bruises on his body had faded a little. He could not help but feel nervous. Then, he looked at the villagers and said, "You guys go take care of Jiuzhu. I'll take care of the rest." Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the village chief and said, "Chief, what are you doing? Is there something urgent?" As he spoke, he glanced at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, who immediately understood. This village chief's words and actions were a little strange. He felt that it was very likely that he still wanted to make a move on them. They had to follow him. Thinking of this, Sikong Wu Yuan quickly clenched his fists and threw a toad that was conjured from spiritual energy behind the village chief. In just a short while, the village chief felt his body itch, and his entire body was about to jump up. His expression was strange, as if he was possessed. The surrounding villagers were puzzled. They went forward and asked, "Chief, what's wrong with you? There seems to be a problem." The village chief scratched his face as he searched for the cause of the itch. His entire person seemed to have exploded as he kept scratching. After a while, he had huge and bloody gashes on his body from the itching. Because his clothes were torn, Jiang Ming got a clearer look at the bruises. It was more like birthmarks than bruises. These birthmarks were like talismans. They were in the shape of paper and even had strange words on them. When Jiang Ming saw this, he could not help but frown. This was a little too ridiculous. He did not know who made it. What were these birthmarks used for? Thinking of this, his heart sped up again. He could not help but want to go forward and touch them, but he realized that he could not, so he simply retreated. The village chief seemed to have realized his problem. He endured the itchiness and quickly wanted to put on his clothes. However, the clothes could not hide the birthmarks. Suddenly, they grew even more visible. In an instant, the villagers knelt down one after another like frightened rabbits. They trembled. The divine beast has shown his might. The divine beast doesn't want us to do such a thing. These words made Jiang Ming and the other two dumbfounded. These birthmarks were really an eye-opener. There was such a magical function? Sikong Wu Yuan felt that the scene in front of him was inexplicably familiar. He looked around again. The hidden memories finally surfaced in his mind, and he immediately panicked. Isn't this the Talisman Village? Why is the Talisman Village here? Huh? This time, it was Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe's turn to be dumbfounded. They looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and asked, "Why do you think this is the Talisman Village? It doesn't look like it, right?" At this moment, the village chief spoke leisurely. "The surroundings are vast and boundless. The chosen one should contribute to the nearby god kings. God kings need flesh and blood to nourish themselves." Contribute? Jiang Ming's face darkened. Were they trying to kill them? Wasn't this too much? He had just said that he would treat him well, and now he was like this. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ming realized that the surroundings seemed to have changed. They were sent directly to an inn. There was a large number of different types of meat mixed together, and there was even human flesh in the mix. Even though he had seen many disgusting scenes, Jiang Ming still could not help but feel nauseous, and his eyes were filled with disgust. In an instant, a sense of disdain arose. He did not understand. There was so much meat to eat in this world, so why did they only choose human flesh? Moreover, would eating this really not make one sick? However, the person at the table was not disgusted at all. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He both frowned, their eyes filled with disgust. Why would these people eat human flesh? Isn't this too much? Of all the meat you can eat, you have to eat human flesh. At this moment, these people began to laugh wildly. It was as if they were possessed, and their entire person became crazy. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes and raised his hand to change the scene back to its original state. The village chief and villagers were staring at Jiang Ming and the other two in a daze. What kind of person was Jiang Ming? How could he break the illusion? They had thought that Jiang Ming would need some time to come out, but they did not expect it to be so soon. Jiang Ming scrunched up his nose and looked at them strangely. Why did these people look like idiots? Could it be the after effects of using an illusion? Before he could finish thinking, he saw the animals from before running toward him again. These animals were all filled with hostility. Some even opened their bloody mouths. Jiang Ming raised his hand, and a barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. The animals directly crashed into the barrier. The animals crashed into it and immediately fainted. However, they quickly woke up and crashed into the barrier again. As the collisions became faster and faster, the barrier did not react at all. When Jiang Ming saw this, he gave the barrier a rebound function. Following that, the animals were also bounced back. The village chief, who was commanding these animals, could not help but be stunned. Then, he sneered. It's just some rebound. What's the big deal? I want to see what else you can do. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists again. In an instant, his fist became bigger, and he hammered the ground. Jiang Ming and the other two were also shaken out. The villagers did not stay idle either. They released a huge cage. Jiang Ming and the other two were instantly sealed by the cage. There were enchantments surrounding the gaps in the cage. Sikong Wu Yuan did not expect this. This village chief actually attacked them. He was instantly stunned. However, in the next second, the village chief said coldly, "This is the will of the divine beast. You must listen to the divine beast. Just obediently sacrifice yourselves. Don't worry, we will build a good grave for you. You have contributed to the village. No matter what, we will treat you well." Jiang Ming's expression also turned cold, and the temperature around him had already dropped by several degrees. He rolled his eyes. "That's not what you said just now. Aren't you going back on your word and deceiving us?" The birthmarks on the village chief's body had returned to their original state, but his eyes had become blood red. He sized up Jiang Ming and the other two. "Who would have thought that you would be so useful? If you were less useful, you wouldn't have been targeted by the divine beast. This is all your fault." Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but get angry. If it were not for the cage locking them up, he would have rushed up and hit the village chief a few times. Sikong Wu Yuan tried to argue. "We're powerful, but that's our business. What does it have to do with you? Besides, you all said that Jiao Zhu is the chosen one. Wouldn't you be punished by the heavens if you hurt the chosen one like this? You only look at the divine beast. It only helped you with a few things. And you listen to it unconditionally. Don't you think that you're too easily bewitched? We won't allow you to say that about the divine beast. Hearing this, the village chief and the villagers were furious. Then, the village chief said to the villagers, "Hurry up and take out the magic chain. I want to see how these people can say these words after being hit by the magic chain. Don't listen to what they say. It doesn't matter if they are the chosen ones. Those who don't respect the divine beast will die. When the divine beast becomes the new chosen one, will we still suffer the wrath of heaven? Of course not. Become the new chosen one?" Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and stared at the village chief. "If that's the case, it wants to eat me to change its identity, right?" The village chief immediately felt guilty, but he did not show it on his face. He said firmly, "How can you say that? You, the chosen one, have done something inappropriate. You should be replaced." "Alright, I don't have the mood to talk to you either." Seeing the villagers stutter, Jiang Ming could not help but reprimand them. "Hurry up. Are you going to make us angrier? We don't need to hear another word from you." Sikong Wu Yuan mocked them. "You guys are delusional. The chosen one will always be Jiao Zhu. Even if Jiao Zhu is dead, it will still be the same. Don't think about it anymore." "Heh, you're still so arrogant. I think the first person one need to beat up is you." At this moment, the villagers had already run back and quickly brought over the magic chain. The magic chain was long and slender, and it even carried spiritual energy fluctuations. The village chief waved the magic chain and threw it at Jiang Ming. He deliberately aimed at Jiang Ming. He knew that as long as the chosen one died, the divine beast would become the new chosen one. He had to make the divine beast the chosen one. No one could stop him. At this moment, a series of sounds suddenly appeared in the surroundings, but there was no trace of the person who made the sound. The village chief was a little confused. Why was there a sound now? All the villagers were there. Moreover, the three outsiders did not make any noise. But then, he saw Jiang Ming grab the magic chain with his bare hands. He could not help but be shocked. Then, he narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that I must punish you. You actually dared to grab the magic chain with your bare hands. Don't blame me for being cold-blooded and heartless. I'll kill you in one blow." As he spoke, he wanted to keep the magic chain and continue waving it. However, he discovered that no matter how he moved, he could not retrieve the magic chain. Jiang Ming also held on tightly, not giving him any chance to make a move. The village chief could not help but squint and say helplessly, "How did you manage to catch the magic chain? What kind of demonic spell do you know? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll kill you." He sounded a little guilty when he said those harsh words. In fact, if Jiang Ming kept holding on to the magic chain, he would not be able to attack at all. However, he knew that if he did not bluff, it would be difficult for him to take the initiative when Jiang Ming counterattacked. Then, he waved the other chain in his hand and wanted to hit Jiang Ming. However, he was grabbed by Jiang Ming again. This time, not only was the village chief shocked, but Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He were also shocked. They already felt that it was a little crazy. Jiao Zhu had already grabbed one chain, so how could he catch another one? They were about to step forward to block the chains, but who would have thought that Jiang Ming would actually grab two chains? Jiang Ming did not look flustered at all. He did not even use his spiritual energy. He stood still and looked at the village chief. The village chief was a little flustered by his gaze. He angrily snapped, "Jiao. Zhu, why are you looking at me? Hurry up and accept your fate. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless." As he spoke, he began to try to pull the chains out again, but he could not pull them out. He could not help but feel a little annoyed. Why couldn't he beat a skinny kid? Or maybe he was too old to do it. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at his villagers and said, "Hurry up and use your spiritual energy to help me. If the chains are taken away by this kid, we will all die." When Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe heard this, they rushed up and grabbed the two chains on Jiang Ming's left and right hands, respectively. They wanted to see how the village chief would treat them. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew around them. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. It even struck Jiang Ming and the other two directly. Jiang Ming was already prepared. He pretended to release a barrier in the sky. The moment the barrier was activated, the surroundings suddenly became foggy, and the lightning and thunder instantly disappeared. At this moment, a voice gradually sounded. "What an ignorant person. I wonder why the world chose you as the chosen one. If this chosen one is me, I will definitely make good use of it. Just give me your identity." As it spoke, it began to urge the village chief again. "Chief, why aren't you getting rid of him quickly? Are you going to let him stay here? The longer he lives, the longer I have to wait to become the chosen one." Hearing this, the village chief looked flustered and comforted it. "Lord Beast, don't be anxious. I'll take care of him immediately. Don't worry. I won't let him do whatever he wants." As he spoke, he led the villagers to pull the magic chain with him. As the battle for the magic chain continued, the others also found it strange. "Why can't I pull this magic chain? What's going on?" Then, they saw Jiang Ming pulling the magic chain with his bare hands. He did not panic at all. He was even playing with the chain. The village chief's eyes turned red. He immediately shouted at the villagers. "Why are you so weak? Hurry up and pull. What if we get pulled back?" However, no matter what, the villagers could not move them. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. "It's time to pull in the net. You guys are really slow. If you were a little faster, you wouldn't be like this." At this point, he pulled the village chief and the villagers over. Both sides were shocked. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were also dumbfounded. The two of them did use a lot of strength, but they did not think they could pull so many villagers over. Therefore, the core reason must be Jiang Ming. But how did Jiang Ming do it? In the end, they all looked at Jiang Ming. However, at this time, Jiang Ming had no time to explain to these two. These villagers had all crashed into the cage. With this collision, the cage was automatically opened. Jiang Ming and the other two walked out of the cage. The village chief began to kowtow and apologize. "As expected of the chosen one, we probably won't be able to reach your strength in our lifetime. I beg you, let us go. We're just ordinary people. We don't really want to hurt you. As long as you let us go, we can give you anything. Then take us to where the divine beast is first." Jiang Ming looked at the village chief coldly. It was because of this divine beast that the villagers were confused. All in all, it was this divine beast who asked the villagers to kill him. No matter what, they had to get rid of the culprit. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also thought so. They clapped their hands and said, yes. However, you have to come with us. If you dare to play any tricks, we'll kill you. As they spoke, the two of them clenched their fists and gestured at the village chief. We'll take you there now, he said, trembling. Then, he was more careful. When Jiang Ming stepped forward, he released the chains again. Jiang Ming almost fell. Immediately after, the villagers swarmed forward and pressed Jiang Ming and the other two to the ground. They started hitting them and shouting, "If you want to harm the divine beast, we won't let you go. Not in this lifetime." As they spoke, they began to hit them harder. Jiang Ming and the other two felt that something was hitting them on the back. And they were even suffocating from the pressure. Siko Wu Yuan said to Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming in his heart, "Jiao Zhu, Yuan Hehe, we are getting crushed to death. What should we do now? I don't want to continue." Yuan Hehe, on the other hand, was relatively calm. "Don't worry, they won't be able to crush us to death." As he spoke, he released a burst of energy. However, these villagers did not make any movements at all. They were still hitting them. Yuan Hehe was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why was it useless? We can't be suppressed here now. I don't want to die before I see the divine beast. If I want to die, I have to see it in person. Jiang Ming remained silent. Sikong Wu Yuan thought that he had fainted from the pressure and hurriedly asked, "Jiao Zhu, what's wrong? Could it be that you fainted from the pressure? Jiao Zhu?" He shouted a few times, but did not get any response from Jiang Ming. He panicked instantly. Even Yuan Hehe began to shout for Jiang Ming. Immediately after, they felt that the weight above them seemed to have lightened. When they looked up again, they found that the people on their backs had been thrown out. Everyone present could not help but panic. They all wanted to get up and continue fighting, but they were sealed by Jiang Ming with a barrier. They could not even stand up. The village chief could not help but curse. "Damn you! How dare you treat us like this? You've gone too far. Today, we'll make you die no matter what. We can't let you do evil." As he spoke, he shouted at the villagers again. "Hurry up and attack them. What are you all doing here?" The barrier was invisible, so he could not see it at all. In his opinion, his villagers had become a group of idiots. If these villagers could charge forward, they would not be like this. However, the villagers also wanted to get up, but they could not get up, no matter how hard they tried. They complained incessantly, "Chief, we can't get up at all. It seems like something is blocking us." They could not help but feel helpless. They really did not expect to be treated like this by Jiang Ming. It seemed that the chosen one was really difficult to deal with. If they had some real power, they would not have been suppressed by Jiang Ming like this. Thinking of this, they could not help but complain. It was all the fault of the divine beast. If they had obtained a little of the divine beast's power, they would not have been beaten up by the chosen one. Then, they started to hate the village chief. The village chief had always been concerned about letting them fight. They had never thought of the disparity in strength between the two sides. How could they possibly defeat Jiang Ming? You guys are really a bunch of good for nothings. The village chief was disappointed. Jiang Ming looked at these people expressionlessly and could not help but laugh. "Elle really didn't expect that you would still have the mood to fight amongst yourselves. Do you still want to struggle on your deathbed? If you continue to struggle, I don't mind accompanying you. It's just that I don't know who will suffer when the time comes. The village chief assessed the situation and quickly said, Jiao, it was all our fault just now. Please forgive us. We will bring you to find the divine beast now. Don't worry, we will definitely not play any tricks. Sikong Wu Yuan rolled his eyes and said, why would we believe you? Don't you know what you did just now? Do you think we can forgive you? If you still have some credibility, hurry up and give us all the things that you should give. Otherwise, we'll hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe were a little confused. Sikong Wu Yuan was about what these villagers had. Sikong Wu Yuan did not say anything else, but he was also pleased. He felt that there must be some treasure on these people. Otherwise, why would they dare to press down on them so harshly? He had to get some benefits from them no matter what. The next second, the village chief said, there's a crystal in the middle of this village. Take it. But after you take the crystal, you must let us out. I beg you. His last sentence was a little awkward. He originally did not want to do this with them, but he did not expect to have to say it like this. He did not know how the divine beast was doing. Could the divine beast actually kill them? He did not want to be killed by these people. Jiang Ming sized up the village chief with contempt in his eyes. What do you mean? The village chief asked uncomfortably. I'll see how it goes. Jiang Ming pretended to chuckle. If I'm willing, I'll let you guys out. These words immediately caused a heated reaction. The villagers hurriedly shouted, why? We have already told you where our precious treasure is. If we absorb the crystal, we will have endless power and will not be trapped by you. After you get it, hurry up and let us out. The villagers began to blame the village chief again. Chief, it's all your fault for telling them the secret of the crystal so easily. Now that they have the crystal, they won't respect you anymore, right? If you were a little stronger, we would have escaped long ago. Yuan Hehe made a funny face. Then you're really pitiful, huh? Then stay here. Don't come out. As he said that, he burst into laughter. He felt very happy now. These villagers were full of resentment, but who asked them to bring this upon themselves? If they had a conscience, they would not have ended up like this. The village chief could not help but feel aggrieved. He was clearly thinking about this for the sake of the entire village. Why did the villagers say that about him? Previously, the village was still united. What was going on now? I've already told you, what else can I do? He said, pretending to be amiable. Is this the time to be resentful? We're in the same boat now. In the same boat? A villager laughed. What's the situation now? We can't get out. We're going to die anyway. It doesn't matter if we unite. Can we still live? Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but laugh when he saw the internal strife among these people. These people were very weak. It seemed that this village would be destroyed sooner or later, but it had nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he followed Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe and walked forward. They arrived at the center of the village. However, this was obviously a wasteland. There was no crystal like the village chief had mentioned. Yuan Hehe suspected that they had been deceived by the village chief and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiao, what the village chief said should be fake, right? I don't see this crystal at all, nor do I feel any traces of it. Let's not be fooled. Jiang Ming shook his head instead. Let's not talk about anything else. Their internal strife is very real. I don't feel that they are lying at all. Let's look carefully. Yuan Hehe looked at the empty ground in confusion. He squatted down and knocked on the ground with his hand. What should we do? I don't think it's easy to dig the ground here. It's harder than ordinary ground. I'm afraid there's really something hidden inside. He instantly became spirited. If we had the kind of crystal they're talking about, wouldn't our spiritual energy increase? Sikong Wu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think the crystal should be given to these villagers by that divine beast. That divine beast sounds very greedy. How could it give these villagers such a useful crystal? The most important thing now is to take a look at the crystal inside. Yuan Hehe started to get impatient. Regardless of whether they had a crystal or not, these things were there. Motivation. Thinking of this, he clenched his hands and pondered, Jiuzhu, you should have a way to take this crystal out, right? We can't let this crystal fail to play its role. It's hard to say. This crystal isn't easy to get. Jiang Ming squatted down and knocked on the ground, frowning. He could feel that something seemed to be sealing the ground, but it was definitely not the crystal. It was probably something protecting the crystal. From the looks of it, they might even lose their lives, let alone take the crystal. There's no point in getting the crystal. At this moment, some strange people suddenly appeared in the surroundings. These people had cold expressions. They were clad in black cloaks. What's wrong? Are you here to steal the crystal? Or are you here to stop us from taking the crystal? Jiang Ming saw it. He knew that the divine beast would definitely send people over. The men in black did not move at all. They fell down one by one. Jiang Ming and the other two were shocked and retreated. Why are these people acting like this? We didn't do anything to them. What do they want? Yuan Hehe asked in disbelief. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but laugh. This is too funny. This is really ridiculous. However, what we can confirm is that these people must have been sent by the divine beast. But why did his people all fall? They are not humans. They are straw puppets. Jiang Ming saw it at a glance and even wanted to approach the men in black. However, the moment he approached the men in black, they suddenly stood up as if they were alive. However, their actions were odd. Some of them even leaned forward 90 degrees, and their bodies began to change shape and grow longer. It was not something that normal people could do. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was very calm. He sized up the men in black and said, it seems that they are straw puppets with tenacity. I wonder what kind of power the divine beast added. At this moment, their voices rang out from the surroundings. The divine beast asked us to play with you. You guys stay here and have fun with us. As they spoke, a 4M-sided barrier began to appear around them, and the surroundings changed. It was the inn from before again. Seeing the familiar scene, Jiang Ming was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled. What a pity. This move is useless against us. You guys should just stay there. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. The surrounding scene automatically changed to normal, and the men could not help but be shocked. Immediately after, these men in black rushed over. Jiang Ming watched calmly. Countless thin threads and silver needles were placed beside him. The silver needles were hung on the thin threads and pierced the fatal parts of the men in black. In an instant, all the men in black fell to the ground. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe had wanted to attack, but they realized that there was no place for them to do so. Then, they realized that the expressions of these men in black had become hateful. They were smiling foolishly, and they could not help but feel terrified. Before they could think about anything, the men in black suddenly changed shape. This time, they were no longer humans, but the animals they had encountered before. Yuan Hehe was stunned. Haven't these animals already attacked us? Why are you here again? Jiang Ming was unmoved. Instead, he threw out circles of rope. These ropes automatically tied themselves to the men in black, and they could not move at all. Not only that, but Jiang Ming also strengthened the spiritual energy on the rope. As long as they struggled, they would suffer. After a while, the men in black turned into straw puppets. Seeing the puppets, Yuan Hehe stepped forward and touched them. I have to say, these people are quite skilled at making puppets. If it were me, I wouldn't have made such a decent puppet. As he spoke, he kicked a puppet. The puppet immediately spun in the air and rolled to the side. He sighed. How did you learn so many strange techniques? One want to learn some. Isn't that simple? Siko Wu Yuan spread his hands and looked at Yuan Hehe. If you were a divine beast, you could do the same. A divine beast can turn anything into something different. It's a pity that you're just an ordinary beast. What do you mean by that? Yuan Hehe pretended to be serious. Do you think I'm ordinary? Finally, he coughed again and said self-deprecatingly, well, 1 am truly an ordinary beast, but I think I'm pretty good. He patted his chest. Didn't mean it that way. Siko Wu Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. I'm just explaining, but the tricks used by the divine beast are too useless. He looked at Jiang Ming again and said, Jiao Zhu, how did you do it? Your recent actions have really surprised me. I really want to be someone like you. Seeing his admiration, Jiang Ming quickly said, it was just an accident. At this moment, the divine beast's voice sounded again. Don't think that you're so arrogant just because you've defeated a few puppets. If you're really capable, come to the 5 Elements mountain near the village. There's a door there where you can see me. If you're up to it, we can fight face to face. Yuan Hehe immediately shouted into the air. Don't think that we're all fools. There must be a bunch of traps hidden inside. If you want us to go there and die, dream on. The sound was loud enough for the divine beast to hear. Seeing that the divine beast did not continue to speak, Yuan Hehe thought that it was afraid. He said, it's nothing much. Jiao Zhu, I think we should not go. Let the divine beast suffer. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. Yuan Hehe was still a child. Even his words were so naive. At this moment, a strange light suddenly flashed around them. Then, countless moths pounced on Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming frowned. He did not expect these things to be so aggressive. Siko Wu Yuan understood. I'll think it's probably caused by that divine beast. It wants to kill us, so it's using this method. We can't let it succeed. You heathens, just you wait. We're going to kill you. At this moment, the villagers' voices rang out one after another, accompanied By the sound of running. When they looked again, Jiang Ming and the other two realized that the villagers had untied themselves at some point in time and the entire village had run over. Seeing this, Sikong Wuyuan was somewhat dumbfounded. These people are really fast. They actually broke through Jiuzhu's imprisonment so quickly. It seems that the divine beast is quite capable. They actually broke through something that even we couldn't escape from. Let's leave first, Yuan hurriedly said when he saw that the number of people had increased. However, Jiang Ming shook his head. No, let's not leave yet. It's the stupidest thing to do to leave at this time. Siko Wuyuan and Yuan fell silent at the same time. Jiuzhu, why do you say that? They asked with confusion in their eyes. We don't quite understand. These villagers seem to be no threat to us, but we don't know what the divine beast did when it saved them. At that time, we will be in a passive position. Jiang Ming answered thoughtfully. How can you be so sure that these villagers have escaped? Didn't you see that the village chief's appearance and pace are different? That divine beast probably cast a spell to fool us. There's no need for us to escape at all. Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan looked at each other and pondered. Jiuzhu, are you serious? There's no village chief there at all. Their gazes fell on the front. Other than the villagers who were clamoring, there was no sign of the village chief. Hearing this, Jiang Ming once again doubted his eyes and turned to look. Just as Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan had said, he did not see the village chief. This time, however, he had clearly just seen the village chief running over. The current situation was a little strange. Yuan suddenly realized something. He clapped his hands and thought. Could it be the work of that divine beast? It made some mannequins to deceive us. In the end, we didn't expect to reveal some clues. Think it's possible. Jiang Ming nodded and continued, then let's stay here. I want to see if those people are real or fake. When he said that, the villagers had already run in front of him and surrounded them. We don't need to think about it anymore. Jiang Ming sighed. They're already here. The villagers began to speak in a language that they could not understand. These words were very noisy and loud, echoing in their ears. Jiang Ming and the other two felt as if they were locked in a small room and forced to listen to some kind of echo. Their ears felt like they were about to explode, but they had to listen. What should we do now? Yuan covered his ears and said helplessly, don't want to keep listening to these people's nagging, but we don't seem to be able to get out either. He looked around and found that the surroundings had been blocked. This made Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan feel a headache coming on. They had thought that the villagers would use some kind of move, but they did not expect it to be this. This was simply trying to deafen them. They did not want to continue like this. As he thought about this, Jiang Ming had already sent out spiritual energy balls that wrapped around the villagers. The villagers' voices were still ringing in their ears even though they could not struggle free. Oh my God, aren't these villagers too persistent? Could not help but cry. He wanted them to die. Let's try something else. Sikong Wuyuan did not give up. His eyes were filled with determination. Yuan could not understand their cries at all. He was already somewhat deaf. Sikong Wuyuan did not hear him either. He took out many rings from his pocket and shot them at those people. However, when the rings passed through the circle, they fused together. In the end, none of them hit their targets. Jiang Ming could not help but be dumbfounded. Sikong Wu Yuan was also in disbelief. Was it so easy to fuse their spiritual energy? How did they fuse together so quickly? How could he resolve this? Yuan Hehe felt a headache coming on. How could he continue doing this? It was really annoying. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered that he had a huge conch. But he had not used it for a long time. However, he felt that Sikong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming might be able to do it. He took out the conch as if he was presenting a treasure. This conch could be enlarged or shrunk, so it was very practical. However, in the next second, an unknown attack suddenly appeared in the air. The conch fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yuan Hehe was already upset when he heard this. When he saw this, he could not help but feel even more upset. He knelt down and looked at the fragments of the conch with heartache. He even went forward to touch them with his bare hands, as if they were very precious. This time, due to the pain in his heart, he even ignored the curses of the villagers. He seemed to have transcended everything and immersed himself in his own world. Seeing this, Jiang Ming was a little stunned. What was going on? Why did Yuan Hehe seem to have lost his soul all of a sudden? What was going on? Sikong Wu Yuan felt that Yuan Hehe might be sick. He crouched down to check on his condition. He touched his face, and his gaze fell on the fragments below. He immediately understood everything. Yuan Hehe felt a chill, and his body trembled. Sikong Wu Yuan, what are you doing? He asked. I don't quite understand. Sikong Wu Yuan did not answer him. Instead, he picked up the fragments on the ground and said, this seems to be the sound amplification conch I saw before. But it's very fragile. How did you get it? Ah? When Yuan Hehe saw Sikong Wu Yuan asking him a question, his eyes were filled with confusion. Jiang Ming slapped his forehead. Although the villagers were loud, he could hear Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's words clearly. However, the two of them were acting like they were deaf. He immediately repeated what Sikong Wu Yuan had said to Yuan Hehe in his heart. Sikong Wu Yuan. Yuan Hehe's hope was immediately ignited. He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and asked, Sikong Wu Yuan, can you repair the conch? Sikong Wu Yuan nodded and placed his hand on the broken conch. There was clearly no spiritual energy appearing, but the conch in front of him was still being repaired bit by bit. Yuan Hehe was a little nervous as he watched Sikong Wu Yuan pass the repaired conch to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe were confused. Logically speaking, the conch was restored by Sikong Wu Yuan. Shouldn't Sikong Wu Yuan be the one blowing it? In his opinion, it was extremely difficult for the conch to recognize its master. If it did not recognize its master, it would not let them blow it. After Sikong Wu Yuan repaired the conch as its savior, it should let Sikong Wu Yuan blow the conch. However, Sikong Wu Yuan had his own opinions. Jiao Zhu is so talented. This time, he will definitely be able to control this conch. If this conch doesn't recognize Jiao Zhu as its master, who else can it recognize? Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry as he took the conch. Sikong Wu Yuan was overestimating him. He really wasn't that powerful. He was just lucky. However, he really did not know how to blow this conch. As he thought about it, he touched the conch with his hand. The rough touch made him frown. He did not know where this conch was produced from, but it felt as if it had experienced many vicissitudes. Yuan Hehe could tell that Jiang Ming was very awkward, so he quickly went forward and wanted to teach him step by step. However, at this time, the villagers outside seemed to have realized that their voices were useless. They began to approach Jiang Ming and the other two. They guessed the characteristics of the spiritual energy ball and began to run, letting the ball carry them. Soon, they arrived in front of Jiang Ming and the other two. Siko Wu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine as he took a few steps back. It had to be said that he found it difficult to accept such a situation. These villagers were quite good at adapting to the situation. They muttered to themselves, "Return our lives. Return our lives." Jiang Ming could not help but complain. They did not kill these villagers, and these villagers still made them out to be demons. However, he did not think much of it. The conch suddenly started playing music automatically, which attracted their attention. The three of them looked at the conch in front of them in unison and could not help but be intoxicated. It had to be said that this conch played lovely music. The melody was also very beautiful, making people feel a little infatuated. Jiang Ming was confused as he listened. Wasn't this conch supposed to be blown? Why did it suddenly start playing music? Thinking of this, he looked at Yuan Hehe. This conch belonged to Yuan Hehe, so he might know. Yuan Hehe noticed Jiang Ming's gaze and spread his hands. The conch was indeed his, but he did not know what was going on, nor did he know that the conch could play automatically. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to understand the functions of this conch first. With this thought in mind, he played the melody in his palm again. He remembered that when the conch played, he had to make some movements related to the melody. This would let the conch know who it was trying to help. With the help of the conch, the villagers suddenly became even more ferocious. They seemed to be possessed and kept struggling. They stopped cursing and kept rolling on the ground. Gradually, they revealed their true forms. They were the puppets from earlier. Yuan Hehe could not help but curse. Damn it, it must be the divine beasts doing again. We have to find it today. This is too much. He was furious. He felt that this divine beast was toying with them. Thinking of this, he looked at Jiang Ming again and said firmly, "Jiao Zhu, I think we should go and take a look at the divine beast. I guess, according to its arrogant personality, it probably thinks that it's extremely powerful and doesn't bother to set any traps." Siko Wu Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't think that way. We don't know if this divine beast is really short-sighted and arrogant or something else. What if we fall into a trap? We have to dig out the crystal first. That's our goal." Jiang Ming felt that the two of them had forgotten what had just happened, so he quickly reminded them. "Yes. We almost forgot." Yuan Hehe slapped his thigh and turned to face the ground. However, the ground was covered by puppets. Jiang Ming stretched out his index finger and drew a big circle in the middle. All the puppets were thrown aside. Yuan Hehe and Siko Wu Yuan rolled up their sleeves and said, "We have to roll up our sleeves and work hard. We must break this crystal out of the ground." "Sure." Jiang Ming echoed from the side. The three of them had a tacit understanding. Their palms faced down and directly hit the ground. Spiritual energy was poured into it, but there was no reaction from the ground. "Huh?" Siko Wu Yuan continued to hit the ground a few more times, and he could not help but complain, "Is this ground iron? What's going on?" Yuan Hehe followed suit. He said angrily, "What's wrong with the ground? Did the village chief do something to it? I wouldn't be surprised. After all, this is where they hid the crystal. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was very calm. He continued to release his spiritual energy to hit the ground. With this slap, the ground instantly split into pieces. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were stunned. When the three of them hit the ground together just now, there was no reaction at all. Why did the ground react when Jiang Ming hit it alone? This was completely unfair. They looked at Jiang Ming in unison again. However, he was also confused. He waved his hand and said, "I really don't know. This is all a misunderstanding." He was also puzzled. The three of them could not break the ground even if they worked together. How could he do it alone? However, he could not say why. After all, the situation was the same as before. In the end, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe broke the silence. They waved their hands and said, "Forget it. There's nothing to worry about. It's good that it's broken. There's no need to do anything else." As they thought about it, they started to dig inside. They should be able to take the crystal with their bare hands. After all, the barrier was so difficult to break, so there should not be any more trouble. However, no matter how they stretched out their hands, they did not touch the crystal, nor did they sense the aura of the crystal. Seeing this, they could not help but feel dejected. Why was this so difficult? "Can't you take it out?" Jiang Ming asked, curiously. "These villagers shouldn't be lying. Jiao Zhu, it's not that we can't take it out. It's just that we didn't sense the aura of the crystal. Could it be that the crystal is still in a deeper place?" Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe spoke at the same time. The two of them looked at each other. It had to be said that they had quite a tacit understanding of each other. Jiang Ming understood and nodded. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and reached his hand into the gap on the ground. As soon as he reached down, he felt something in his palm. When he took it out, it was a sparkling green crystal. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were dumbfounded again. They stood rooted to the ground, lost in thought. Was it that easy to take the crystal? Their minds were already in a mess. Jiang Ming called out to them a few times, but they did not come back to their senses. When they regained their senses, they stared at Jiang Ming with starry eyes. "Jiao Zhu, you're so cool. You're like a god. We're really shocked. Jiao Zhu, I really want to learn this technique of yours. You're amazing." Seeing that the two of them were praising him, Jiang Ming quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't praise me. I'm awkward. It's time to think of a way to deal with this crystal." He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's expressions and mannerisms, which were completely unlike their personalities. He could not help but take a step back. He was not a top figure, and these two people were praising him too highly. Then, he realized that the crystal seemed to be stuck to his hand. He could not take it off, no matter what. Strangely, when he wanted to pull it off, he felt no pain in his hand. He thought that he had lost his sense of touch. Then, he realized that the color of the crystal was fading bit by bit, as if someone had absorbed its color. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe had wanted to say that they were absorbing the crystal's spiritual energy, but when they saw that the color of the crystal was gradually becoming lighter, they fell silent. Jiao Zhu was chosen by the crystal. Then they should not interfere and respect the crystal's opinion. However, Jiang Ming felt that the fading of the crystal was too strange. He did not feel any abnormality in his body, nor did he feel any spiritual energy entering his body. After a while, the crystal completely lost its light and fell to the ground. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe wanted to go down and pick it up, but they found that the crystal had already shattered and there was no way to restore it. Originally, the two of them wanted to absorb the remaining spiritual energy. Alas, they had completely lost hope. They had to accept this. Alright, let's go find those villagers and the village chief. Let them bring us to find the divine beast. Jiang Ming knew what Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were thinking, but he was helpless. He did not want to be stuck to the crystal like this. He also wanted Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe to absorb the spiritual energy. Unfortunately, things did not go according to his wishes. Hearing this, the two of them quickly let it go. Wasn't it just a crystal? They could still continue to search for other crystals. This crystal was nothing. The two of them were relieved and nodded at Jiang Ming. Then, they followed Jiang Ming in the direction of the villagers and the village chief. Jiang Ming thought to himself as he walked. He did not know if the village chief and the villagers had been saved by the divine beast. What he was more curious about was whether this divine beast would abandon these villagers. After all, these villagers were loyal to the divine beast. But who knew? Many things were hard to predict. With this thought in mind, they returned to their original place. Jiang Ming was quite surprised to see the scene in front of him. Jiang Ming did not expect that these villagers would actually be here. They continued to stay in the same place as if they were imprisoned. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a brawny man before? The village chief did not care anymore. He even joked with Jiang Ming. Huh? Jiang Ming was confused. Did this village chief not recognize him at all? Why would he say such a thing? Yuan Hehe had a bad temper, but he could not help but laugh at the situation. In front of him. What kind of game are you playing? We've only left for a short while, and you already can't recognize us? Sikong Wu Yuan sized up the villagers and the village chief. Their spirits seemed to have reached a state of excitement. They kept singing and making a lot of noise. However, some of the villagers were extremely quiet, but they were too quiet. It was as if they were dead. Jiang Ming could not help but feel puzzled. When he was here just now, these villagers were not like this. Could it be that the divine beast had sucked their essence? There's something wrong with these villagers. It's as if they've lost their souls. Sikong Wu Yuan had already noticed it and looked at Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe. Serves you right. Yuan Hehe sniffed and said frankly, they wanted to harm us. They deserved it. They should have a taste of their own medicine. That's true, but if they become like this, who will lead us? The words of that divine beast can't be trusted. Jiang Ming frowned and found it hard to believe. He thought that the divine beast still had some use for these villagers. He did not expect it to give up so quickly. It was really a little decisive and cold. That's true. This is troublesome. I don't know how to summon souls. Sikong Wu Yuan pretended to be troubled. Summon souls? Are you sure they lost their souls? Yuan Hehe questioned this. I'm sure. Jiang Ming was the one who answered this question. He looked completely confident. It was obvious that he was already certain and had no doubts at all. Seeing this, Yuan Hehe did not say anything else. After all, the two of them had already confirmed it. He felt that there was no need to doubt it anymore. However, he was still very curious. He looked at Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan and asked, "How do you know that these villagers have lost their souls?" "I really couldn't tell at all." He scratched his head, feeling a little dazed. Jiang Ming was not in a hurry. He pointed at one of the villagers and explained seriously, "They can't even walk steadily. They are obviously in a state of losing their souls. If they were in a normal state of madness, how could they be like this?" Although his words were reasonable, Yuan Hehe still shook his head and said, "No, no. I don't know anything about this. It's really rare. Forget it, forget it. I'll just watch you summon the souls." "However, do you have to summon so many people's souls? Aren't you tired?" Sikong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Yuan Hehe, you must be stupid. Why do we need to summon so many souls? These people have done nothing good and even want to kill us. We just need to find an obedient one." "You're right. I'm muddle-headed. I'm getting old." Yuan Hehe pretended to be hunched over like an old man. Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan looked at each other and held back their laughter, but they did not say anything. There was indeed no need to say anything more. They needed to summon a soul. After walking around, Jiang Ming saw a dazed person. He kept wandering around and hitting the barrier. Jiang Ming squatted down and hit the ground with his hand. Sikong Wu Yuan saw this and also hit the ground with his hand. Their spiritual energy surged into the distance along the earth vein. Then, a few strands of things of various colors flew toward Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan, and then directly flew to the clumsy villager. Seeing this, Yuan Hehe was dumbfounded. This method of summoning souls is really strange. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. After a while, the villager woke up. When he saw Jiang Ming, he was a little afraid. "Jiaozhu, please spare me. I have no intention of attacking you." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to kneel down. Seeing this, Jiang Ming went forward and pulled him up. He smiled as he pulled him up. "Why are you so afraid of us? Do you think we will hurt you? Hurry up. And get up. The ground is covered in dust." He felt that this villager should be quite afraid of strangers. He had to treat him better first. Yuan Hehe watched from the side and pursed his lips in his heart. This villager did not deserve to be treated so politely by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming probably only wanted this villager to lead the way properly, which was why he spoke like this. Sikong Wu Yuan did not have any thoughts about this. As long as this villager could lead the way, there was no harm in treating him well. At this moment, the villager was already overwhelmed by their kindness. From the looks of it, did Jiaozhu and the others intend to let him off the hook? There was no need for him to be afraid of these people. They should all be good people. He was thinking too much. The villager started to introduce himself. "My name is Shixing. Come with me. I'll bring you to the divine beast. When I bring you to the divine beast, can you save the village chief and the other villagers?" he muttered as he stood up and walked. "They are all good people. They just wanted to repay the kindness of the divine beast, so they did this. However, their hearts are not bad." He said a lot of things, but Jiang Ming and the other two just listened and did not reply. They felt that Shixing was a little too stupid. At this point, the villagers and village chief could not be forgiven. However, Shixing still wanted to make peace as if they were good friends. How was that possible? Immediately after, Jiang Ming found that there was smoke around him, and there were even many small bugs. The deeper they went, the thicker the smoke became. He suddenly realized that the situation inside was not right. He hurriedly walked out and dragged Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe along. However, Shi Xingxing was still walking forward like a fool. Jiang Ming could not stand it anymore. He quickly went forward and pulled Shi Xingxing back. Why don't you look at the situation inside? What if something happens? Jiang Ming felt a headache coming on. Shi Xingxing was too stupid. He was going to get himself killed. Seeing this, Shi Xingxing could not help but be somewhat moved. He had thought that these people had evil intentions. It seemed that he had misjudged them. They were still very good. Sikong Wu Yuan was still looking at the fog when he suddenly felt a strange gaze. He could not help but look over and happened to meet Shi Xingxing's eyes. He was shocked and looked at him helplessly. Your gaze is so pointed. Those who don't know better might think that you're trying to do something. Shi Xingxing coughed. His eyes kept darting around. Isn't it because I feel that you guys are very good? When Sikong Wu Yuan heard this, he felt extremely suspicious. How had he changed his attitude so fast? Was he trying to fool them? They were not that naive. Unknowingly, Jiang Ming and the other two found that they had arrived at the cave at the foot of the mountain that the divine beast had mentioned. Sikong Wu Yuan was dumbfounded. We haven't even gone far. Why is this cave in front of us? Could it be that this is an illusion created by the divine beast? The fog was created by the divine beast, Jiang Ming said calmly. What reason does it have not to bring us to this cave? What exactly is in this cave? It actually wants us to come over every time. In my opinion, there must be many traps here. I'm afraid it wants us to die miserably. Yuan Hehe angrily hammered the stone wall beside him. His eyes were filled with frustration, and he spat out a mouthful of saliva. When the saliva fell to the ground, it immediately turned purple, and the ground it fell on turned green. Then, they retreated with a strange look in their eyes. My saliva can identify poison. If it changes color when it comes into contact with something, it must be poisonous. This place has actually been poisoned by that divine beast. It seems that it has long prepared this cave to harm outsiders. Shi Xingxing was smiling foolishly at this moment. What are you guys talking about? How could the divine beast do that? You must be mistaken. I think you should be able to get along well. The divine beast is also very good. He was still talking to himself as he took a few more steps forward. He was just in time to step near the spit. After a while, his entire body turned purple. Then, his body turned into a pile of yellow soil. Jiang Ming and the other two did not even have time to react. Only when Shi Xingxing dissipated with the wind did the three of them regain their senses. Jiang Ming was shocked. This doesn't look like poison. It's terrifying. As long as you step on it, it will make your body disintegrate. Yuan Hehe was even more relieved. Fortunately, one spat there. Otherwise, we would all be dead. I think we should use spiritual energy to pave the way. In addition to my saliva, my spiritual energy can also show the poison on the ground. However, we shouldn't enter the cave again. Sikong Wu Yuan pondered. We need to find another way. This cave might have been poisoned by that divine beast. Its malice is very strong. It definitely won't let us off so easily. It's better to be careful. Jiang Ming nodded and agreed with Sikong Wu Yuan's suggestion. The evil spell just now almost made him confused. No matter what, sure. Xingxing still had some spiritual energy. It was too terrifying for him to disintegrate so easily. If they walked over directly, they would be crippled at the very least. At this point, they all took a step back and began to look for a new path. However, they realized that the surroundings had turned into a cliff, and the village was a long distance away from them. Sikong Wu Yuan was in disbelief. How can this be? I remember that the village is clearly connected to where we are. That's good. We still have to think of a way to cross the cliff. It's really difficult. We can ride a flying sword. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and then snapped his fingers. A few flying swords appeared in the surroundings. Yuan Hehe looked at him in disbelief. I've already used up some of my spiritual energy. I wanted to use other methods to get there. I didn't expect you to still have the strength to use such spiritual energy. Yeah, I also feel that I can't use my spiritual energy anymore. Sikong Wu Yuan was also shocked. At this point, Jiang Ming suddenly realized that there seemed to be something inexplicable in his palm. Looking down, some bugs had climbed onto his hand at some point in time. They were running to form lines, and the word die appeared. Jiang Ming's expression remained the same. He extended his index finger and flicked the bugs away. The bugs immediately scattered. However, they gathered together again and even began to bite Jiang Ming's hand. He felt a trace of pain and pulled these bugs off his palm. At this moment, he noticed that Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe had the same bugs on their bodies. He panicked and quickly called out to the two of them. Pull these bugs away. Don't let them gather together. It'll hurt a lot. Before the two of them could come back to their senses, they immediately pulled off the bugs one by one according to Jiang Ming's instructions. However, at this moment, faint sounds began to ring around them. Some vines flew over and swept toward Jiang Ming and the other two. They were still pulling the bugs, but when they saw the vines, they immediately stopped. Jiang Ming did not fight back. He deliberately stood still, and the vines pierced through his body. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were stunned. Why wasn't Jiang Ming retaliating at all? The vines had already passed through him. Wasn't he asking him to die? The two of them quickly reacted and hurriedly gathered together to look carefully ahead. Jiaozhu, are you all right? Jiang Ming was still speechless. He originally thought that these vines would be an illusion, but he did not expect them to be real. However, the damage he sustained was not much. He could still be saved. Thinking of this, he took out a silver needle and used his spiritual energy to treat himself. However, at this moment, the vines launched another attack. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe did not expect the vines to suddenly change direction. They were all focused on Jiang Ming, and they did not notice them at all. They forgot to counterattack. The vines knocked the three of them off the cliff. Sikong Wu Yuan was quite smart. He found a tree trunk and grabbed it. However, the tree trunk could not support the weight of the three people. Seeing this, Jiang Ming let go of them and let himself fall. No matter what, he still hoped that his companions could live well. However, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe followed him down. Without Jiang Ming, what was the point of living? After a loud bang, Jiang Ming and the other two fell to the bottom of the water and then floated to the surface together. The sky was getting dark, so they walked all the way wet. Surrounded by barren mountains, there was no sign of human life. If they could not find a place to stay, they would have to spend the night in the open. I'm not afraid of the cold, but I can't let you suffer, Jiao. Sikong Wuyuan lowered his head slightly, his face full of worry. Yuan Hehe stood at the side with a helpless expression. That's right. We can't let him catch a cold. He chimed in. He was able to handle the cold since it was a demon after all. However, Jiang Ming was a human, so he would not feel uncomfortable at all. Jiang Ming looked at his two companions with a smile. He felt warm inside. They cared about him the most. Let's hurry up. Perhaps there will be a place where we can seek shelter. After he finished speaking, the three of them continued to walk forward. The three of them walked very quickly. Soon, they discovered that there was a house not far ahead. There was actually a house in this remote village? The three of them looked at each other and decided to go forward to take a look. When they arrived, Jiang Ming raised his hand and knocked on the red-painted wooden door. No one answered after a few knocks. Could it be that this is an empty house? Sikong Wuyuan asked. He pushed the door, and it creaked open. The first thing he saw was a courtyard. It was empty, and there were many fallen leaves. It looks like an empty house. Yuan Hehe smiled happily. Jiang Ming thought so too. He continued to walk in. There were 2 rooms in total, so he entered one randomly to take a look. In the end, the moment he entered, he saw an incredible scene. They saw a woman putting on her clothes with her back facing the three of them. Her skin was soft, smooth, and fragile. Just as the three of them were in a daze, they heard a voice behind them. This voice was like a lion's roar, scaring the three of them so much that they immediately turned around. The young girl was also so scared that she put on her clothes randomly and covered herself up. The three of them looked over and saw a white-haired but energetic old woman in front of them. She looked at the three of them very seriously, especially Jiang Ming. Her eyes sized up Jiang Ming from head to toe. You shameless people, how dare you watch my daughter change clothes in broad daylight? How shameless! No. Sikong Wuyuan hurriedly explained. We absolutely didn't mean to offend you. We just saw that there didn't seem to be anyone in this house, so we came in. He was panicking. Why did they have to encounter such a thing? They were really unlucky. The old woman was angry when she heard that. She shouted even louder. Did you think we were dead? Yuan Hehe was so frightened by her fierce look that he hid behind Jiang Ming. This woman was really scary when she was angry. He did not dare to provoke her at all. Jiang Ming also quickly explained, Ma'am, please don't be angry. We were really just passing by and wanted to find a place to stay. No one answered the door just now, so we came in. We are now apologizing to you and this lady. Jiang Ming bent down and lowered his head. Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe also lowered their heads when they saw him. The old woman stared at Jiang Ming and asked, Where are you from? It had to be said that this young man was quite handsome and was completely worthy of the young lady. Jiang Ming stood up. I'm Jiao. This is Sikong Wuyuan. This is Yuan Hehe. May I know your name? The old lady nodded. She only glanced at Yuan Hehe before turning her gaze back to Jiang Ming. Her name is Tang Xiaoxiao. I'm really sorry. This was really unintentional. Jiang Ming turned to Tang. Xiao Xiao. It's all right. It's over now, Tang Xiao Xiao said to Jiang Ming. She looked up and realized that her mother was winking at her. She could not help but be stunned. What did her mother mean? The old woman coughed twice. Why was her daughter still so oblivious? Did she not understand such a hint? She had already reminded her so many times, but why was there no reaction from her at all? Jiang Ming straightened his body, somewhat at a loss. What was going on? Could it be that he still had to be responsible for Tang Xiaoxiao? Jiao Zhu, right? Yes. Jiang Ming was a little flustered when the old woman called him again. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. This old woman looked a little old-fashioned, and no one knew what she wanted to do. As expected, the old woman said seriously, although our Xiaoxiao is not a devastatingly beautiful woman, she is still a pure and innocent virgin. I'm afraid it won't be good for her to have been seen like this by you. Jiang Ming lowered his head slightly. When he heard this, he could not help but frown, but he did not dare to look directly at the old woman and Tang Xiaoxiao. He had indeed done something wrong. He admitted this. The old woman continued, this bald man is a monk. That won't do. He'll break the rules of his monastery. This child is too young. Naturally, he can't be chosen. You're the only one left. She stared at Jiang Ming. Huh? Jiang Ming was shocked. She was a little panicked, but the old woman seemed to be a little proud. She immediately widened her eyes. If you do something wrong, you naturally have to pay the price. You have to give us some silver. How much? Sikong Wu Yuan frowned and asked. The old woman reached out her hand, and the three of them pursed their lips. Jiang Ming did not know what to say. Are you trying to scam us? We all apologized. As a mother, how can you do this? Yuan Hehe stopped pretending and shouted repeatedly. You're not paying? What are you guys thinking? How can you be so immoral? The old woman was also unwilling to let it go, but she said, it's fine if you don't pay. But then you have to marry my daughter. Jiang Ming understood what was going on. You're forcing him. Who would force someone to marry their own daughter? Sikong Wu Yuan also started to shout. What? The old woman asked. You don't even want to take responsibility? I see that all of you are well dressed. Are you actually irresponsible lechers? This sentence silenced Sikong Wu Yuan. Jiang Ming was immediately put in a difficult position. No matter what, this was not the case. At this moment, a rough voice came from outside the door. I'm back. You came back just in time, the old woman said confidently. Someone is bullying your sister. They want to escape. After saying this, Jiang Ming felt a murderous aura coming. It was not from the old woman, but from outside the door. It was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, someone had appeared. Who was it? Who bullied my sister? A large head appeared. He was tall and looked very strong. Did you bully my sister? Nan Nan. They saw your sister changing her clothes, and they're not taking responsibility. The old lady's temper flared up. Tang Nan Nan was furious. What? Come over here. As he spoke, he wanted to grab Sikong Wu Yuan by the collar. It's not him. The old woman quickly reminded Tang Nan Nan. He's the guy we want. Tang Nan Nan quickly let go and wanted to grab Jiang Ming's collar. Come over here. Let's go outside and have a good talk. Tang Nan planned to grab Jiang Ming by the collar and walk out. Jiang Ming shook off his hand directly, but he also cooperated and followed him out. I can 20 with you, but don't touch me, he said coldly. Tang Nan could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. In an instant, his arrogance melted away. Behind him, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were still calm, but Tang Xiaoxiao was extremely nervous. Nan. Don't hit him. Tang Xiaoxiao shouted anxiously, but the two had already arrived at the courtyard. Tang Nan will teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, he got into a fighting stance. Jiang Ming smiled. This was a person who knew a few spells, but his cultivation was relatively shallow. He was probably not his match. However, since Tang Nan insisted on competing, then he would indulge him. Ah! Tang Nan shouted. His attack was as swift and fierce as a tiger. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming saw through his blind spot. He stretched out his finger. He poked Tang Nan with his finger. Tang Nan's eyes closed, and he fell to the ground. Nan. Tang Xiaoxiao panicked. Although the old woman did not say anything, she stared at Jiang Ming. She had to admit that this young man was very capable. He was good-looking and had good abilities. He was simply the best. Jiang Ming felt his hair stand on end. Why did he feel that the old woman was looking at him lustfully? Perhaps he was wrong? This old woman was already so old. She should not think so, right? Perhaps he was overthinking. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming quickly shook his head. It was better not to think too much about these things. Then, the old woman sat on the ground as if she were seriously ill. She pointed at Jiang Ming and said, "He pushed me." Sikong Wu Yuan was incomparably shocked. They clearly saw that the old woman sat down on her own, and Jiang Ming did not even touch her. Why did she think that he would push her? Thinking of this, Sikong Wu Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, madam? How is that possible? I saw that you weren't pushed at all." Jiao Zhu is still standing there. Jiang Ming was also dumbfounded. Then, he shook his head. That's right. That's impossible. I'm far away from you. Unexpectedly, the old woman started to throw a tantrum. You people actually dare to bully an old woman. I'm already so old. How can I lie about this? Hurry up and give me everything you own. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Jiang Ming felt powerless. He walked over and patted the old woman's shoulder. All right. I've seen your true colors. Don't you just want silver? I'll give some to you now. As he spoke, he stretched his hand behind his back, and a large amount of silver instantly appeared in his hand. Then, he took the silver. When the old woman saw the silver, her eyes widened. She did not expect the kid in front of her to be so rich. If he married Tang Xiaoxiao, wouldn't her family have nothing to worry about? Moreover, he was extremely handsome. Seeing this, the greed in her heart increased, and her good impression of Jiang Ming increased, but she could not show it on her face. At this moment, Tang Nan got up with bloodshot eyes. How can a pretty boy like you defeat me? Why did the heavens give you such good luck? One want to see just how strong you are. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists tightly and ran toward Jiang Ming. When Tang Xiaoxiao saw this, she could not help but panic. She quickly said. Nan, stop fooling around. You can't beat him. Don't hurt yourself. She wanted to continue speaking, but she heard a voice in her heart. Continue to fight. Attack together with your brother. Don't worry, I will help you. Who are you? Why do you try to help me time and time again? Tang Xiaoxiao shouted into the air, her heart trembling. This was not the first time she had heard this voice. It had been lingering in her heart since a long time ago, but she had never paid attention to it. But now that it concerned her brother's life, she had no choice but to pay attention. Trust me, do it without restraint. No one will dare to touch you. These words seemed to have the power to charm people. Tang Xiaoxiao was already deeply entranced. She nodded seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you. I must let my brother live. The voice did not respond, but it obviously felt that Tang Xiaoxiao had already listened to it, so there was no need to continue. At this time, Jiang Ming and Tang Nan were already fighting. Tang Nan knew that he could not beat Jiang Ming, so he compromised. He deliberately hid and planned to find an opportunity to attack Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming also wanted to test Tang Nan's strength and played hide-and-seek with him. At this moment, he suddenly felt a force and turned around. Then, he realized that Tang Xiaoxiao had already arrived in front of him. He could not help but be shocked. He did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao to have the ability to teleport here. He remembered that when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao, he did not feel any spiritual energy from her at all. How did she suddenly have spiritual energy? It was really strange. However, he could not continue thinking about it. Now that the arrow was already on the bow, he had no choice but to respond. He raised his hand and released a barrier, but it was directly broken by Tang Xiaoxiao. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were stunned by this scene. An ordinary woman actually had such power. This was very strange. Could it be that her power was bestowed by something else? That should not be possible. Only the old woman was around aside from them. However, how could the old woman give Tang Xiaoxiao any power? This was too strange. However, before they could think about it, Tang Xiaoxiao shot out like a bullet. She kept charging forward, not giving Jiang Ming a chance to react at all. Seeing this, Tang Nan did not think too much about it. Instead, he became more confident. Since he had his sister's help, he had to pursue and kill Jiang Ming. Thinking of this, he took out a dart from his pocket and threw it at Jiang Ming. In order to prevent Jiang Ming from dodging, he threw a lot more of them simultaneously. Because of Tang Xiaoxiao's attack, Jiang Ming was almost hurt by the darts. But he quickly grasped the opponent's weakness. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly felt that she could not breathe. Her hands and feet kept struggling, but she could not break free. The old woman's eyes almost popped out when she saw this. She quickly stepped forward and said, Tang Xiaoxiao is just a weak woman. Just let her go. Don't make things difficult for her. She's my only daughter. You can't treat her like this. This doesn't look like a weak woman. Jiang Ming turned to look at the old woman with a cold look in his eyes. Then, he grabbed Tang Nan, who was about to attack him. Tang Nan originally thought that Jiang Ming's attention was on Tang Xiaoxiao, so he would not notice him. He did not expect Jiang Ming to catch him. He suddenly felt a lump in his throat and could not say anything else. His neck was tightly gripped, and he could not even breathe. He struggled with all his might, just like Tang Xiaoxiao, but it was useless. The suffocating feeling made him unable to continue acting recklessly. He snarled, but there was nothing he could do. His heart was filled with hatred. He really did not expect that Jiang Ming was so powerful that he could kill him at any time. However, he did not want to die. No matter what, he had to defeat Jiang Ming. Seeing that her son's life was in Jiang Ming's hands, the old woman's heart tightened. It was fine if her daughter died, but her son could not die. He was the lifeblood of her family. When she saw Jiang Ming's grip tighten, she started to panic. She quickly shouted, "Hey, brat. Just teach him a lesson. Don't make my baby disappear. Otherwise, I'll make you pay." She was extremely anxious. Firstly, it was her son's life. Secondly, it was not easy for her daughter to encounter such a good-looking person. However, the good-looking man wanted to kill her son. What should she do now? Hearing this, Jiang Ming let go. He wanted to hear what Tang Nan had to say. Now that things had come to this, perhaps he could consider letting him go. After all, he was quite pitiful. He only had an old mother and a younger sister at home. Unexpectedly, Tang Nan was completely unmoved. He even started cursing. "You brat, you actually dared to hurt me. I'll definitely make you suffer eternal damnation in the future. When the people from the Red Organization come, I'll teach you a lesson." Jiang Ming's pupils constricted when he heard the words Red Organization. He did not expect to meet the people from the Red Organization here. They were still being hunted by the Red Organization. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but laugh. This was really a coincidence. They actually met someone from the Red Organization again. Tang Xiaoxiao did not say anything. At this moment, the wind suddenly blew. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes glowed red, and her fingers turned into sharp claws. She grabbed at Jiang Ming's neck. Jiang Ming immediately found it difficult to breathe, but he raised his leg and kicked her. He did not believe that he could not defeat such a weak woman. It did not matter if she was strong. She was still a weak woman. However, he realized that she seemed to have endless strength. He could not kick her at all. Tang Xiaoxiao only leaned back for a moment before snarling. Jiang Ming frowned. This was not good. He did not know where Tang Xiaoxiao got her spiritual energy from, but it was so powerful. What should he do? Seeing Jiang Ming's condition, Tang Nan took the opportunity to struggle, wanting to break free from his restraints. However, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get away. Even if Jiang Ming had already let go a little. Jiang Ming noticed Tang Nan's struggle and clenched his fists again. Tang Nan found it hard to breathe again, and he could not speak. He looked at his sister helplessly. He felt that his sister had received the Red Organization's grace. As long as he persisted, his sister would be able to save him. Tang Xiaoxiao sensed her brother's intentions and tried to pull Jiang Ming's hand away with her other hand, but she still could not pull it away. Seeing that her brother was about to die, she quickly looked at Jiang Ming and pouted at Tang Nan. It was obvious what she meant. As long as Jiang Ming let her brother go, she would naturally let Jiang Ming go. When Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe saw this, they could not help but snort coldly. "We won't let you threaten Jiaozhu." As they spoke, they rushed forward, their bodies filled with spiritual energy. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand and sent out 2 waves. The waves immediately shook the 2 of them out. They fell to the ground and looked at Jiang Ming weakly. Just as they were about to stand up again, they did not expect that the waves would actually press them to the ground and not allow them to stand up at all. No matter what they did, they could not stand up. Their bodies were sore and weak, as if something had corroded their insides. Yuan Hehe felt helpless. He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and said, "It seems like we can't help Jiang Ming. I feel like I can't move my entire body. It's like I'm being pressed down by a ghost." "I can understand how you feel." Jiang Ming patted his back. Yuan Hehe was dumbfounded and began to doubt his own eyes. He turned around and confirmed that it was indeed Jiang Ming. However, when he looked forward again, he found that Jiang Ming was still standing ahead, and he could not help but pause. Sikong Wu Yuan wanted to appease Yuan Hehe. However, when he saw this scene, he could not help but be stunned. Why were there two Jiang Mings? One of them had to be fake. What should they do? They did not want Jiang Ming to be in danger later. Jiang Ming, who was in front of him, smiled. "I'm real. That's my clone." Tang Xiao Xiao and Tang Nan Nan were stunned. When they saw that Jiang Ming, who was in a stalemate with them, had immediately turned into a block of wood, they could not help but be furious. They glared at Jiang Ming with all their might and said, "Jiao Zhu, how dare you lie to us? It seems that you are courting death. How did you gather so much spiritual power in your clone? Ordinary people can't do this." Tang Xiaoxiao pondered in her heart. Her face was full of vigilance. It seemed that Jiang Ming's strength was indeed not something that ordinary people could deal with. If it was not for the mysterious person who had given her power, her brother would definitely not be able to defeat Jiang Ming alone. Now, it seemed that Jiang Ming had to die. A trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Jiang Ming saw it clearly. Then, he smiled and said, "It's not that easy to kill us. However, there's one thing I'm curious about. As an ordinary woman, how do you have so much power?" As he spoke, he looked straight at Tang Xiaoxiao, his eyes probing her. Tang Xiaoxiao stepped back defensively. Tang Nan Nan quickly stepped in front of her and snapped, "You brat. It doesn't matter if my sister has spiritual energy. Isn't this normal? One have it too, don't L? I think you're coveting my sister's looks and want to take her for yourself, right?" Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately perked up. She hurriedly pointed at Jiang Ming and said, "Don't even think of taking my daughter for free. If you want to take my daughter, you must send a betrothal gift. No matter what, you have to give us 8 palanquins and a basket full of golden leaves as a gift. Otherwise, I won't let you marry my daughter." "Mother!" Tang Xiaoxiao understood what her mother meant and quickly scolded her. She did not want to marry the man in front of her at all. Although Jiang Ming was handsome, he had tried to kill her brother. She did not want to be married to such a man. Her brother definitely did not want her to marry such a person either. Sure enough, Tang Nan Nan understood his mother's thoughts. He shook her head and said, "Mother, I don't think he's suitable to be a part of our family. He should go to hell." Tang Nannan's words were so hateful that his eyes almost pierced into Jiang Ming's body. He wanted nothing more than to tear this brat in front of him into pieces. Right now, let alone let him marry his sister. Unexpectedly, the old woman shook her head. "Ah, don't say anything. I'll speak." As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Ming, wanting to know what he had to say. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming was still frowning. He did not expect that the old woman wanted this. No wonder she kept looking at him with that strange gaze. He was about to answer, but Yuan beat him to it. That's impossible. Jiao Zhu is so outstanding. It's impossible for him to marry your daughter. Moreover, I don't know what kind of medicine she took to become like this. She clearly had no spiritual energy just now. This is so sudden. Your family is really strange. Jiao Zhu, I think we should leave. Don't waste time with these people. We just want to rest here for a while. What can they do? He had other thoughts. Since these three people were from the Red Organization, then the people from the Red Organization would definitely come here later. They had experienced so many things before, so they could not go against the people from the Red Organization. What if something happened? Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to let them go, but she heard the voice in her heart. Don't let them go. We'll come and pick up these three people later. If you let them go, then your mission will fail. She was a little surprised. She did not expect that this voice was actually from the boss of the Red Organization. Yes, boss, I'll listen to you, she said respectfully. At this point, her eyes were cold. Then, she walked forward with a smile and looked at Jiang Ming. I'm sorry, Jiao Zhu. We did offend you just now. My brother also offended you, but he just wanted to protect me. Please rest here. You guys have been traveling for a long time. It's better for you to rest here. Sikong Wu Yuan felt strange when he saw the sudden change in her attitude. He took a step back. Miss, why did you suddenly change your attitude? Do you want something from us? We won't give you anything. Hearing this, Tang Nannan could not help but get angry. He stepped forward and pulled Tang Xiaoxiao away, wanting her to hide behind him. However, Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, Nan, don't say anything. Let me handle this. Don't worry. I will do what I have to do. Tang Nannan had a strange look in his eyes as he sized up Tang Xiaoxiao. This was the first time he had seen his sister like this. He could not help but feel unfamiliar with her. What happened to his sister? Was she possessed? How did she become like this? Tang Xiaoxiao understood when she saw the look in her brother's eyes. However, she also knew that she could not explain anything. If she wanted to explain, she would have to wait. She shook her head at her brother, afraid that Tang Nannan would say something else. Then, she looked at Jiang Ming and said, Jiao Zhu, I hope you don't blame my family for what happened just now. If you want to blame someone, put it all on me. This is all my fault. As she spoke, she deliberately wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Under everyone's gaze, a few tears actually flowed out of her eyes. They did not seem fake. They seemed real. However, Jiang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He did not believe that Tang Xiaoxiao was telling the truth. He was afraid that she had ill intentions. But he really could not understand. The three of them did not expose anything about themselves. What was Tang Xiaoxiao after? Could it be that she was after the silver on them? Thinking of this, he felt that this was the answer. It should be the silver. These three people looked very poor and lacked silver. Only silver could change their minds. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan were also confused, but they soon understood. They said to Jiang Ming in their hearts, Jiao Zhu, one think these three people are greedy for money. They want to kill us secretly and take the silver. If we had Known earlier, we wouldn't have given them money earlier. But it's fine. We'll leave at night. The last sentence was said by Sikong Yuan, but Yuan Hehe was confused. Why do we have to leave at night? We can leave now. These three are not our opponents. We can ignore them and leave directly. After all, we don't need their reception. However, Jiang Ming had an opposing opinion. No, we have to leave at night. Tang Xiaoxiao has a strange power, but she didn't have any spiritual energy before. I have to find out. There shouldn't be a need to investigate, Yuan Hehe shook his head. 1-1. Think the boss of the Red organization secretly gave her strength. If we continue to stay here, the boss will definitely rush over. At that time, we won't be able to leave. We haven't had a good rest yet. We don't know if there's anything wrong with us. It's better not to stay any longer. Sikong Wuyuan frowned. Elf forgot that there are still those people from the Red organization. We should have taken advantage of that opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Great, we've left ourselves with a hidden danger. I think we should leave now, Jiaozhu. Then we have to leave at night. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. They know the strength of the Red organization, which means that they can contact the people from the Red organization. If we leave now, they will send people to track us secretly and bring us some trouble. We might as well sneak away at night. That way, we can avoid these issues. Ah, I didn't expect this. Sikong Wuyuan slapped himself. El must have lost my mind. Jiaozhu, you're brilliant. If we didn't listen to you, we would be asking for trouble. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not reply, Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but panic. Jiaozhu, she called out quickly. Are you unwilling to forgive us? My mother is already old, and my brother also relies on chopping firewood to make a living. We didn't do anything wrong. Do you really have to be so persistent? At this point, she immediately wiped her tears. Her tears flowed down like a waterfall, but they did not affect Jiang Ming's emotions at all. Jiang Ming glanced at Tang Xiaoxiao. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. I will definitely forgive you. You don't have to care too much. I was just thinking about how to reply to you. After all, men and women are very different. What if one say something bad and make you misunderstand? Tang Xiaoxiao did not expect Jiang Ming to be so understanding. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief and then smiled. Jiaozhu, you're hilarious. I'm just a vulgar woman. I won't be angry no matter what you say. Mother, what do you think? As she spoke, she winked at the old woman, her eyes clearly wanting her to continue speaking. However, the old woman thought that her daughter had taken a fancy to Jiang Ming. She could not help but smile. She quickly said, yes, you can stay here for a long time. My son's temper is indeed a little bad. I'll apologize to you. Here. Son, quickly go and chop some firewood. We still need some firewood. We have to make a good fire and cook tonight. How can we not treat our distinguished guests with good food? Then, she mimicked her daughter and winked at Tang Nan. Tang Nan suddenly understood and grinned. He wondered what his mother and sister saw in Jiang Ming. In his opinion, Jiang Ming was as thin as a bamboo pole. He only had a handsome face and was not otherwise presentable at all. At that time, if his sister married him, she would probably not be able to eat or wear warm clothes. The silver he had given them would not be enough for his sister to spend. However, he could not say anything. After all, this was the person his mother and sister had chosen. It was meaningless for him to continue talking. Seeing this, he could be considered to have accepted his fate. He nodded and turned around to enter the deep mountains. He had to do what his mother asked him to do. Seeing her son leave, the old woman heaved a sigh of relief. She understood her son's temperament. After what had happened just now, her son would definitely not let these three people off. She did not want her future son-in-law to get hurt. She still wanted Jiang Ming to give her more silver. She had to calm her son down and not let him ruin her plans. At the thought of this, she clenched her fists again, her eyes filled with greed. When her daughter married this handsome young master, wouldn't she be able to get more silver? She definitely had to make the two of them get married. She was elated, but she did not realize that her daughter had secretly sent a silver needle into Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming naturally felt it and was a little surprised. He did not expect the daughter of this family to know medicine. However, he did not think that she was very proficient in medicine. He was afraid that she had heard the thoughts of the Red Organization and learned from them. He did not pull out the needle and continued to let the needle pierce his body. However, he also secretly blocked his 5 senses and mind. He did not believe that she would be able to poison him if he blocked everything. As for Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, they were both silent. Since Jiang Ming had already said what they wanted to say, there was no need for them to continue. Tang Xiaoxiao heaved a sigh of relief. She had thought that Jiang Ming would notice, but she did not expect him to be so stupid that he did not notice the silver needle she had thrown. He would fall unconscious at night. She wanted both Jiang Ming and his silver. She was proud of herself, but she did not show it on her face. Instead, she pretended to be considerate and opened the door. She shouted at Jiang Ming and the other two, "Please come in quickly. It's cold outside. Don't freeze. As for the food, it will be ready soon when my brother brings the firewood over. Please don't be anxious." The old woman also added, "There are some new teas in this house that had been prepared earlier. I'll go make a cup for you now. I don't know if you're used to drinking it. If you don't like it, you must tell us. This is a country house. There's nothing good here." With that, she ignored her weary feet and jogged into the house, afraid that she would neglect the 3 guests. Tang Xiaoxiao was extremely satisfied. She had to admit that her mother was very cooperative. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to clean up the mess by herself. Jiang Ming and the other two did not say much and walked straight in. Since Tang Xiaoxiao was clinging to them, there was no need for them to say anything. After all, these 3 people's characters were not very good. Seeing that the 3 of them did not speak for a long time, Tang Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed, but she did not say anything. She just continued to act. "There's not much furniture in this room. You guys can take a seat. Don't worry about us. Just treat it like your own home." "Thank you, miss." Jiang Ming felt that it was not a good thing for him to keep silent, so he replied. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe casually found stools to sit on. They were already arguing and felt that Tang Xiaoxiao's actions were really hypocritical. It was really unsightly for her to act like this for a little silver. Tang Xiaoxiao did not care. She saw their expressions and smiled. They would suffer later, so she would let them familiarize themselves with this place. It could also be considered as a reward for these two people. Just as she was thinking, the old woman had already brought the tea over. She ran very fast, not caring about the pain in her feet at all. After a while, she prepared everything and even brought the cup filled with tea to Jiang Ming's side. "Jiao, please have some tea. Treat it as your own home." She had said this last sentence twice with Tang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Ming felt that it was a little against his will, but he still pretended to smile. "Thank you, madam. Madam, you should sit down first. There's no need to bother with us. We're just resting here. We don't need anything else. Just do things like you usually do." Seeing this, Tang Xiaoxiao sat down and smiled. "You're really polite. It seems that you really treat this place as your home. That's great. The other two must be very resentful about what happened just now. However, please rest assured that we will definitely not poison the tea. You can taste it and feel free to voice whatever you are dissatisfied with." Seeing this, Yuan Hehe did not say anything else and decided to drink his tea. However, they heard what Jiang Ming said in his heart. "Don't drink it. I don't know what's in this tea. Don't let it harm you. We still have to go out at night." These words reminded them to be vigilant, and they quickly nodded in their hearts. "Jiao, you're right. We almost made a big mistake." As they spoke, they raised their cups and pretended to take a sip. But in fact, they did not drink it at all. In Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes, they drank it without thinking, so she could not help but smile. It seemed that these two people were not on guard. She would make them suffer later on. At the thought of this, she could not help but straighten her back, and she even looked a head taller. "Jiao, what would you like to eat tonight? We have some fruits and vegetables here. My mother grew them herself. They're delicious. Just make whatever you want. We're not that particular." Jiang Ming pretended to be polite, but he was frustrated. He did not know how long he would have to wait for dinner to be served. He really did not want to waste time here. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly changed. It was as if she was possessed. She floated up without touching the ground. Her hands kept grabbing forward, and her eyes were cold. What happened? Who's playing tricks there? This made Jiang Ming and the old woman panic. This situation was truly strange. What was wrong with Tang Xiaoxiao? Why did she suddenly become like this? Jiang Ming's heart tightened. He just stood there and did not move forward. In his opinion, this old woman was much more anxious than him. He just had to let the old woman go forward later. Just as he had expected, the old woman was really anxious when she saw Tang Xiaoxiao like this. She quickly spun around her as if she were facing a great enemy. She even went forward to pull her daughter's arm, but she was pushed away by Tang Xiaoxiao. "Mother, what are you doing?" Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "Aren't you making my condition worse?" Seeing that her daughter had finally recovered, the old woman ignored her daughter's words. She wiped her tears. "You acted like this before. I really want to know what's wrong with you. Why don't we find a doctor to take a look? I'll go and look for him now." With that, the old woman ran out of the house in a hurry. She did not want anything to happen to her daughter now. After all, she was Her ticket to riches. I'm fine, mother. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly pulled the old woman back and shook her head. Don't worry. Then, she looked at Jiang Ming and the other two. Don't panic. I don't have any serious illness. I just study a lot of spells. That's why I become like this sometimes. I might have scared the three of you just now, but please. Don't worry. I'll wonder if you're willing to let me take a look. Jiang Ming felt that this was not an ordinary change in behavior, so he spoke with a faint smile. He could check on Tang Xiaoxiao's condition. Then, he would know her secrets and would be able to take the necessary precautions. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao stepped back with a guarded expression. Her eyes were cold. I appreciate your kindness. However, I don't need it anymore. I know my condition. It's not an illness, but thank you, Jiao. As she spoke, she deliberately bowed, but she could not help but mutter in her heart. This skinny kid looked like he only knew a few spells. How could he know medicine? She suddenly wondered how skilled he was in medicine. She had just released a silver needle into him, but if he could remove this needle, then her efforts would be in vain. As she thought about it, she quickly said, one didn't expect you to know medicine. This is beyond my expectations. You don't look like someone who studies medicine. The old woman chimed in. You already know medicine at such a young age. You'll definitely have a bright future. You'll be much better than my daughter. My daughter is just a half-baked doctor. She doesn't know anything else. However, my daughter is proficient in embroidery, playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Young master, please feel free to quiz her. There's nothing in the world that she doesn't know. She deliberately covered her face and smiled, as if she was a little embarrassed by her daughter's talent. Jiang Ming casually agreed and nodded. That's indeed very impressive. Your daughter is quite good. Yuan Hehe laughed to himself. He was proficient in all these fields. He had once fought for the first place among these women. At that time, he thought that he would take the form of a human woman in the future, so he learned these skills that might be useful. In the end, although he had become a man, the skills were still useful. However, at this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly realized that a few porcelain dolls had appeared in front of him. He took a step forward and sized up the porcelain dolls. The porcelain dolls' facial expressions were all lifelike. Some were angry, some were laughing, and some were confused. However, they all had one thing in common. They all wore bracelets. However, these bracelets were drawn on, and the colors were different. There were all kinds of colors. Are these porcelain dolls yours? He asked, turning to Tang Xiaoxiao. He had a hunch that Tang Xiaoxiao was doing this to attract their attention. These porcelain dolls should have been released by the person in the dark. As for the person in the dark, it was most likely someone from the Red Organization. He had thought it through, but he did not show it on his face. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with a scrutinizing gaze. Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but feel nervous. Jiang Ming seemed to know everything, but his strength did not seem to be that impressive. How did Jiang Ming know all of this? However, she could not say anything else. After all, she could not be sure if he really knew everything. I don't own these porcelain dolls, she said. Why would you say that? These should have been brought by my mother. As she spoke, she looked at the old woman and winked hurriedly. She felt that since her mother was so smart, she should know what she meant. The next second, the old woman quickly took responsibility for this matter. She quickly said, "It was indeed me who put the porcelain dolls there. Previously, I saved a scholar. That scholar did not give me anything to repay me. He only had some porcelain dolls. I didn't want them, but he insisted on using these things to repay me. I had no choice but to accept them. After that, I saw that the room was a little monotonous, so I placed all these porcelain dolls in this room. This way, it would add a little fun to the room." Although her excuse was silly, it could not make people suspect anything. After all, this was not impossible. Sikong Wuyuan did not say anything. He followed behind and looked at the porcelain dolls. He remembered that he had seen similar porcelain dolls with his master, but the dolls were all alive. He remembered his master saying that these porcelain dolls could form an array. The array was extremely powerful, and it could kill anyone immediately. He could not help but shiver. Perhaps these porcelain dolls were the same kind of dolls, and the target of this array was probably Jiang Ming. Seeing that Jiang Ming was still watching, Sikong Wuyuan became nervous and quickly told Jiang Ming what his master had told him. Jiang Ming was slightly surprised. He had guessed that these porcelain dolls must have other uses, but he did not expect them to be able to set up arrays. However, it seemed that they could only murder one person, so he came up with a plan. If the porcelain dolls were really used as an array, then he could push some people into it. When the array harmed their own people, the person in the dark would probably not know what to do next, right? Seeing Yuan Hehe walk over to the porcelain dolls, Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but feel irritated. "Why do you like these porcelain dolls so much?" she asked. "These dolls don't look valuable, and there's nothing fun about them. I wonder where that scholar got them. They look ugly. You guys should stay away from here. I heard that these porcelain dolls have the effect of releasing evil. When the time comes, I don't want you guys to be tainted with bad luck." She deliberately said this so that the three of them would stay further away. Yuan Hehe was stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. If these porcelain dolls really have bad effects, why did your mother put them out there? Isn't that contradictory? The villagers aren't afraid of them bringing bad luck. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao immediately regretted speaking and secretly pinched her thigh. She did not expect that she would shoot herself in the foot. This was really a huge blow to her. It was all Jiang Ming's fault. Why did he have to stare at these porcelain dolls? He was indeed an annoying brat. Sikong Wuyuan spoke deliberately when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao's dissatisfied expression. "You seem a little indignant. What's wrong? And why won't you allow us to look at the porcelain dolls? Is there something in these porcelain dolls that can affect us?" The last sentence made Tang Xiaoxiao's heart skip a beat. Just as she was about to speak, the old madam stepped forward and took the porcelain doll. "Ah, my daughter likes to read horror novels. This is why she says such odd things. But I think that these porcelain dolls are a symbol of good fortune, so I put them here. But my daughter doesn't think so, so we always have conflicts. However, she always listens to me, so she let me put it here. It's just that we don't agree." Hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her mother was always behind her to help her clean up her messes. Otherwise, she really would not be able to deal with these people's comments. Si Kung Wu Yuan did not say anything. He had only wanted to scare Tang Xiaoxiao and did not want to probe further. He felt that Tang Xiaoxiao had already given herself away and there was no need to continue probing. At this time, Tang Nan Nan had already returned. He carried a pile of firewood and put it aside. "Mother, little sister, I'm back." "Have the three of them left?" he said as he entered. He said the last sentence angrily. He really wanted the three of them to leave, but his mother and sister liked them. No matter how much he liked them, he was not willing to be friendly with them. The moment he said that, the three of them turned to look at him. Tang Xiaoxiao was speechless. He really did not expect her brother to come back so quickly and ruin her plans. Now, she had to do something to make up for her brother's mess. Tang Nan Nan did not know that his younger sister wanted to chase him away. He said, "Hey, you three haven't left yet. Are you really staying in our house? We don't have much money to begin with. Firewood and food are both hard to get. Bye. You guys are crazy. You're here to eat and drink for free. That little silver you gave us is nothing." His obvious sarcasm made Jiang Ming and the other two angry. Yuan Hehe rolled his eyes. He secretly used his spiritual energy to produce 2 bags of silver and threw them in front of Tang Nan Nan. "Is this enough?" The 2 bags of silver looked heavy. The old woman was overjoyed. They would never be able to use so much silver up in their lifetime. She quickly stepped forward and hugged the 2 bags of silver, scolding Tang Nan Nan. "Tang Nan Nan, what nonsense are you talking about? These 3 are important guests. I won't allow you to say such words. If you say those words again, I'll ask them to chase you away. You don't have to eat here anymore." "Mother, how can you be like this? They are simply using money to demean us. Such people should be chased out." Tang Nan Nan was speechless, but then he thought of something else and glared at Jiang Ming and the other two. "We didn't say anything insulting, did we?" Yuan Hehe retorted. "Why? Is this money not enough? You're really greedy." Yuan Hehe spat. His heart was instantly filled with joy. When faced with an uncultured person, one had to be even more uncultured. Then, he secretly gathered spiritual energy in his hand and covered the porcelain dolls with spiritual energy. He had to study these porcelain dolls properly tonight. He could faintly feel that these porcelain dolls were not ordinary objects. Thinking of this, he secretly shrunk a porcelain doll and put it in his pocket. He did not know if they could escape at night. If they did, he still had to study one. There was no harm in learning more. Tang Nan Nan almost exploded when he heard Yuan Hehe's words. This was the first time he had heard someone speak to him like that. Although there were many uncouth farmers within a few hundred miles, no one dared to speak to him like that. Even if he went to a random new place, no one would want to provoke him, let alone dare to provoke him. Still, this child actually dared to speak so rudely, and even insult him. He was really furious. Why? Even at his age, this kid had to refer to him respectfully. This kid was too rude. "Brat, I told you to take good care of these 3 guests. What are you doing? Why? Do you still want to beat them up?" Seeing that her son was moving, the old woman hurriedly went forward, took the feather duster, and spanked him a few times. As she spanked him, she cursed and muttered, "Where did you get your manners from? I've taught you for nothing all these years. You're always going up the mountain to chop firewood, but you haven't learned anything new. Don't you know what you should and shouldn't do? Lastly, she wanted to remind Tang Nan Nan. She was still scared when she thought about that fight. She did not want this brat to ruin her and Tang Xiaoxiao's good relationship. However, Tang Nan Nan did not improve at all. He was always like a brute. How was he going to make money now? If he was not smart, how could he make a lot of money? Her son was really stupid. Yuan Hehe looked at Tang Nan Nan provocatively. He did not believe that Tang Nan Nan would be able to remain calm after what he had done. Unexpectedly, Tang Nan Nan was a filial son. When he heard his mother say this, he immediately shut his mouth. However, his eyes were still glaring at Jiang Ming and the other two, and he felt even more angry. However, he had learned his lesson. He turned around and said to the old woman, "I'm not eating. I'll go to another place to eat. You guys eat." "I understand. Mother, don't be angry. I'll leave now. You guys can do whatever you want." However, his heart was burning with anger. He really could not understand how his mother could be so biased. Moreover, he was biased toward 3 outsiders. What did these 3 outsiders do to deserve such treatment from his mother? Just wait, he would sneak attack them tonight. He did not believe that these 3 people could escape. He would definitely take revenge for what happened. He was scheming secretly, but Jiang Ming saw his expression clearly. He had long known that Tang Nan Nan was a vengeful person. From the looks of it, he would definitely not let them off. Now, no matter what, they had to protect themselves. Tonight, they were afraid that big trouble would happen. They had to be vigilant. At this time, Si Kong Wu Yuan also reminded Jiang Ming. Tang Nan Nan looks like a bore. But in fact, he has many tricks up his sleeves. When we escape tonight, he will definitely cause trouble. Such a vengeful person is not easy to deal with. We have to be careful. Yuan Hehe quickly nodded. I totally agree with that. I've met a similarly petty person before. I provoked him once, but he took many years to get his revenge. He almost killed me. I'm still scared. I'm afraid that Tang Nan Nan is the same person. No matter what, we have to be on guard. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. You guys are quite vigilant. Don't worry, one have my own plan. Don't mess things up because of Tang Nan Nan. Are you saying that the 3 of us can't beat him alone? He's also so arrogant. Do you think he will bring others to capture us? That's true. Yuan Hehe scoffed. This is the first time I've seen such a brainless person. He can't even tell what's good for him. Alright, one don't think we need to guard against him anymore. I've suddenly thought it through. His ability isn't that great. I'm afraid that we'll die of stupidity when the time comes. There's no need for us to do anything at all. No. We can't let our guard down just because we're proud. What if we fall? Jiang Ming shook his head. Then, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao seem to be deep in thought, but her eyes kept sizing him up. He could not help but smile. What are you looking at, Miss Xiaoxiao? He asked. Are you looking at me? I don't seem to have anything on me, right? Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but come back to her senses. Then, she pretended to be shy and said, I have to say, young master, you are really handsome. This is the first time I have seen such a handsome man in this world, so I am a little tempted. Please don't blame me. What are you saying? It's my honor to be able to gain your appreciation. Jiang Ming snorted coldly in his heart when he said this against his conscience. He did not think that Tang Xiaoxiao was thinking that way. She was probably thinking about how to kill him. This woman's heart was as deep as the sea. The old woman at the side was beaming with joy. Seeing the two of them talk like this, could it be that her plan was a success? She knew that her daughter was extremely outstanding. This handsome boy would naturally take a fancy to her. If he could not take a fancy to her, it would be really strange. She believed that she would be able to get a lot of silver soon. Furthermore, Jiang Ming might even want to get married to her daughter. She would demand a lot of silver then. She could not let him get her daughter so easily. Moreover, her daughter was born weak and could not be deceived by a bad man. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a little restless. She clenched her fists, and her palms were already sweating. Her eyes were smiling. When that time came, how was she going to hide so much silver? It would be terrible if a thief came to this desolate mountain. She had to build a secret chamber, no matter what. At the thought of this, she even giggled and completely forgot about cooking. Aren't you guys going to cook? The firewood has already arrived, so why isn't the rice ready yet? What are you guys thinking about? Yuan Hehe raised his eyebrows and reminded them unhappily. Upon hearing this, the old woman came back to her senses and quickly nodded. Yes, I almost forgot to cook. I'm old and my memory is bad. Young master, you have a good memory. Thank you for reminding me. The old woman did not forget to smile at Yuan Hehe. Although Yuan Hehe was young, he had a lot of silver. Perhaps he would be happy and reward her with a lot of silver. She had to treat these three people well. In her opinion, Sikong Wu Yuan also had a lot of silver. She had to earn some money no matter what. She had been used to living in poverty for so long. This time, she had to live better. With this thought in mind, she ran toward the woodshed eagerly. As she ran, she said, "You three can wait here. The food will be ready soon. Don't go too far." Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao changed the topic. Speaking of which, how good are your medical skills? I also have some medical skills, so one want to study medicine further. If your medical skills are astute, that would be great. I can learn from you. She pretended to be enthusiastic and seemed to be very interested in medicine. Her eyes were twinkling, but she was actually worried. It would take a long time for the poison on the silver needle to take effect. She had to try her best to buy time. She could not let this Jiang Ming cure the poison just like that. Even if this poison could be cured, she would still be prepared to use some new poison. In that case, she was not afraid that Jiang Ming would not die. At this time, Tang Nan Nan had already gathered people from another village. He knew very well that he was no match for Jiang Ming and the other two, but he did not believe that he could not defeat them even after gathering so many people. In his opinion, those three people only knew a few spells. They were not as strong as the people he had gathered. He had already revealed the situation to these people. At this moment, the rest of the people also echoed him. Nan Nan, who wants to bully you? Just tell us. We'll go and find them now. No matter who is wrong. We can't let you suffer. That's right, another burly man hurriedly said. How dare they provoke you? You're from the Red Organization. The Red Organization is all-powerful. These people are simply courting death. If it weren't for the fact that the people from the Red Organization are busy every day, we wouldn't need to help you, Nan Nan. Nan Nan, you will always be invincible. I hope that you can protect us together with the Red Organization in the future. Then, our village will be completely invincible. They gathered together, holding shovels in their hands, but their eyes were still filled with desire. As long as they did well under Tang Nan Nan, the people from the Red Organization would definitely choose them. Then, they would be able to live a good life in the organization and enjoy countless benefits. Seeing so many people chasing after him, Tang Nan Nan could not help but feel proud. He knew it. Everyone within a 10-mile radius knew of his prestige. Only those 3 brats did not know what was good for them and did not respect him at all. The current situation was a complete challenge to his authority. He wanted to see what these people could do. They might even come begging him for mercy in the end. Tang Nan Nan was happy. He raised the shovel in his hand and shouted, "We'll subdue those 3 guys tonight. Don't worry, we'll solve this problem quickly. I'll definitely make a nomination for everyone in the Red Organization. We'll all join the Red Organization." The others were excited. They quickly followed Tang Nanan's actions and swung their weapons up and down. They shouted, "Nan Nan, you're mighty. You're indeed a member of the Red Organization. We believe that you can do it. Let's go eat first. We'll only have the strength to work after we're full." These people had fully satisfied Tang Nanan's ego. Tang Nan Nan enjoyed it very much. He brought these people to the table that had been prepared and started eating. In Tang Nanan's house, Jiang Ming was also eating. However, he did not know about Tang Nanan's situation. He had been eating quietly. He did not have anything in common with this old woman. However, the old woman was extremely attentive. "Is this good? Young master, how is this? Does it suit your tastes?" Yuan Hehe felt annoyed when he heard these words. He was really speechless. The old woman was throwing away all her pride and dignity for just some silver. He really wanted to take out some silver to shut the old woman's mouth. However, he felt that it was not a good idea. If they revealed they had more wealth, they would be in danger. The old woman and her family might even try to attack them at night. Then, it would be even harder for them to leave at night. Sikong Wu Yuan started to feel irritated as he ate. He had always liked to eat quietly or chat with a few friends. He did not want to have a conversation with strangers. This old woman kept nagging, making him unable to enjoy the food. Not long after, he put down his cutlery. The old woman saw this and quickly asked, "Young master, have you finished eating? Or do you not want to eat any more? Do you want to do something else? I've already prepared a room for everyone to rest in. The 3 of you can go ahead and rest. Moreover, there are a few families in our village who no longer reside here. There are a few empty houses." Sikong Wu Yuan could not hold it in any longer when he saw how passionate the old woman was. He laughed and said, "Madam, I'll go and rest first. You can talk to my companions." With that, he fled. Yuan Hehe immediately put down his cutlery. He could not stand the old woman's nagging, so he quickly left with Sikong Wu Yuan. If he did not leave now, when would he? Jiang Ming wanted to leave, but he was stopped by the old madam. She shook her head and said, Jiao, I have something to tell you. We have to talk about this in private. Do you have time now? Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned. She sized up her mother. This was the first time she had heard her mother talk to a stranger alone. She could not help but wonder if her mother had misunderstood something. She was just pretending to hit it off with Jiang Ming just now. She hoped that she would not think that the two of them were in love. In her opinion, Jiang Ming had no interest in her at all, and she had never thought of using a honey trap to seduce him. Jiang Ming was stunned. What could he say to this old woman? He bet she wanted more silver. Could it be that the old woman wanted more silver? However, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He were present. She could have asked them for silver too. Why did she want to talk alone? Could it be that she was embarrassed? Or did she not want those two to know? Jiang Ming could not figure it out, so he did not continue thinking about it. He nodded and said, Of course, I'm free. Madam, just say what you want to say. There's no need to hide anything. After all, your daughter is the only one here. He wanted to see what this old woman wanted to say. In his opinion, there was nothing to say. Tang Xiaoxiao did not want to avoid them. She sat there and wanted to hear what her mother had to say. She had already made up her mind. If her mother said anything that would cause misunderstandings, she could mediate and try her best to explain some things so that there would be fewer misunderstandings. Unexpectedly, the old woman pushed Tang Xiaoxiao. Go to your room. Why are you listening to us? Don't worry, I'll definitely arrange everything for you. When the time comes, you can just go along. There's no need to interfere here. Don't disturb us. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao felt strange. She could not help but have a bad feeling. She quickly said, Mother, what is there that I can't hear? I'm your biological daughter. Do you still need to hide things between us? You're really treating me like an outsider. The old lady knew Tang Xiaoxiao well and knew that she would say something like that. How can you be considered an outsider? She quickly asked. Although you're at this age, you're still a girl. There are some things you don't understand, so don't argue. Just listen to me and go. I'll tell you what I'm talking to this young master about later, okay? It sounded like she was trying to placate a child. Tang Xiaoxiao had no choice but to listen. She knew that this was her mother's signal. If she were to say that she was unwilling, her mother would get angry. She had her brother's filial piety and did not want to disobey her mother. She sighed. Then, Mother, if you need anything, just call me. I'll leave first. As she spoke, she walked slowly, wanting to hear a few more words. However, the old madam was extremely patient. She waited until Tang Xiaoxiao left the house, before closing the door and looking at Jiang Ming. When she saw Jiang Ming stand up, she quickly said, Jiao, don't stand there. Just sit down. It's not easy to talk while standing. Jiang Ming did not say anything and sat down. The old woman sat down next to him and smiled. Jiao, I can tell that you're a good person at first glance. You have an outstanding figure, and you are full of wealth. You'll definitely be able to bring happiness to my daughter. In the future, I'll leave my daughter to you. She winked at Jiang Ming and said, It's just that my daughter was born delicate. Her betrothal gift can't be simple. What's more, it can't even be compared to ordinary gifts. It has to be 3 times more expensive. You need To give her 81 pieces of jewelry. As long as one is missing, it won't do. As for the silver tails, they have to be packed in boxes. I know you're still young and probably don't have many silver tails, but no matter what, you should give us 40 or 50 boxes, right? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. The old woman was still rambling on, but he still understood what she meant. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This old woman really knew how to ask for an exorbitant price. These things were worth at least 10,000 taels of silver and more than 10,000 taels of gold. She wanted them to go bankrupt. Moreover, this was only the wedding. After that, the clothes, food, accommodation, and transportation would need a series of arrangements. More importantly, was not this old woman going a little too far? He did not have any feelings for Tang Xiaoxiao at all. He did not know what this old woman was thinking. Why did she think that he would do so much for her daughter? However, he could not say anything else now. After all, the old woman had taken care of the three of them so attentively before, and he could not interrupt her. He could only wait for her to finish, but the old woman continued to list out many conditions. It was as if she would never be satisfied. He had no choice but to interrupt the old woman. Madam, we'll discuss this matter later. I need to rest first. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Seeing Jiang Ming stalling for time, the old woman was a little unhappy. My daughter is a precious young lady. If you drag this out, what if she can't get married? Aren't you ruining her reputation? Jiang Ming could not help but laugh in anger. How could I ruin her reputation? I didn't even do anything. I just accidentally barged in. Moreover, we didn't see anything that we shouldn't have seen. At most, we can just erase our own memories, right? Anyway, we know some spells. It's not like we can't do anything. The old woman was furious. She felt that Jiang Ming was a SC** bag. She snorted coldly and said, You still don't want to take responsibility? No matter what. You have to give me those betrothal gifts. Anyway, I'll give you a month. If you don't prepare them, I won't let you leave. As she spoke, she deliberately raised her sleeves and left in a fluster. Feeling smug in her heart. She did not believe that this brat was still going to waste his time like this. She had to get this betrothal gift within a month, no matter what. Seeing that the old woman was not listening to him at all and was even talking to herself, Jiang Ming chuckled. What kind of family did he end up with? This old woman was really greedy. Even ultra-wealthy families would not be able to afford this. He could not even imagine the plight of normal families. Then, he felt that it did not matter anymore. He was leaving tonight. No matter what the old woman said or wanted, it had nothing to do with him. He was definitely leaving tonight. Thinking of this, he stood up and turned to look at the porcelain dolls again. But he realized that the porcelain dolls had been taken away. Seeing this, he could only give up. He really did not expect those people to move so quickly. The porcelain dolls were gone just like that. If he had known earlier, he would have made the first move. Now, he could only find another opportunity to look for those porcelain dolls. He did not know if Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe had taken the porcelain dolls. If they had, it would be the best outcome. Thinking of this, he shouted to Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan in his mind, Did either of you take away the porcelain dolls? I wanted to continue checking. But I realized that someone had taken away all the porcelain dolls. Took a porcelain doll with me. Come to my room. We can study it together. Si Kong Wu Yuan, you come too, Yuan Hehe replied immediately. The old lady probably doesn't have the time to look for us. I don't know where Tang Nan Nan went. Perhaps Tang Xiaoxiao will come to look for us. His voice gradually became softer as he spoke, as if he was a little uncertain. Jiang Ming told the two of them about the conversation just now, and Yuan Hehe complained after listening. Didn't expect that old woman to be so greedy. One really can't stand her anymore. Let's leave tonight. I really don't want to see that old woman again. Si Kong Wu Yuan was also speechless. If she wants so much silver, then her daughter will probably never be able to get married. Her standards are really ridiculously high, and her requirements are also ridiculous. She's just from a peasant family. How dare she think that someone so rich would fall for her daughter? What a joke. Yuan Hehe thought of Tang Nan Nan and could not help but laugh. Let's not talk about anything else. Even if the old woman didn't ask for it, she wouldn't be able to marry that daughter of hers. Her son is simply too brainless. That's why. Jiang Ming smiled and then said, all right. Let's discuss the porcelain doll first. We'll talk about the rest later. I think we'll just watch this family make a fool of themselves. After a few years, this family will definitely be a laughingstock. But it's a pity. By then, we will have left long ago. Si Kong Wu Yuan shrugged and quickly called Jiang Ming to join them. Seeing that he was urging him, Jiang Ming walked quickly. Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard the old woman's words. Mother, how can you say that? It's obvious that Jiang Ming doesn't like me. I originally thought that you weren't talking about these things, but I didn't expect it to be this. Mother, you're simply too embarrassing. Her eyes were filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she would have stayed there. She really did not expect her mother to say such a thing. She did not know what Jiang Ming would think. Those who did not know would think that her family was extremely short of money. She really did not want anyone to have such an impression of her family. However, now that things had come to this, what should have happened had already happened. There was no point in continuing to dwell on it. Instead, it would only add to her worries. Moreover, her mother was a stubborn person. If she continued to say this, her mother would be unhappy and argue with her. She did not want her mother to get angry. Seeing this, she could only sigh and quickly say, Mother, you're a little too cunning. The old woman objected to this and quickly shook her head. How can this be considered cunning? You're already a young lady now. If I don't arrange a good marriage for you, what kind of person will you marry? A farmer? The old woman began to nag. Tang Xiaoxiao was already used to this, so she could only listen and agree. On the other side, Jiang Ming, Si Kong Wu Yuan, and Yuan Hehe had gathered together. Yuan Hehe reached into his pocket as if he were presenting a treasure. However, he realized that the porcelain doll had disappeared. He could not help but be shocked. Then he kept digging into his pocket. As he dug, he said, Where's my porcelain doll? Why is it gone so quickly? 1. Remember putting it in my pants. What's going on? Si Kong Wu Yuan was comforting Yuan Hehe. Don't be anxious. You might have placed it somewhere else or dropped it somewhere else. If it really doesn't work, we won't study it. Don't be anxious. He had a feeling that Yuan Hehe had left it somewhere else and forgotten to take it. That thing might pop out later. However, Jiang Ming had another idea. Is there a possibility that this porcelain doll ran out on its own? Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were about to continue asking. They felt that such a statement was a little crazy. This porcelain doll was not alive. How could it have run out? How could the porcelain doll be alive? At the thought of this, they shook their heads. The ceiling suddenly shook. Jiang Ming and the other two looked at each other and knew that someone was up there. They could not help but keep quiet. After a while, Sikong Wu Yuan felt that the person above had not left yet, so he simply chatted casually with Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe. He planned to wait until the person above had left before talking about the porcelain doll. However, after chatting for a long time, they realized that the person did not seem to want to leave. It seemed that they had plans to stay up there forever. Sikong Wu Yuan gave Yuan Hehe a look. Leave your clone here. Go out and take a look. Yuan Hehe nodded and left. On the roof was Tang Xiaoxiao. She had finally gotten rid of the old woman. The first thing she did now was to look for these three people. She did not believe that she could not find out the secrets of these three people. If it was not for Jiang Ming, would she have been nagged by her mother for so long? After all, this was caused by Jiang Ming. She had to turn the tables. She felt that these three people would definitely run away tonight. She would not let them succeed. She still had to play with them. She thought about this, but she did not know that Yuan Hehe had already sneaked up to the roof. Naturally, she did not expect her brother to be on his way there with his men. Jiang Ming had a premonition that Tang Nannan was coming. He quickly said to Sikong Wu Yuan, let's not make a sound for now. Tang Nannan is probably waiting nearby. One think the person on the roof might be Tang Xiaoxiao. I didn't expect these two siblings to actually work together. We mustn't let them hear anything. Let's just stay here. Upon hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan immediately understood. He said in his heart, Elle really didn't expect these people to be so persistent. It's not even late at night, and they're already here to cause trouble. I'm afraid they'll disturb us. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Don't be rash. If you panic, they'll see through your flaws. Jiang Ming sat quietly and did not move at all. Even when they spoke, they only spoke in their hearts. They did not make a sound. Jiang Ming felt that it was time, so he pulled out the silver needles Tang Xiaoxiao had placed on his body with his bare hands. Jiang Ming's eyes were focused. He had to study this silver needle carefully. Some things could also be used to find out the level of Tang Xiaoxiao's medical skills. If he knew about her medical skills, he would not have to be so vigilant. Just as Jiang Ming had expected, Tang Nannan's side was making a huge commotion. A group of people came over with shovels in their hands. There were not many pedestrians on the road, to begin with. When they saw this scene, the pedestrians were even more frightened. They hurriedly retreated and did not dare to take a step closer. However, they could not help but complain in their hearts. Why were there so many hooligans in the middle of the night? However, in Tang Nannan's eyes, he saw the fear and respect others had for him. He could not help but feel even more smug. Judging from this, Jiang Ming would probably be so afraid that he would even collapse on the ground. He did not even need to make a move to make Jiang Ming kneel and beg for Mercy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel much happier, and even his footsteps became lighter. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Jiang Ming could play. On the roof, Tang Xiaoxiao still did not know that she was about to be in trouble. Yuan Hehe had already circled behind her. He had expected it to be Tang Xiaoxiao, but he did not expect her to be so stupid. It had been so long, and she still had not discovered him. He could not help but shake his head. In such a situation, they still wanted to launch a surprise attack on them. It was really ridiculous. Tang Xiaoxiao was rather stupid. He wanted to end everything quickly. Thinking about it, he used his spiritual energy to conjure a bundle of rope. When she was not paying attention, he rushed over and tied Tang Xiaoxiao up. Tang Xiaoxiao was still wondering why Jiang Ming and the other two did not say anything. She wanted to pry into something, but she felt her body being bound. Looking down, she saw a bundle of rope suddenly appear on the body, and the rope was tightly binding her. She wanted to do something, but she realized that her hands and feet were already tied up. She wanted to know who the person who tied her up was. She quickly shouted, "Who are you? Why did you tie me up?" However, she did not dare to shout too loudly. She did not want the people in the room to hear her. If they heard her, it would be troublesome. However, she could not help but feel helpless. This was really shooting herself in the foot again. If she had known earlier, she would not have peeked here. She really did not expect to encounter such a situation today. However, she had no way out now. She could only stay here obediently and grit her teeth. She really did not expect to encounter the current situation. It was really terrible. At the same time, no one answered. In fact, Yuan Hehe had no intention of looking at her because he heard a sound from afar. When he was a demon, he could hear everything within 100 miles. If there was not too much noise, he could hear the sound even more clearly. He could feel a group of people coming over. He could not help but worry. He felt that if he did not escape now, those people would come here. He quickly said to Jiang Ming in his heart, "Ning Kaichen, Sikong Wu Yuan. Leave quickly. I feel that there are people coming, and there are more than 1 or 2 people. I don't know who they are." Jiang Ming was surprised. Tang Nan Nan is really fast. But I don't know if those people are from the Red Organization. Anyway, let's hide for a while. We don't need to go too far. We'll just stay here. Since they dared to come and capture us, they should at least be taught a lesson. If we leave like this, wouldn't it be too easy for them? That's true. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but feel indignant. They are simply too ruthless. This organization and this family are not good people. If we run away in such a sorry state, it will be too much of a loss. However, how are we going to hide? I don't know any techniques that could help us. This matter is simple. Jiang Ming patted his chest. I can do it. Don't worry. Leave the rest to me. As for you, Yuan Hehe, you need to come back here first. How is Tang Xiaoxiao? Yuan Hehe told him the truth about how he had tied Tang Xiaoxiao up. Sikong Wu Yuan smiled. That's great. Let her stay on the roof and enjoy the cold wind. Also, use a spell to stabilize her. Don't let her fall off the roof. Also, seal her mouth. I don't want Tang Nan Nan to save her. Tang Xiaoxiao must be trying to harm us by messing with those porcelain dolls. But without those porcelain dolls, she Probably can't continue to do that. This time, Tang Nan Nan rushed over to send them off. We can teach them a lesson. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but feel nervous when she did not see the person who tied her up. Who was it who tied her up? Could it be that she had been discovered by someone in the house? However, at this moment, she heard Jiang Ming and the others talking. Jiang Ming did this on purpose. He asked Si Kongwu Yuan and Yuan Hehe to chat with him more. It was as if they did not notice the people outside at all. They had been chatting and laughing. What the others did not know was that these were just their clones. The real Jiang Ming and the other two had already hidden by the wall through a secret technique. They were blending into the color of the wall. At this time, Tang Nan Nan had already brought his people and arrived at the house. The old woman was still sleeping. When she heard such a commotion, she could not help but tremble. However, she was woken up by Jiang Ming's spell. Jiang Ming smiled. This old woman wanted their silver so much. If she saw her son bringing people to teach the three of them a lesson, who knew what kind of commotion she would cause? This son of hers was a filial son. Although they would argue, he would definitely give in. At that time, he would want to see Tang Nannan's face. Tang Nannan pushed open the door and saw the clones of Jiang Ming and the other two. He did not realize that they were clones. He held the shovel in his hand and hit the fake Jiang Ming. Jiao Zhu, I've tolerated you for a long time. Today, you must hand over your life. Otherwise, I won't let you off, he cursed. The fake Jiang Ming squinted. I really didn't expect you to be such a person. I really misjudged you. The fake Si Kongwu Yuan also said, we didn't do anything to hurt you, but you did this to us. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death. We won't show mercy. Jiang Ming controlled his clone to attack Tang Nannan. Although Tang Nannan had spells, they were not powerful. He could not fight against three people. Tang Nannan immediately panted. Then, he saw the porcelain beside him and pushed it forward. The porcelain shattered, signaling the people outside. A group of people rushed in and surrounded Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming and the other two gathered together. Si Kongwu Yuan's clone pretended to be surprised. Are these the people you brought? The real Jiang Ming and the other two were watching the show. They did not expect that the people Tang Nannan had brought over were people without spiritual energy. What was the point? Tang Nannan was really full of himself. Yuan Hehe also felt relieved and smiled. Great, everything is settled now. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Nannan are no match for us. I don't think we need to escape anymore. No, we still have to escape. However, Jiang Ming suddenly smelled a dangerous aura. He whispered, wait a minute. These ordinary people seem to be able to cast a spell. I don't know who is secretly helping them. No matter what, we have to be vigilant. Hearing this, Si Kongwu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were shocked. How is this possible? Ordinary people need to cultivate for decades before they can have spiritual energy. It's impossible for them to suddenly have spiritual energy in this instant. They were quite certain about this. Jiang Ming shook his head. Don't think that way. Just watch our clones fight these people, and you'll know. Seeing that Jiang Ming had already said so, Si Kongwu Yuan and Yuan Hehe didn't say anything else. Instead, they carefully observed the situation in front of them. Just as Jiang Ming had said, these ordinary people seemed to have spiritual energy in an instant. They fought more and more smoothly, and even released a substitution spell. Although it did not look like a high-level spell, it was obvious that there was spiritual energy in it. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but fall silent. They did not expect that there would be such people beyond the mountains. These people could actually obtain spiritual energy out of thin air. It was shocking. At this time, Jiang Ming also knew that the two of them had seen it. He told them again, "Don't be surprised yet. Think about it. Isn't it strange that these people can learn so many spells in an instant? Only Tang Xiao, Tang Nan Nan, and I know how to cast spells here. I don't think Tang Xiao and Tang Nan Nan know such secret spells. As for whether it's really just us, this matter is still under investigation." His words raised a question. Sikong Wu Yuan immediately became alert. He looked around and grinned. "I'll feel like someone is spying on us. However, we don't know if they have realized that it's our clones fighting." "What?" Yuan Hehe panicked. "How can someone that powerful not know that those are our clones? I'm afraid they're already looking for us in the dark. If we make any movements, they'll notice us." Tang Xiao, who was on the roof, felt strange. No matter what she said, the person behind her did not respond to her. She did not know why, but her voice seemed to have gone hoarse and she could not make a sound at all. She tried to use telepathy to talk to him, but she did not know if he could hear her. She could not help but feel frustrated. She had thought that she could handle it, but things did not go as she wished. What should she do now? At this moment, the voice in her heart rang out again. "Tang Xiao, do you want to break free? If you want, I can help you, but one. Have a condition. You're the boss of the Red Organization, right?" Tang Xiao was pleasantly surprised. "You don't need to negotiate with me at all. I've always admired you. As long as you want me to do something, I can do it." The other party seemed to be pleasantly surprised by this. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "Then I'll untie you now. Go down and find the real Jiaozhu. The three who fought with your brother are just clones." Hearing this, Tang Xiao suddenly became nervous. "Is my brother all right? He's usually so reckless. I'm really afraid that he'll be beaten to death by the three clones. I don't want my brother to die." However, the voice did not reply to her. Tang Xiao became even more anxious and did not even realize that she had broken free from the ropes. She jumped down from the roof and ran into the house. Although her brother had some issues, he was really good to her. No matter what, she did not want her brother to get hurt. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace. Just as she reached the door, she saw her brother and some people she had seen before fighting fiercely with the clones. Her eyes turned cold. They only had 3 clones, yet they still wanted to kill her brother. Dream on. With that thought in mind, she rushed over like a bullet, and many ribbons appeared in her hands. The ribbons directly tied the 3 clones up, but the real Jiang Ming and the other 2 saw her actions. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes. Why did he feel that Tang Xiaoxiao's spiritual energy was even more powerful than before, and it was growing very quickly? She had completely the strength of 2 people, and she was even a level higher than his clone. Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe were stunned. They had seen Tang Xiaoxiao's strength clearly before. They had cultivated for so many years, so they naturally knew how fast their strength should grow. In their opinion, how could a weak girl like Tang Xiaoxiao grow so much in an instant? She must have taken some secret medicine or cultivated some secret technique. But no matter what, this was a little scary. How did Tang Xiaoxiao do it? Tang Xiaoxiao did not notice them at all. Instead, she threw their clones out. As if she had gone crazy. Jiang Ming's clone was still alright, but Sikong Wuyuan's and Yuan Hehe's clones fell to the ground and could not get up at all. Oh no, my clone. The real Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but panic, and their hearts tightened. Although their main bodies were here, their clones also had their spiritual energy. If their clones could not defeat Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Nannan, then it meant that their main bodies could not either. This was great. Tang Xiaoxiao's strength was actually far above theirs, and it had soared to this extent in just an afternoon. What should they do? They could not leave even if they wanted to. Moreover, the people in the dark would definitely not let them leave. Jiang Ming frowned but did not say anything. Based on the current situation, they had to be careful. Otherwise, they would be the ones crying. Jiang Ming did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao's spiritual energy to be so high. No matter what, he had to assess the situation first. They could not leave now. Jiang Ming sighed in his heart, but he did not show anything on his face. Otherwise, Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe would feel completely defeated. He had to put up a strong front. Seeing that Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe's clones could no longer get up, Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but feel proud. She had thought that the clones and spiritual energy of Jiang Ming and the other two would be very powerful, but it turned out that they were just average. She wanted to see where their real bodies were. Thinking of this, she could not help but look around. Although she had defeated her clones, she did not know the strength of their main bodies. It was better for her to be careful. They probably did not know that she already knew that they were clones. She could not alert them and had to search carefully. Tang Nannan was overjoyed when he saw his sister's actions. Xiaoxiao, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. I really admire you. It would be great if I had half of your strength. From today onward, you will be the apple of my eye. Xiaoxiao, in the future, if you want anything, just tell me. One will definitely spoil you more than before. Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh. Nannan, you're too much. You've been good enough to me. You don't have to be like this anymore. Besides, we're siblings. This is what we should do. After saying that, she quickly winked at Tang Nannan. Nannan, I need you to do something for me. She spoke to her brother in her mind while fighting Jiang Ming's clone. However, she was a little anxious. She still did not know much about telepathy. If her brother could not hear her, then there was nothing she could do. She could only look for him herself. She could not say anything out loud either. Who knew if the three of them were still in this room? Tang Nannan was stunned when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Then, he said, happily, Xiaoxiao, you can talk to me telepathically now. This brainless idiot made Tang Xiaoxiao nervous. She quickly said in her heart, Nannan, why did you say that out loud? Please don't say that out loud. There are other people in this room. If they find out, we'll be the ones who suffer. Ah, I didn't expect there to be other people in this room. Tang Nannan had been too excited. He came back to his senses and patted his head. He was not very proficient in telepathy, so he could only barely communicate. "Xiao Xiao, what do you want to say?" he asked hurriedly. Jiang Ming and the other two had already heard these words clearly. Jiang Ming did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao to know telepathy. It really surprised him. He did not know what Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to say to Tang Nannan. Did she realize that those people were her clones? Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe had the same thought as Jiang Ming. Did Tang Xiaoxiao find out that those are our clones? Siko Wu Yuan asked nervously. It's not strange. Her spells are already so advanced, so her perception should have improved. If they really discovered that we're clones, they should be looking for us now. We really can't move now. As he spoke, he could not help but smile bitterly. He was really frustrated. Now that there was another person looking for them, it was equivalent to them being in more danger. Yuan Hehe had another thought. Perhaps they have already discovered us. Maybe they're just putting on an act. Perhaps what Tang Nannan said was just an act. Tang Xiaoxiao might have known about this long ago. His words could not help but make people feel a little scared. Siko Wu Yuan hurriedly stopped him. Yuan Hehe, don't say that. I don't think so. Tang Nannan is too stupid to do such a thing. Tang Xiaoxiao looks like she's just a little cunning, but she's not that smart. Let's not think too much about it. It'll be bad if we give ourselves away. Siko Wu Yuan's words make sense. We are just throwing ourselves into disarray by thinking like this. We have to look on the bright side no matter what. This is for the best. Jiang Ming followed Siko Wu Yuan and spoke. Hearing this, Yuan Hehe did not say anything else. He felt that what Jiang Ming said made sense. He could not continue like this. He had to continue being brave. At this time, Tang Xiaoxiao was about to continue talking to her brother, but she did not expect to be slapped by Jiang Ming's clone. His palm hit her abdomen, which was her most vulnerable part. She could not help but feel extreme pain. She could only bend down, hold her stomach, and look at Jiang Ming's clone with a painful expression. She did not expect the clone to be so aggressive. She could not defeat him at all. She clearly still had some hope, but she did not expect it to be wishful thinking. She still could not let her guard down. If even his clone was so strong, then his real body was even more powerful. Thinking of this, she quickly stood up. When Tang Nannan saw his sister's condition, he could not help but feel nervous. Xiao Xiao, how are you? I'll help you now. As he said that, he quickly went forward and went directly to the clone of Jiang Ming. He clenched his fists and punched the clone's face. However, Jiang Ming's clone suddenly teleported. Tang Nannan was a little angry that his punch had missed. He quickly looked to the side, but he did not expect the clone to be behind him and return a punch. This time, the clone attacked and did not miss. Tang Nannan's face was swollen, and he felt pain all over his body. He felt strange. The clone had only slapped his face, so why did his body hurt as well? Nannan. Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but panic. She did not want her brother to get hurt. Tang Xiaoxiao rushed toward the clone. No matter what, she had to protect her brother. As she thought about it, she gathered a huge amount of power. Her entire body emitted a dazzling light, and purple mandala flowers grew out of thin air around her. But Jiang Ming and the other two knew that all of this was just an illusion of Spiritual energy. Sikong Wu Yuan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly set in. Surprise, isn't this the long-lost mandala flower technique? How does this woman know it? It can even release so many flowers. This is simply amazing. How does she know this? He was extremely shocked. How could Tang Xiaoxiao learn such a powerful technique in an afternoon? Yuan hurriedly shook his head. How is that possible? I've seen the mandala flower technique before. It's recorded in an ancient book. It's been lost for thousands of years. How could an ordinary mortal be able to learn it? In an afternoon? No one knows about this. Who would believe that? Sikong Wu Yuan, don't make a fuss. This is definitely fake. It's probably an imitation of the mandala flower technique. Let's wait and see for the time being. Jiang Ming did not say anything. Instead, he was silent. He really wanted to see how the situation would develop. He was observing how Tang Xiaoxiao fought with his clone. Perhaps later, he would be able to know Tang Xiaoxiao's true strength. Tang Nannan had already lost a few teeth. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed over. His sister had already risked her life for him. He had to fight to the death and get rid of Jiang Ming. However, he found that under Tang Xiaoxiao's halo, he could not get close to Jiang Ming at all. He could not even get close to Tang Xiaoxiao. Feeling helpless, he could only watch from the side and think. What kind of technique did this sister cultivate? Why could he not get close? Get close? He was even more puzzled. Before these people arrived, his sister did not know any spells or techniques at all. What was going on? Could it be that she was influenced by those three people? He did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. No matter what, he would protect his sister. At this moment, the people around him were either injured or dead. The injured were calling for Tang Nannan. In their opinion, they had already used all their strength to call out to him. However, to Tang Nannan, all he heard was the sound of flies buzzing. Tang Nannan looked around at the injured people around him and could not help but sneer. These people were worthless. It was useless to save them. They would only drag him down. If they were dead, so be it. If they were injured, so be it. Later, he would just find a few people and carry them back to recuperate. As for those who died, they could just use some silver to send their families away. Anyway, Jiang Ming and the other two had a lot of silver in their hands. At that time, he would let the three of them pay. Anyway, he would not let anyone take advantage of him. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel happy. It was good to have a capable sister now. In the future, he could rely on his sister for anything he wanted. Moreover, he could even develop his own forces outside. Perhaps, he could establish an organization similar to the Red Organization. At that time, he would be the boss of that organization. If anyone dared to make nasty remarks about him, he would make them suffer. He might even be able to replace the Red Organization and annex it. When the two organizations merged, his strength would rise to a higher level. He would be so powerful that no one would cross him. His heart was already filled with joy. Alas, he did not realize that Tang Xiaoxiao was already at a disadvantage. Tang Xiaoxiao used all her strength to fight Jiang Ming's clone, but she found that the clone did not use his full strength at all. He only used a minor technique to fight with her. However, she clearly had the upper hand just now. She could not help but feel confused. What kind of secret technique did this clone use to become like this? In fact, Jiang Ming added another 20% of his spiritual energy to his clone. He had only used 30% to create the clone just now. Now that it had reached 50%, he felt that it might not be enough. He planned to wait until the clone was at a disadvantage before adding more spiritual energy. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were dumbfounded. They clearly saw Tang Xiaoxiao fall to a disadvantage, and they were instantly dumbfounded. How terrifying was the real Jiang Ming if even his clown was so powerful? Although this mandala flower technique was an imitation, it was still very powerful. This was truly amazing, but it was also very exciting. Moreover, it was a good thing that they could win. The two of them calmed down. Since Jiang Ming could resolve everything, they did not need to panic. They just needed to wait for victory. Tang Nan still could not see the situation clearly. He was still cheering for Tang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, I believe you can do it. Get rid of Jiao Zhu. Bye. Then, we will be rich and noble. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with greed. He was usually very thrifty and did not dare to buy many things. Later, when he received the silver from Jiang Ming and the other two, he would definitely squander it. And this sister of his would become a means for him to make a fortune. By then, he would have spent all the silver of Jiang Ming and the other two, and he would be able to rob and kill other people to get more silver. He had to maintain his extravagant lifestyle for the rest of his life. Tang Xiaoxiao did not know what her brother was thinking. Instead, she was stressed out because of his encouragement. She was usually the strongest. Now that her brother felt that she could fight against this clone of Jiang Ming, she would definitely win. If they lost, it would be a complete disgrace to the Tang family. Thinking of this, her attacks became more and more intense. At this moment, the old woman had already arrived. Seeing this situation, she could not help but be shocked. She hurriedly said, in a panic, "What's going on? Tang Xiaoxiao, Tang Nan, what are you doing? Tang Nan, did you find some people to teach Jiang Ming a lesson? Both of you, stop. How can this be your doing?" Seeing that their actions did not stop because of her words, the old woman was furious. She really could not understand. Why did they start fighting like this? What was she going to do without her money? Mother, you don't have to worry about anything. Tang Nan was afraid that his mother would ruin things, so he quickly pulled her to sit down with a smile in his eyes. Mother, we don't need to support the three of them. When they die, their things will be ours. Hearing this, the old woman's eyes lit up, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across her eyes. But then, she thought of something and frowned. Do you know where they keep their silver? We also need to find a place to store their silver properly. I don't want the silver to accumulate dust. We have to make good use of this money. Tang Nan was stunned when he heard this. In the end, they did not know where Jiao Zhu and the other two had stored their silver. He also felt that it was impossible for them to hide it. Where else could these three people hide their silver? They probably only carried it with them. He told his mother about this, but his mother was smarter than him. When she heard this, she immediately slapped him. The slap was loud and attracted Tang Xiaoxiao's attention. Tang Xiaoxiao's hands could not help but slow down. Mother, why did you hit Nan? Nan didn't do anything wrong. Her mother snorted coldly. Usually, she would respect her daughter and not hit Tang Nan. But now, she felt that Tang Nan Nan was really stupid. However, she did not curse out loud. She only said coldly, "He deserved to be slapped." "Mother, why did you say that?" Tang Nan Nan was already confused by the slap. He could not help but feel upset when he heard this. He could not understand. "Do you think I deserve this? Doesn't he deserve it?" The old lady rolled her eyes and then looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. "Stop right now. Who told you to hit Jiu? Find another doctor and cure the other two. If they can't be cured, I'll ask you to cure them." As she spoke, she moved swiftly and decisively, wanting to stop Tang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Ming and the other two, who were hiding at the side, could not help but be stunned. They had clearly heard what Tang Nan Nan just said. He obviously wanted to kill them. Why did his mother suddenly change her mind? Did she suddenly realize something and want to do something good? Yuan Hehe was confused. What's going on? I think it's really strange. This shouldn't be possible. This old woman is a little too strange. Sikong Wu Yuan also shook his head. Even I'm confused. I really don't understand. However, he could not say anything. He only felt that they should not go out now. No matter what, they should let their clones deal with it. He had a vague feeling that other than these people, the people from the Red Organization were also secretly watching them from behind. If they went out, they would be killed. Just as she was thinking about this, the old woman had already reached out and wanted to pull Tang Xiaoxiao over. Afraid that she would accidentally hurt her mother, Tang Xiaoxiao quickly stopped, but she was hit by Jiang Ming's clone. The clone hit her head. Tang Xiaoxiao felt her head buzz and fell to the ground. Seeing her daughter injured, the old woman was extremely nervous. She quickly went forward and asked, "Xiaoxiao, how are you? Are you feeling unwell?" She was very anxious. She did not expect that Jiang Ming would kill her daughter, but she could not blame him. After all, she knew her daughter too well. It must have been her son who forced her to do this. If her son had not made a move, Jiang Ming would not have made a move either. At the thought of this, she could not help but look at Tang Nan Nan resentfully. How did I give birth to such a stupid son? What should I do in the future? She still needed to find a smart woman to discipline his son. She had already thought about it for a while. When she looked up, she saw her daughter clutching her chest, feeling a little uncomfortable and unable to breathe. Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but she could not. This made the old woman nervous. "Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you?" She pushed Tang Xiaoxiao's shoulder. "Don't scare me. Wake up quickly." However, Tang Xiaoxiao was like a mute. She could not speak at all, and she even panted in pain. People who did not know better would think that she had asthma. Jiang Ming also made the clone stop moving and let him stand there straight. Tang Nan Nan quickly went forward and shouted at Tang Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao. What's wrong? Xiaoxiao, say something quickly and let us know that you're safe." And sound. Tang Xiaoxiao could hear their conversation, but she could not speak. She opened her mouth and felt a little uncomfortable. Tears flowed down her face, and her eyes were filled with regret. If she had known that her mother would come and interfere, she would have sealed her mother's room with spiritual energy first. This would not have caused such a disaster. However, she also knew that there was nothing she could do. Things had already happened. Tang Nan Nan and the old lady were heartbroken to see Tang Xiaoxiao like this. The old woman also began to regret it. Perhaps she should not have pushed Tang Xiaoxiao away. Otherwise, Tang Xiaoxiao would still be fine and would not have suffered like this. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. She could only sigh. She looked at Tang Nan and said, "Tang Nan, you have some medical skills. Hurry up and take a look at your sister. Treat her injuries. Mother, my younger sister can't be cured. I'm afraid she's going to die." Tang Nan felt resentful. This sentence made the old woman feel as if she had been struck by lightning. The old woman's hands began to tremble. "How is that possible?" she stammered. "Your sister is a lucky girl. No one can kill her. When I went to the fortune teller, the fortune teller confirmed her fate." Tang Nan smiled bitterly. "Mother, you always believe in superstitious things, but this is a solid palm strike. How can it be healed so easily?" At this time, Jiang Ming and the other two were hesitant. Logically speaking, their clones should be saying something right now, but they really did not know what to say. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ming decided not to speak. The old woman seemed to have gone mad again. She ran straight to his clone and asked, "How could you do such a thing to my daughter? Jiaozhu, I've always protected you. You're really hurting my heart. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation now. My daughter has always been obedient and sweet. She's very good. You should save my daughter now. Don't you know medicine? Hurry up and save her." Jiang Ming rubbed his nose and pretended to be deep in thought. Sikong Wu Yuan, on the other hand, complained, "This old lady is indeed on our side. But she's a little too uptight. She doesn't even know how to look at it from the facts. However, since she's such a good person, it's fine to go and take a look. But I think Tang Xiaoxiao's case is hopeless. Don't be too confident. She should be able to be saved." Jiang Ming looked at Tang Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were rolling back as if she was about to die. Her body even went limp. However, Tang Nan caught her so that no one could see it. Tang Nan started to shout. "The three of you are simply demons. If you can't save my sister, I will definitely send you to hell. You can just wait to die." Yuan Hehe could not help but get angry. He rolled his eyes and said, "At the end of the day, this is all his fault. If he didn't bring people to cause trouble, his sister wouldn't have come down to help. At the end of the day, it's his own fault. He even blamed us." Sikong Wu Yuan also added, "Isn't that so? I'm really speechless. Tang Nan is an idiot who can't tell right from wrong. He doesn't understand anything. I think we should just let him stay here and face the consequences." An idea came to his mind, and he snapped his fingers. A flame flew directly onto Tang Nan's clothes, but Tang Nan did not notice, because he had been looking at Tang Xiaoxiao. After a while, the fire spread. He smelled something burning. Looking down, he realized that his clothes were burned. He immediately shot up and quickly picked up the feather duster beside him to put out the fire. When the feather duster touched the fire, the feathers were also ignited, and the flames on his body became even stronger. After a while, Tang Nan felt that he was in the middle of the fire and could not escape. "Mother, save me! Mother!" He shouted crazily, hoping that his mother would notice him. However, Yuan Hehe had secretly blocked the old woman's vision with a barrier. She could not see her son at all. She could only shout helplessly. Nan Nan, where did you go? My son, you must be fine. Why can't I see you? Everyone else saw the scene between the two of them clearly. Jiang Ming sneered. These people are indeed reaping what they sowed. Tang Xiaoxiao could not care less about her mother and brother. She now felt that her life was gradually fading away. Jiang Ming's clone only casually checked her and did not do anything practical. Tang Xiaoxiao did not blame him. She hugged her legs helplessly and curled up. She did not expect that she would die so soon. She had just turned 18. Thinking of this, she could not help but shiver. She felt extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with tears. Jiang Ming felt very satisfied when he saw them in a sorry state. These people deserved to suffer such retribution. Unexpectedly, the barrier suddenly shattered. Tang Nanan's body was completely devoid of flames, and Tang Xiaoxiao herself was the same as before. Seeing this, Jiang Ming and the other two were shocked. This was a little strange. Could it be that someone in the dark had done this? Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Ming felt a burning sensation in his body. Looking down again, he could see that the clone's body was set ablaze. Yuan Hehe could not help but cry out in shock, almost exposing himself. His voice was filled with confusion. Damn it, what's going on? He accidentally cursed, and Sikong Wu Yuan also wanted to curse. There was actually such a powerful character in a place they could not see. This completely flipped the entire situation in an instant. The old woman saw Tang Nannan, who was on the verge of death and could not help but kneel down. She could only shout weakly. Son, what's going on? She wriggled forward, dragging her legs on the ground as she crawled forward. Her eyes were filled with pain and regret. If she had not stopped him just now, everything wouldn't have turned out like this. However, Tang Nannan jumped up and down in front of her. He smiled and said, Mother, I'm better. The boss of the Red Organization is amazing. He turned everything around. We can turn the tables and kill all these people. These words inadvertently gave Jiang Ming and the other two a hint. He said in disbelief, I thought the boss of the Red Organization didn't have any strength. I didn't expect him to have such a powerful move. Isn't that so? Yuan Hehe followed suit. When we fought with them, I thought that was all he had, but in the end, he was just hiding his strength. Then why did he deliberately lose to us? Could it be that he wants to obtain something from us and hide his ability? I don't understand it either. Sikong Wu Yuan frowned. I feel like everything is foggy. I can't even see the situation clearly. He thought for a moment and then said to Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan, I think I might as well go over first. In this case, I might be able to lure that person out. Then, you can continue to use new clones. What do you think? Jiang Ming, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Do you really think that's the boss of the Red Organization? Perhaps this is just Tang Nanan's guess. When they heard this, the two of them could not help but be shocked. Then they looked at Jiang Ming in a daze. We don't think that's the case. Yuan Hehe then added his own point of view. Who else could it be other than the people from the Red Organization? It's already a great favor for ordinary people like them to be noticed by the Red Organization, let alone other powerful people. Sikong Wu Yuan also added. I think so too. If it were me, I wouldn't even look at such a family. Jiang Ming did not reply or refute. Instead, he looked in a certain direction. What are you doing? Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He asked, curiously. Is there anything to see there? Or is there someone there? The two of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Then, they wanted to secretly go over and catch them, but they were stopped by Jiang Ming. He shook his head at the two of them. He's coming over. We don't need to go over. It'll be too easy to expose ourselves. Coming over? How did you see it? Sikong Wu Yuan hurriedly pulled Yuan He back, but he instantly felt as if something was binding him. Immediately after, a surge of brute force moved forward, and his body involuntarily leaned forward. He could not even control his body. Something had pushed him. When he looked down again, he realized that the thing was sticking out its tongue and looking at him with its eyes. He could not help but be surprised. It was a snake that had tied him up. The snake was very long, but it did not seem to be harmful. It only tied him up, and the rest of its tail seemed to have been grabbed by someone else. The snake did not feel any pain. Instead, it looked at him with a smug expression. Sikong Wu Yuan grinned. Who raised this snake? It's so nondescript. At this moment, a blade flew in front of him and cut the snake in half. Its tail fell to the ground. Strangely, the snake did not let out a cry of pain. Instead, it disappeared without a sound. Sikong Wu Yuan looked on in disbelief. He had not even started to attack, so how did the snake die? This was too strange. Could it be that Jiang Ming had done this? Thinking of this, he wanted to see Jiang Ming. However, Jiang Ming had already disappeared. Only Yuan He was there. Yuan He was also surprised. Wasn't he still here just now? How did he disappear in an instant? Even the snake around Sikong Wu Yuan's body did the same. He had wanted to help Sikong Wu Yuan, but now, he did not need to. The two of them looked at each other. Have you seen Jiang Ming? Sikong Wu Yuan smiled awkwardly. Yuan He was about to reply when Tang Xiaoxiao shouted and walked straight to where the two of them were. She smiled. I'll know where he is. You guys, just stay here. I really didn't expect you to hide so deeply, but you have to come out now. Otherwise, you'll lose your lives. Her words were low and hoarse. It was clearly a threat. Yuan He rolled his eyes and said to Sikong Wu Yuan in his heart, we won't come out. Let's see what she can do. I want to see what Tang Xiaoxiao can do to us. Sikong Wu Yuan did not say anything after hearing Yuan He's words. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiaoxiao's speed suddenly increased and she directly arrived in front of him. She even pulled him out the moment he did not notice. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be shocked. Then, he raised his hand and slapped Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao did not seem to feel anything. Instead, she threw Sikong Wu Yuan over her shoulder. Sikong Wu Yuan felt his body go out of his control. He fell down, and then he felt intense pain. When he looked again, he was already sprawled on the ground. He felt that Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to have become much stronger than before. He was afraid. Tang Xiaoxiao's strength had increased so much in such a short period of time. It was too strange. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly walked toward them with a smile in her eyes. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that she wanted to kill him. As expected, before she could get close to him, she raised her hand and grabbed at Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan wanted to break free or counterattack, but he found that he could not move his body. He could only close his eyes and wait for the next attack. He felt hopeless. This time, he would have to say goodbye to Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming. Unexpectedly, the pain he had anticipated did not come at all. When he opened his eyes, he found Tang Xiaoxiao lying on the ground, dead. There were no scars on her body, not even any bleeding. Siko Wu Yuan turned his head and saw Jiang Ming staring at Tang Xiaoxiao. His hands were dyed red. Jiaozhu, did you save me? Siko Wu Yuan could not believe it and asked tentatively. Jiang Ming let out a bitter smile. No, she was killed by my clone. It's just that my clone has been injured. I'm afraid it will take another year before I can use my clone. Next, Tang Nan sneaked up behind him. He was holding a hammer in his hand and was aiming at Jiang Ming's head. Sikong. Wu Yuan saw this and wanted to warn him, but it was too late. The hammer had already hit Jiang Ming's head. However, Jiang Ming did not fall down as Sikong Wu Yuan expected. Instead, he turned around, picked up Tang Nan, and threw him aside. Tang Nan fell heavily to the ground. All the spiritual energy in his body was lost and gathered in Jiang Ming's hands. Jiang Ming felt his spiritual energy recover and could not help but feel relieved. He did not expect Tang Nan to give him such a huge surprise. Jiaozhu, I was so good to you just now. How could you hurt them? The old woman went crazy at this time, but she knew that she could not beat Jiang Ming, so she knelt down with tears in her eyes. No matter what, on account of how good I was to you, let them go and treat them. We are just ordinary farmers. We don't have any bad intentions. Jiang Ming smiled at the old woman. You should know this. If they didn't take the initiative to attack, I wouldn't have dealt with them. What's the use of you saying that? What should end. Let's see who dares to end things. A roar sounded. In an instant, the house collapsed, layer by layer, and furniture flew out. Jiang Ming looked up and found that a huge thing was crawling toward him in the distance. It was aggressive, and there was a familiar smell on it. He could not help but think of the Snake King he had met in the cave. He immediately frowned and said, You're the Snake King. The Snake King roared, I didn't expect you to still remember me. I did let you escape previously. Now, I have to take your lives. The Red Organization will never allow people like you to exist. Red Organization? Jiang Ming thought about it and instantly understood. It seemed that they had been schemed against by the boss of the Red Organization again. The Snake King was not an enemy of the Red Organization, but a companion. As for leading them to catch the Snake King, it was just to let the Snake King kill them. No wonder the Snake King was hiding beside them. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe seized the opportunity to stand up. They moved closer to Jiang Ming and looked at the Snake King. Don't even think about getting rid of us. We won't let you get away with it. The Snake King found it funny and said coldly, You don't think that you can deal with the gods, do you? Don't worry, humans will never be able to defeat the gods. At this point, the Snake King directly swung its iron tail at the three of them. This tail was huge and thick, and it even carried the power to break through the wind. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe released their barriers to stop the creature, but the tail broke the barriers. The Snake King burst into laughter. Don't think that you can beat me. It's impossible. I've already obtained the secret impartation of the previous Snake King and become a real Snake King. It's still too early for you to deal with me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's frown deepened. He felt that this Snake King was a little too arrogant. It was just a secret importation. He did not believe that he could not defeat it. He thought clearly in his heart and used the spiritual energy he had just recovered to transform into several clones of himself. He enlarged one of the clones, and it became huge. When the Snake King saw such a huge Jiang Ming, it could not help but panic. 1. Clearly destroyed your clone just now. How can you release such a large clone? This is too strange. Jiang Ming sneered. It's just a cheap trick. Do you really think you can damage my clone? Just surrender. As he spoke, he made his huge clone attack the Snake King. It stepped on the Snake King's tail. The Snake King fled in a hurry. A layer of armor formed around its body, and dense steel swam around its body. However, Bang Ming directly penetrated TNE defense and broke TNE Snake King's tail with 1 foot. The Snake King was in so much pain that it wanted to die. It shut his eyes tightly and said, "Get lost." Even so, it could not escape this kick at all, and the armor was useless. It had no way to return to its human form, let alone solve its current predicament. Thinking of this, it became angry again. It directly bit down on Jiang Ming's foot. However, it found that Jiang Ming was like a phantom. It could not bite Jiang Ming's foot at all. However, Jiang Ming took this opportunity to fly directly to its head. The Snake King noticed him and quickly shook its head, wanting to throw Jiang Ming off, but it could not do it at all. Seeing that it was a critical moment, it looked up in panic. In the blink of an eye, it wanted to look at Jiang Ming with its huge eyes. Jiang Ming felt strange. Why did the Snake King want to look at him? Was there something strange about its eyes? Thinking of this, he immediately teleported to the snake's tail. The Snake King raised its head and saw that there was no one around. It could not help but be stunned. Then, it looked around its tail. It did not believe that it could not find Jiang Ming. He was just a young boy. What kind of strength could he have? However, it realized that Jiang Ming seemed to have disappeared. It could not find him at all. In its anger, it decided to target Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. It did not believe that Jiang Ming would not come out to help them when it was about to attack his companions. Its thoughts became more vicious as it shot a beam of light at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The two of them immediately ran in the direction of the snake's tail. They were very fast, but the Snake King's eyes followed them closely. The only strange thing was that the light did not shine on them. Snake King could not help but feel anxious. If it could not attack them, it would be attacked by Jiang Ming instead. Jiang Yang was not someone to be trifled with. Thinking of this, it simply broke her own tail and quickly transformed into a human form. However, this happened to be Jiang Ming's opportunity. Jiang Ming could tell that this light was not something that ordinary people could emit. While the Snake King was not paying attention, he directly released 2 silver needles and pierced the Snake King's eyes. It immediately screamed in pain. Its entire body began to curl up crazily as it shouted, "Jiao Zhu, it's you, right? You want to harm me, you wicked person. I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Come out quickly. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." She could not shout the last few words. The needles made her feel very uncomfortable. Since its eyes were injured, it began to lose all its spiritual energy. If it could not find a cure soon, its life would be ruined. It panicked and started shouting again. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but be frightened by this attitude. They had thought that the Snake King was a being with a stable mood. In the end, they did not expect that it would be in such a sorry state. At the same time, they looked at Jiang Ming with admiration. Their understanding of Jiang Ming was still too shallow. With just a few moves, Jiang Ming had turned the Snake King into this state. They had to admire him. At this moment, Tang Nanan's body suddenly rose into the air. He opened his eyes. The only strange thing was that his eyes also emitted a ray of light. Its line of sight was the same as the light emitted by the Snake King. It directly shone on Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe did not have time to dodge and were directly hit by the light. Then, their bodies began to shine with golden light. After a moment, their bodies had turned into stone statues. Jiang Ming was still secretly controlling everything, but he did not expect Tang Nan to be resurrected. Then, he realized that Tang Xiaoxiao had disappeared as well. Suddenly, he felt as if someone had pushed him from behind. He turned around and saw Tang Xiaoxiao, who was also shooting the same light at him. Jiang Ming could not help but be shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He clenched his fists and conjured a shield out of thin air. The shield reflected the ray of light, and Tang Xiaoxiao instantly turned into a stone statue. However, the Snake King's target was not Jiang Ming. It laughed out loud. It doesn't matter if you struggle. Your companions have already turned into stone statues. If you want to save them, you have to beg me. As for how to beg, you should know what to do. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth. He knew that this was what the Snake King was thinking. Otherwise, it would not have attacked his companions. However, he could not be threatened. Thinking of this, he looked coldly at the Snake King and said, "Give up. I will never agree to your conditions." Is that so? If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. The Snake King released two little snakes and wrapped them around Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The two of them could feel things, but they could not speak or see. Coming over? How did you see it? Sikong Wu Yuan hurriedly pulled Yuan Hehe back, but he instantly felt as if something was binding him. Immediately after, a surge of brute force moved forward, and his body involuntarily leaned forward. He could not even control his body. Something had pushed him. When he looked down again, he realized that the thing was sticking out its tongue and looking at him with its eyes. He could not help but be surprised. It was a snake that had tied him up. The snake was very long, but it did not seem to be harmful. It only tied him up, and the rest of its tail seemed to have been grabbed by someone else. The snake did not feel any pain. Instead, it looked at him with a smug expression. Sikong Wu Yuan grinned. Who raised this snake? It's so nondescript. At this moment, a blade flew in front of him and cut the snake in half. Its tail fell to the ground. Strangely, the snake did not let out a cry of pain. Instead, it disappeared without a sound. Sikong Wu Yuan looked on in disbelief. He had not even started to attack, so how did the snake die? This was too strange. Could it be that Jiang Ming had done this? Thinking of this, he wanted to see Jiang Ming. However, Jiang Ming had already disappeared. Only Yuan Hehe was there. Yuan Hehe was also surprised. Wasn't he still here just now? How did he disappear in an instant? Even the snake around Sikong Wuyuan's body did the same. He had wanted to help Sikong Wuyuan, but now, he did not need to. The two of them looked at each other. Have you seen Jiang Ming? Sikong Wuyuan smiled awkwardly. Yuan Hehe was about to reply when Tang Xiaoxiao shouted and walked straight to where the two of them were. She smiled. I'll know where he is. You guys, just stay here. I really didn't expect you to hide so deeply, but you have to come out now. Otherwise, you'll lose your lives. Her words were low and hoarse. It was clearly a threat. Yuan Hehe rolled his eyes and said to Sikong Wuyuan in his heart, we won't. Come out. Let's see what she can do. I want to see what Tang Xiaoxiao can do to us. Sikong Wuyuan did not say anything after hearing Yuan Hehe's words. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiaoxiao's speed suddenly increased and she directly arrived in front of him. She even pulled him out the moment he did not notice. Sikong Wuyuan could not help but be shocked. Then, he raised his hand and slapped Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao did not seem to feel anything. Instead, she threw Sikong Wuyuan over her shoulder. Sikong Wuyuan felt his body go out of his control. He fell down, and then he felt intense pain. When he looked again, he was already sprawled on the ground. He felt that Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to have become much stronger than before. He was afraid. Tang Xiaoxiao's strength had increased so much in such a short period of time. It was too strange. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly walked toward them with a smile in her eyes. Sikong Wuyuan felt that she wanted to kill him. As expected, before she could get close to him, she raised her hand and grabbed at Sikong Wuyuan. Sikong Wuyuan wanted to break free or counterattack, but he found that he could not move his body. He could only close his eyes and wait for the next attack. He felt hopeless. This time, he would have to say goodbye to Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming. Unexpectedly, the pain he had anticipated did not come at all. When he opened his eyes, he found Tang Xiaoxiao lying on the ground, dead. There were no scars on her body, not even any bleeding. Sikong Wuyuan turned his head and saw Jiang Ming staring at Tang Xiaoxiao. His hands were dyed red. Jiaozhu, did you save me? Sikong Wuyuan could not believe it and asked tentatively. Jiang Ming let out a bitter smile. No, she was killed by my clone. It's just that my clone has been injured. I'm afraid it will take another year before I can use my clone. Next, Tang Nan sneaked up behind him. He was holding a hammer in his hand and was aiming at Jiang Ming's head. Sikong Wuyuan saw this and wanted to warn him, but it was too late. The hammer had already hit Jiang Ming's head. However, Jiang Ming did not fall down as Sikong Wuyuan expected. Instead, he turned around, picked up Tang Nan, and threw him aside. Tang Nan fell heavily to the ground. All the spiritual energy in his body was lost and gathered in Jiang Ming's hands. Jiang Ming felt his spiritual energy recover and could not help but feel relieved. He did not expect Tang Nan to give him such a huge surprise. Jiaozhu, I was so good to you just now. How could you hurt them? The old woman went crazy at this time, but she knew that she could not beat Jiang Ming, so she knelt down with tears in her eyes. No matter what, on account of how good I was to you, let them go and treat them. We are just ordinary farmers. We don't have any bad intentions. Jiang Ming smiled at the old woman. You should know this. If they didn't take The initiative to attack, I wouldn't have dealt with them. What's the use of you saying that? What should end should end. Let's see who dares to end things. A roar sounded. In an instant, the house collapsed, layer by layer, and furniture flew out. Jiang Ming looked up and found that a huge thing was crawling toward him in the distance. It was aggressive, and there was a familiar smell on it. He could not help but think of the Snake King he had met in the cave. He immediately frowned and said, "You're the Snake King." The Snake King roared, "I didn't expect you to still remember me. I did let you escape previously. Now, I have to take your lives. The Red Organization will never allow people like you to exist." Red Organization? Jiang Ming thought about it and instantly understood. It seemed that they had been schemed against by the boss of the Red Organization again. The Snake King was not an enemy of the Red Organization, but a companion. As for leading them to catch the Snake King, it was just to let the Snake King kill them. No wonder the Snake King was hiding beside them. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe seized the opportunity to stand up. They moved closer to Jiang Ming and looked at the Snake King. "Don't even think about getting rid of us. We won't let you get away with it." The Snake King found it funny and said coldly, "You don't think that you can deal with the gods, do you? Don't worry, humans will never be able to defeat the gods." At this point, the Snake King directly swung its iron tail at the three of them. This tail was huge and thick, and it even carried the power to break through the wind. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe released their barriers to stop the creature, but the tail broke the barriers. The Snake King burst into laughter. "Don't think that you can beat me. It's impossible. I've already obtained the secret impartation of the previous Snake King and become a real Snake King. It's still too early for you to deal with me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's frown deepened. He felt that this Snake King was a little too arrogant. It was just a secret impartation. He did not believe that he could not defeat it. He thought clearly in his heart and used the spiritual energy he had just recovered to transform into several clones of himself. He enlarged one of the clones, and it became huge. When the Snake King saw such a huge Jiang Ming, it could not help but panic. "One clearly destroyed your clone just now. How can you release such a large clone? This is too strange." Jiang Ming sneered. "It's just a cheap trick. Do you really think you can damage my clone? Just surrender." As he spoke, he made his huge clone attack the Snake King. It stepped on the Snake King's tail. The Snake King fled in a hurry. A layer of armor formed around its body, and dense steel swam around its body. However, Bang Ming directly penetrated TNE defense and broke TNE Snake King's tail with 1 foot. The Snake King was in so much pain that it wanted to die. It shut his eyes tightly and said, "Get lost." Even so, it could not escape this kick at all, and the armor was useless. It had no way to return to its human form, let alone solve its current predicament. Thinking of this, it became angry again. It directly bit down on Jiang Ming's foot. However, it found that Jiang Ming was like a phantom. It could not bite Jiang Ming's foot at all. However, Jiang Ming took this opportunity to fly directly to its head. The Snake King noticed him and quickly shook its head, wanting to throw Jiang Ming off, but it could not do it at all. Seeing that it was a critical moment, it looked up in panic. In the blink of an eye, it wanted to look at Jiang Ming with its huge eyes. Jiang Ming felt strange. Why did the Snake King want to look at him? Was there something strange about its eyes? Thinking of this, he immediately teleported to the snake's tail. The Snake King raised its head and saw that there was no one around. It could not help but be stunned. Then, it looked around its tail. It did not believe that it could not find Jiang Ming. He was just a young boy. What kind of strength could he have? However, it realized that Jiang Ming seemed to have disappeared. It could not find him at all. In its anger, it decided to target Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. It did not believe that Jiang Ming would not come out to help them when it was about to attack his companions. Its thoughts became more vicious as it shot a beam of light at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The two of them immediately ran in the direction of the snake's tail. They were very fast, but the Snake King's eyes followed them closely. The only strange thing was that the light did not shine on them. Snake King could not help but feel anxious. If it could not attack them, it would be attacked by Jiang Ming instead. Jiang Yang was not someone to be trifled with. Thinking of this, it simply broke her own tail and quickly transformed into a human form. However, this happened to be Jiang Ming's opportunity. Jiang Ming could tell that this light was not something that ordinary people could emit. While the Snake King was not paying attention, he directly released 2 silver needles and pierced the Snake King's eyes. It immediately screamed in pain. Its entire body began to curl up crazily as it shouted, "Jiao Zhu, it's you, right? You want to harm me, you wicked person. I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Come out quickly. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." She could not shout the last few words. The needles made her feel very uncomfortable. Since its eyes were injured, it began to lose all its spiritual energy. If it could not find a cure soon, its life would be ruined. It panicked and started shouting again. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but be frightened by this attitude. They had thought that the Snake King was a being with a stable mood. In the end, they did not expect that it would be in such a sorry state. At the same time, they looked at Jiang Ming with admiration. Their understanding of Jiang Ming was still too shallow. With just a few moves, Jiang Ming had turned the Snake King into this state. They had to admire him. At this moment, Tang Nanan's body suddenly rose into the air. He opened his eyes. The only strange thing was that his eyes also emitted a ray of light. Its line of sight was the same as the light emitted by the Snake King. It directly shone on Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe did not have time to dodge and were directly hit by the light. Then, their bodies began to shine with golden light. After a moment, their bodies had turned into stone statues. Jiang Ming was still secretly controlling everything, but he did not expect Tang Nan to be resurrected. Then, he realized that Tang Xiaoxiao had disappeared as well. Suddenly, he felt as if someone had pushed him from behind. He turned around and saw Tang Xiaoxiao, who was also shooting the same light at him. Jiang Ming could not help but be shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He clenched his fists and conjured a shield out of thin air. The shield reflected the ray of light, and Tang Xiaoxiao instantly turned into a stone statue. However, the Snake King's target was not Jiang Ming. It laughed out loud. "It doesn't matter if you struggle. Your companions have already turned into stone statues. If you want to save them, you have to beg me. As for how to Beg, you should know what to do. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth. He knew that this was what the Snake King was thinking. Otherwise, it would not have attacked his companions. However, he could not be threatened. Thinking of this, he looked coldly at the Snake King and said, "Give up. I will never agree to your conditions." Is that so? If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. The Snake King released 2 little snakes and wrapped them around Sikong, Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The 2 of them could feel things, but they could not speak or see. Jiang Ming could not just stand there and do nothing. The best way was to risk his own life. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were a huge obstacle. He tried his best to persuade them verbally. "Don't worry. I'll definitely be fine. This is the only thing we can do now. You guys probably don't know how to disguise yourselves. Let me go." The Snake King felt very happy. No matter what, this was a very good thing for it. As long as Jiang Ming agreed to this matter, it would have a chance to escape. Whether he was alive or dead. Perhaps it could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As long as Jiang Ming was dead, wouldn't it be able to kill the other 2 people in minutes? It would also relieve the hatred in its heart. Its thoughts were very ambitious. It quickly threw the portrait at Jiang Ming. But it was noticed by a divine beast. The divine beast rushed over at the speed of light. It raised its mouth and caught the portrait. It tore it apart, not giving anyone a chance to react. Jiang Ming could not help but smile bitterly. Without this portrait, all their plans were ruined. They had to think of other ways to deal with these divine beasts. However, these divine beasts were very sensitive. When they saw the portrait, they quickly suspected that there was someone nearby and immediately began to collide with the surroundings. The ground shook, and rocks began to fall. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were almost hit by the rocks, and they were speechless. These divine beasts were actually very smart. It was as expected of ancient divine beasts. What should we do now? I don't want to be killed by these divine beasts. We definitely have a way to get out. Let's stay calm first. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. The Snake King complained incessantly. You still want to think of a way? Think of another way. This place has already collapsed. Soon, we'll all be trapped here. Not to mention being eaten by the divine beast, we'll probably be crushed to death on the spot. That's true. Yuan Hehe sighed. Are we going to die like this? I don't want to be like this. I still want to live a little longer. The Snake King also sighed and said, What can we do? The portrait has already been destroyed. Is there any other way? Jiang Ming was unexpectedly calm at this moment. Have you read any other records about this divine beast? For example, what kind of smell do they like? Aside from blood. Really don't know. The Snake King sighed again. One don't know anything. Except that they like blood. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at a loss. Yuan Hehe could not help but grit his teeth. I have the ability to communicate with the divine beast, but I can't use it. This ancient divine beast can't be reasonable at all. Instead, it will easily expose us. The situation is critical now. As they spoke, the ground shook even more violently. Even the path in front of them was blocked by rocks. Yuan Hehe gradually became nervous. If this continues, we'll probably die. At this moment, the Snake King was already pressed down by a large rock. It cried out in pain, but when it thought of those divine beasts, it forcefully suppressed its screams. It grinned and said, "These divine beasts are really difficult to resist. This is great. What should we do? I'm already heavily injured. I'm afraid I can't help you anymore. Jiaozhu, you can't just watch us die like this." It frantically blew at the place where it was injured, hoping to ease the pain. In the end, it realized that it was not as it had thought. The pain swept through its entire body. At this moment, the divine beasts had already smelled the Snake King's aura. They began to roar and shout one by one, wanting to chase the Snake King out. Then, they found that the Snake King had been holding back its breath. They began to howl at each other. Jiang Ming and the others could only hear the strange howls of these mythical beasts, but they could not tell what they were talking about. Even Yuan Hehe could not tell what they were saying. He could not help but hesitate. I can use my ability now to listen to what these divine beasts are saying. But I'm afraid that they will notice. What should I do now? Sikong Wu Yuan quickly said, "This is the only thing we can do now." Yuan Hehe, just give it a try. At most, I'll go out and escort you. Yuan Hehe was touched, but he shook his head. Forget it. Let's wait for the divine beasts. They are not to be trifled with. At that time, we will all be exposed. We can't take this risk. Jiang Ming could not wait any longer. He said, "I think I'd better go over. First, I'll attract the attention of these divine beasts. When the time comes, you can find an opportunity to leave. If you really can't trap these divine beasts, then forget it." The Snake King did not expect Jiang Ming to still dare to put himself in danger. It pondered and said, "Jiaozhu, this ancient divine beast has accumulated thousands of years of ancient spiritual energy. I'm afraid you will die if you take a risk. Even an expert who has cultivated for thousands of years might not be able to deal with these divine beasts. Forget it." Toward the end, it could not bear it. It could see Jiang Ming's sincerity toward his companions, and it could not help but feel a little envious. It had been alone for so many years and had never had a true companion. It suddenly did not want Jiang Ming to die like this. It was very difficult to find such a sincere person in this world. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming said, "There's no need to say anything else. I understand everything. No matter what, we have to face what we have to face. We can't just wait here to die." Sikong Wu Yuan shook his head and said, "I would rather die here than let you go out and risk your life. If we die, we will die together. I want to go out with you." Yuan Hehe followed suit. "We have fought side by side for so many times. We can't just split up like this. At worst, we will die together." Tears welled up in Jiang Ming's eyes. No matter what, his companions would always be behind him. This was what touched him the most. They would always be his motivation. Thinking of this, he secretly released a barrier to block Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. "The two of you should stay here. Remember to live a happy life when you get out." After saying that, he rushed out, completely ignoring Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The two of them could not help but be surprised. They quickly wanted to follow Jiang Ming out, but they found that they were blocked by an invisible barrier and could not get out at all. It would be strange if Yuan Hehe was not anxious. Jiaozhu is really a reckless person. This is great. What if something happens to Jiaozhu? I don't want him to be in danger. Sikong Wu Yuan also became furious. Does Jiao Zhu see us as friends? He actually ran out alone. If he dies, I definitely won't forgive him. At the thought of this, he clenched his fists and started hitting the barrier. At this moment, Jiang Ming could no longer hear what they were saying. As soon as he appeared, those divine beasts looked at him hungrily. They even pounced on him without caring about anything else. Jiang Ming raised his hand and released a beam of deep spiritual energy. The spiritual energy instantly shook off these divine beasts, and they fell directly to the ground. Some of them did not even move and did not retaliate at all. The Snake King was still sighing about the passing of Jiang Ming's short life. But it realized that things seemed to be beyond its expectations. It could not help but be stunned. This was the first time they had seen divine beasts being suppressed by a young boy. Although some other divine beasts had also come over, they were clearly somewhat afraid of this young boy. Where did Jiang Ming get his power from? As the Snake King, it had seen countless people like this kid, but it had never felt that they would be this powerful. It suddenly felt a little afraid. Wouldn't he be able to kill it in mere seconds? Thinking of this, it quickly shook its head. It wanted to know if his power was just a fluke. It took another look. If it was really as it thought, it would not be too late to think of how to escape. In the next second, those divine beasts suddenly acted up as if they were sick. Their bodies began to twitch non-stop, and they lay straight on the ground. All the divine beasts were paralyzed on the ground. They were completely restrained and had no ability to move forward at all. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He were still hammering the barrier in front of them, wanting to seize the chance to help Jiang Ming. Seeing this scene, they could not help but be stunned. Didn't the Snake King say that these divine beasts were very powerful? How could Jiang Ming defeat him so easily? Great, they did not need to break the barrier anymore. If they had known this would happen, they would have shown themselves earlier and not have to think too much about it. They heaved a sigh of relief. The matter had finally come to an end. Jiang Ming looked at his own hands in disbelief. He originally thought that he would continue to fight with these divine beasts. In the end, he did not expect to finish them off so quickly. This time, they did not need to be afraid anymore. They could leave. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhao's voice rang out at this moment. I really didn't expect that when I used the old woman to release these divine beasts, you guys would actually deal with them. Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but grin. Why was the previous incident so strange? In the end, he did not expect that. It was actually caused by Wang Xiao. He thought that Wang Xiao was not this strong, but he was still proven wrong. Come out. I really didn't expect it to be you. In that case, why did you hide? Your strength? Jiang Ming looked in a certain direction unhappily. He felt that Wang Xiao was there, but he did not show himself. Sure enough, Wang Xiao came out from that direction and walked toward Jiang Ming slowly. Jiao Zhu, I wanted to test you, but I didn't expect your spiritual energy to be so unfathomable. In that case, give me all your spiritual energy. Only I can use your spiritual energy well. Only I can make good use of it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming and the others could not help but be surprised. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but want to laugh. After all this time, this was what Wang Xiao was planning. The spiritual energy in his body was probably all obtained by absorbing other people's spiritual energy. When he thought about it, he was probably trying to test whether Jiang Ming's spiritual energy was compatible with his body if he wanted to continue. increasing his spiritual energy. Since they were compatible, he wanted to have designs on Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming grinned. You're very ambitious. I won't agree to it. We have to settle the score from before. Since you have given us so many surprises, wouldn't it be rude of me not to return the favor? As he spoke, he smiled lightly. Wang Xiao could not help but be wary. He had been monitoring Jiang Ming along the way and realized that his spiritual energy was simply unfathomable. He had also clearly identified the level of his spiritual energy. No matter how many people's spiritual energy he absorbed, he felt that it was not as good as the spiritual energy of Jiang Ming. Now, he had to obtain this spiritual energy so that he could develop the Red Organization faster. While confronting Wang Xiao, Jiang Ming also secretly withdrew Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He's barrier. He even gave them a look. The two of them immediately understood. They wanted to take this opportunity to sneak an attack on Wang Xiao and give him a heavy blow. Thinking of this, they were already prepared. Wang Xiao thought that the two of them were still trapped by Jiang Ming's barrier, so he calmly fought with Jiang Ming. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact, Wang Xiao was already at a disadvantage. He had been running the Red Organization for the past few years, and he was already physically and mentally exhausted. He did not even have time to train his abilities, let alone fight Jiang Ming. Not long after, Wang Zhao's physical strength began to run out, and he was pushed to the ground by Jiang Ming. With this push, he felt as if his bones were falling apart. It was extremely painful, and he could not even get up. Jiang Ming went straight to him, but he did not make a move. He looked at him and said, "Do you still want to continue? But now is not the time for you to speak." As he spoke, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He had already arrived beside him with a faint smile on their lips. "You're really enjoying yourself. You actually followed us all the way and set up such a trap just to test the spiritual energy of our friend. You're really patient." There was a hint of sarcasm in their words. Wang Xiao felt insulted. He snorted and said, "What's the big deal? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Even if you kill me now, you will be killed by the people of the Red Organization later." "Is that so? Then we'll wait and see." Jiang Ming approached Wang Xiao and stabbed the silver needle in his hand into his abdomen without hesitation. "What did you do to me?" he cried out in shock. "What did you do to me? If anything happens to me, the Red Organization will definitely question you. I'm the only one in the Red Organization now, but more people will come later. At that time, you won't be able to leave." The Snake King walked over slowly. It snorted and said, "You're the boss of the Red Organization. Don't think that I don't know your tricks. Aren't you just trying to scare us? The Snake King can't beat them? You and your subordinates are just a bunch of useless fools. They are nothing at all." Hearing this, Wang Xiao could not help but be shocked. He stuttered, "Why are you talking to me like this? Didn't you submit to me before? Why have you changed your mind now?" The Snake King immediately denied that. "When have I ever submitted to you? You're too weak." As she spoke, it leaned closer to Jiang Ming. It was deep in thought. The only person it could rely on now was Jiang Ming. It did not matter if Wang Xiao was the boss of the Red Organization. Since he had become a captive of Jiang Ming, even if everyone in the Red organization came, they would have to respectfully address Jiang Ming as their master. Of course, it had to treat Jiang Ming as its master. Thinking of this, it could not help but look at Jiang Ming a few more times. Jiang Ming was simply omnipotent and unfathomable. If it followed him in the future, it would definitely be able to develop greatly. Jiang Ming felt as if he was being lusted after by the Snake King. He could not help but shiver, but he did not say anything. The Snake King probably just wanted him to accept it. Hearing this, Wang Xiao could not help but get excited. What do you mean? I gave you food and shelter, but now you're treating me like this. Aren't you being ungrateful? All the resources of the Red organization have been used on you. Even if you're betraying the Red organization, you should at least return everything, right? What nonsense are you talking about? The Snake King pretended to be stupid. When have one ever used the Red organization's resources? I deserve all of this. Don't pester me like this. If you continue to do this, I'll drag you out and tear you into pieces. My companions are all here. Don't think about doing anything stupid. Sikong Wu Yuan roughly understood the root of the issue and could not help but complain internally. This Snake King was disloyal, but it was not bad for Wang Xiao to be hated by it. Wang Xiao had done many bad things. It was best to let him suffer the consequences. Wang Xiao sneered. Forget it. We don't want a two-faced comrade like you. However, you should know that you've already eaten the poison of the Red organization. If it weren't for the Red organization, you would have died. The Snake King did not believe it at all. Instead, it laughed out loud. That's impossible. I've already checked everything in the Red organization. Don't think too highly of yourself. You, the boss of the Red organization, are nothing. You've already revealed your true nature. Do you think Jiao Zhu and the other two will still treat you as a companion? Wang Xiao smiled. You're really delusional. You won't be able to do much in your life. You'll die soon. As he spoke, Wang Xiao threw a smoke grenade on the ground. He wanted to escape, but he was stopped by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming smiled and said, let's not talk about the Snake King now. As for you still want to slip away so quickly. You're delusional. I don't want you to leave just like that. You have to stay with us no matter what. Wang Xiao had a bad feeling, but he still pretended to be calm. He did not believe that Jiang Ming had not exhausted his stamina in the battle. Just now, he had already recovered to his peak state. Jiang Ming would definitely not be able to defeat him. At the thought of this, he could not help but muster up his courage. He even glared at Jiang Ming and said, Jiao Zhu, you have already used a portion of your spiritual energy just now. You are just asking for trouble if you fight me now. I'm only going to let you off because of our previous friendship. Don't take advantage of me. What if I insist? Jiang Ming saw that Wang Xiao had no self-awareness at all, so he directly threw him out. Wang Xiao wanted to fight back, but he realized that he could not resist Jiang Ming's strength at all. He was directly thrown to the ground, and that force instantly turned into a net, binding him on the spot. He finally panicked. Jiao Zhu, what kind of spell did you use to imprison me? It wasn't like this when I fought with you before. Do you know that the divine beasts you released actually have a portion of spiritual energy in their bodies? Perhaps because I defeated them, their Strength was absorbed by me. How is this possible? Before Wang Xiao could say anything, the Snake King was also in disbelief. It sized up Jiang Ming and said, "Jiao Zhu, it's extremely difficult for the divine beasts to recognize a master. What kind of method did you use to subdue them? They would rather die than submit." At this moment, the divine beasts that were prostrating on the ground disappeared in an instant. Then, a painting appeared on Wang Zhao's body. The painting emitted a golden light. It was of the divine beasts that Jiang Ming had just defeated. However, a moment later, the divine beasts on the paintings suddenly disappeared. Jiang Ming felt the spiritual energy in his entire body churning. It was as if there was a kind of divine power forcing him to do something. He could not bear it anymore, so he directly released his spiritual energy. The phantoms of those divine beasts actually appeared. They all rushed toward Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao could not help but be dumbfounded. Then, he said in shock, "I used the Red Organization's spiritual energy and resources to nurture you, and you treat me like this. You're really ungrateful. No matter what, you should be grateful. That young man only subdued you, and you're already so loyal to him. Why?" In the end, he felt deeply indignant and even wanted to take back these divine beasts. However, he also knew that it was impossible for him to do it now. "Boss, what's wrong?" Immediately after, the people from the Red Organization finally arrived. They rushed over and wanted to guard Wang Xiao. They even wanted to get rid of these divine beasts. Wang Xiao knew the strength of these divine beasts. He quickly shouted, "Don't come over. Leave quickly." However, it was already too late. Those people were directly swallowed by the divine beasts. With the nourishment of fresh blood, their spiritual energy also became stronger. Wang Xiao could not stop it at all. He died immediately. His widened eyes showed the resentment in his heart. "Boss." The surviving members of the Red Organization could not help but kneel down. Their eyes filled with sorrow. Wang Xiao had helped them a lot, and he did not even care about strengthening the Red Organization. However, the Red Organization had already been destroyed. They could not help but feel resentful and rushed toward Jiang Ming. Their entire bodies emitted spiritual energy. It was obvious that they did not want to live anymore. Sikong Wu Yuan hurriedly blocked these people. However, these people rushed forward as if they did not care about their lives. They did not give him a chance to stop them at all. Yuan Hehe followed suit, but he ended up like Sikong Wu Yuan. The two of them were pushed to the side and were a little surprised. They did not show any mercy. However, it seemed like they could not stop these people. These people were simply lunatics. The Snake King laughed loudly. El really didn't expect these people to like the boss of the Red Organization so much. It seems that the boss of the Red Organization has something good about him. Jiang Ming looked at these people silently and raised his hand to release a barrier. This barrier directly shook these people away. They collapsed on the ground, completely unable to move, but they were still cursing. "Jiao Zhu, we will never forgive you. Don't even think about living well. We curse you to die a horrible death. You will definitely suffer retribution in the future and die miserably." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming did not say a word. Instead, he walked to the side of Wang Zhao's corpse and raised his hand to cover it with spiritual energy. "We'll take back the curse. Please don't hurt our boss's body. The Red Organization's members immediately panicked and begged. He really is a good person. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhao's eyes moved. He came back to life. His entire body was restored to its original state, and even his physical strength was restored to its previous state. He looked at his hands in surprise and then looked at Jiang Ming. Jiao Zhu. Why did you save me? The others were all stunned. They had thought that Jiao Zhu would mutilate his corpse. They did not expect him to save their boss. What was going on? Jiang Ming smiled. We have only had a few conflicts. Moreover, you have so many people to take care of. Just treat them well. However, you have to make a few promises. 1. Don't want you to disturb us again. Otherwise, I won't show mercy next time. Let alone save you. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhao did not reply. Instead, he took a step forward. What do you want to do? Jiang Ming took a step back and asked curiously. He was speechless. Wang Zhao could not possibly still want to attack him, right? He had already saved him. If he still wanted to repay his kindness with ingratitude, then they could not blame him for being impolite. Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold. Wang Zhao, on the other hand, kneeled down and cried bitterly. I was the one who judged you with my petty heart. I beg you to forgive me. I shouldn't have used tricks on you before. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears, and he looked extremely regretful. He did not expect Jiang Ming to be such a person. It was all his fault for being bewitched. Otherwise, he might still be friends with Jiang Ming. He did not know if Jiang Ming was still willing to be his friend. He really wanted to make friends with him. Immediately after, the other members of the Red Organization also rushed forward and knelt down. Their eyes were filled with regret. Jiao Zhu, it was all our fault just now. We shouldn't have cursed you like that. You saved our boss, so you're also our boss. Please accept our submission. As they spoke, they knelt down and kowtowed without waiting toward Jiang Ming to stop them. Even though their bodies were already covered in injuries, they still kowtowed with all their might. Blood had already appeared on their foreheads. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not believe what they were seeing. They stood up and took a closer look. This is the first time I've seen something like this, Yuan Hehe said in surprise. Jiao Zhu, what are you going to do now? Jiang Ming was about to reply, but Wang Zhao was one step ahead of him. Jiao Zhu, please become the new boss of the Red Organization. One think you are fully qualified to be the boss. With you, the Red Organization will definitely be able to develop and grow stronger. We might even be able to stand out among the other organizations. After saying that, he immediately knelt down and said, Please, Jiao Zhu, take over the Red Organization. Jiao Zhu, please become the boss of the Red Organization. The others also kowtowed. They were very vigorous. Jiang Ming could not help but be shocked. He grinned. He really did not expect that Wang Zhao would have so many ideas in his mind. He had not even said anything, but Wang Zhao had already started thinking of making him the boss of the Red Organization. He had never thought of doing such a thing. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and took a step forward. He wanted to help Wang Zhao up. He said, the boss of the Red Organization should still be you. I have no thoughts about the Red Organization at all. You can continue to be The boss of the Red organization. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiao was reluctant. He shook his head frantically and refused to stand up. He said firmly, "No, Jiao Zhu. No matter what you say, you are now the boss of the Red organization. No one can deny it." Jiang Ming felt helpless. Sikong Wu Yuan said, "Jiao Zhu, why don't you agree? They are so sincere. It's not good if you don't agree. Moreover, you don't need to manage the Red organization. When the time comes, Wang Xiao will manage it." Yuan Hehe did not say anything. In his opinion, no matter what decision Jiang Ming made, he would agree. Wang Xiao nodded and said, "Sikong Wu Yuan is right. You can take over the Red organization. When the time comes, you don't have to worry about anything. I will personally help you manage it. One will definitely manage the Red organization well." Hearing this, Jiang Ming thought for a moment. From the looks of it, he did not lose out. He did not need to do anything. He just needed to be the boss in name. Since that was the case, he would agree. Otherwise, with Wang Zhao's persistence, they would just suffer. "All right," he said to the crowd. "Then, you guys can expand the Red organization. As for the injured and unconscious people in the organization, I'll treat them one by one." As he spoke, he raised his hand and scattered many silver needles. Each needle carried a jolt of deep spiritual energy. Within a second, those who were on the verge of death recovered and woke up. Seeing the current situation, they instantly understood what was going on and knelt down one after another. "Thank you, Jiao Zhu. We will never be able to repay your kindness. We will definitely remember it for the rest of our lives. Get up quickly. It's good that you're safe and sound." Jiang Ming did not say much. When everyone got up, he planned to leave. There was no need to stay here any longer. The problem had already been solved. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiao suddenly walked up to Jiang Ming and placed a painting in his hand. "Jiao Zhu, there is a huge secret hidden in this painting. One hope that one day you will be able to take control of it." Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be confused. "Isn't this the painting of those divine beasts, just now? Now that the contents of this painting have long disappeared, could it be that there are other effects?" "No, the painting seems to have disappeared, but in fact, it hasn't. Although Jiang Ming has absorbed the spiritual energy of these divine beasts, their true bodies are still in a cave somewhere." Wang Xiao frowned. "But I don't know where this cave is. I heard that as long as you subdue the main bodies, you can obtain more spells and even a supreme treasure. If you find that cave, place the painting there. At that time you will be able to activate the barrier. No matter what, I wish you good luck and that everything will be fine." He understood Jiang Ming's thoughts. From the looks of it, Jiang Ming would definitely not stay in the Red organization. He would probably leave soon and continue traveling. Since that was the case, he might as well give this painting to him. At least he could make the best use of it. "Thank you very much." Jiang Ming thanked him and put it in his pocket. He thought about it for a while. This was his reward for saving Wang Zhao's life. Wang Xiao looked at Jiang Ming with some reluctance. "Why don't we rest here for a while? We definitely won't do anything to you again. The Red organization is all yours. It's not too late to leave after you've eaten and had some rest." The Snake King was silent at the side. It was thinking. It would go wherever Jiang Ming went. No matter what, it would get some benefits. Jiang Ming was about to refuse when Yuan He said, "I'm still a little hungry. Jiao, why don't we rest here for the time being? We've been running around for the past few days. I feel like I'm going to die of exhaustion." Jiang Ming nodded. "Let's continue to stay here." Siko Wu Yuan shook his head and said to Jiang Ming and Yuan He in his heart, "That's what Wang Xiao said, but who knows what he's thinking? What if he has other thoughts about us? What should we do?" Siko Wu Yuan, Jiang Ming replied. "What Wang Xiao said is true. Nothing will happen if we stay here for a day or two." Hearing this, Wang Xiao was extremely excited. He sincerely wanted to treat Jiang Ming as his master. Now that his master was willing to stay here for a day, he was naturally very happy. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered people to prepare the best food and the best room to entertain Jiang Ming and the other two. By the second day, the three of them felt extremely comfortable. They had completely washed away the fatigue of the previous few days. Just as he was about to leave, a few people shouted outside the door, "Boss, hurry up and get the hell out here. Don't even think about avoiding those things. It's time to pay back what you owe." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but frown. Just as they were about to leave, someone wanted to cause trouble. They did not know who they were and what they wanted to do. Wang Xiao wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. This was a huge disaster that he had caused himself, but he could not tell Jiang Ming. After all, he had just become the boss of the Red Organization yesterday. He felt a little bad that he had to let Jiang Ming clean up this mess today. Jiang Ming could tell what Wang Xiao was thinking. He took the initiative to ask, "Who's shouting? Did something happen to the Red Organization? What did you do when I wasn't around?" Sikong Wu Yuan grinned. "There are so many things happening in the organization." "Are there many organizations nearby?" "There will naturally be some disputes, right?" Wang Xiao coughed and said, "We had a dispute with the dragon organization. A few days ago, a few of their people died, so they kept accusing the Red Organization of killing them. However, their boss hasn't returned yet. I guess he's back now, and wants to find trouble with us and get some benefits." Speaking of this, Wang Xiao could not help but say angrily, "The Red Organization has never taken the initiative to provoke other organizations. But those organizations always come to the Red Organization to cause trouble. We try so hard to be peaceful, but these other organizations are just jealous and want to provoke us." He sighed and said, "Jiao, in the end, this is all my fault. Let me go. You just took over. I can't let you take over this mess." Jiang Ming waved his hand and said, "No need. Since I've become the boss of the Red Organization, I naturally have to deal with these things. You just wait by the side. If there's anything else, it's not too late for you to solve it. Then I'll have to trouble you." Wang Xiao could not help but feel excited, his eyes filled with respect. He felt that he had chosen the right person. He should have chosen Jiang Ming as the boss of the Red Organization earlier. Otherwise, there would not have been so many twists and turns in the past. Yuan He pulled Jiang Ming back warily. "Jiao, why don't we let Wang Xiao handle this? He should be better at this kind of thing." Confusion filled Jiang Ming's eyes as he heard Yuan He's voice in his heart. "Jiao, who knows if all of this was planned by Wang Xiao? We can't fall into his trap. What if something unexpected happens? Jiang Ming retorted, Yuan hehe, don't be so worried. I've already said that. He won't deal with us again. Let's go, he added, ignoring Yuan hehe's thoughts. He looked at Wang Xiao and smiled. Yuan hehe pursed his lips, finding it hard to understand Jiang Ming. He was only thinking about Jiang Ming. Why did he feel that Jiang Ming did not care about him? Si Kong Wu Yuan could read his mind. He patted his shoulder and said, Jiao Zhu must have his reasons for doing this. I understand your thoughts, but we have to listen to his thoughts. What we do may not be good for him. Upon hearing this, Yuan hehe dispelled his previous thoughts. He felt that Si Kong Wu Yuan's words made sense. He should not have thought so much about Jiang Ming. Therefore, he took Si Kong Wu Yuan's advice and ran toward Jiang Ming. At this moment, there were already some people gathered outside the door, but no one else came to watch the show. Wang Xiao explained, the people from the Dragon Organization are quite fierce. Many people retreat when they see them and don't dare to come and watch. Jiao Zhu, you can do whatever you want. Even if someone from the Dragon Organization dies in front of our door, the people outside won't dare to say anything. They might even applaud. Everything they do is something that both men and gods hate. Jiang Ming listened carefully and roughly understood the Dragon Organization. Then, he turned his head to look elsewhere. With that, he noticed a woman in the middle of the Dragon Organization. She looked petite and pitiful, as if she had been kidnapped by the Dragon Organization. Wang Xiao followed his gaze and saw the woman. He immediately said warily, Jiao Zhu, don't be bewitched by this woman. I know her. Her name is Tang Yanyan. Tang Yanyan usually pretends to be innocent, but she's actually very capable. I heard that before she joined the Dragon Organization, she had already killed more than 1,000 people. She's lived for who knows how many years. I don't know where she got the method to stay young forever. He was a little angry when he said the last sentence. In the end, she killed one of my underlings. Although that underling betrayed me, I'm still angry. This damn Tang Yanyan actually bewitched my underling. It's not a pity to let go of an underling you don't need. Jiang Ming comforted Wang Xiao and could not help but look at Tang Yanyan. Tang Yanyan smiled. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful man. If she brought him back, he could be her boy toy. Then, she changed her mind. But how could this man be related to the Red Organization? Could it be that Wang Xiao had started to like men? Could it be that he was also treating him as a boy toy? No matter what, she had to snatch him over. She took a step forward and patted the leader of the Dragon Organization on the shoulder. Boss, let me handle this. You go to the back. The leader of the Dragon Organization followed Tang Yanyan's gaze and immediately understood everything. He laughed out loud. Tang Yanyan, I knew you'd take a fancy to this kid from the Red Organization. He's indeed quite good-looking. Forget it. I'll listen to you. However, if anything happens, don't stop me from teaching these people a lesson. One don't want the people from the Red Organization to climb over the heads of the Dragon Organization. What happened before made me angry. Tang Yanyan nodded. Thank you, boss. Don't worry. I know my limits. Before Jiang Ming could react, Tang Yanyan took the initiative to walk over. She closed the fan in her hand and lifted Jiang Ming's chin with a smile. Young master, how did you become a member of the Red Organization? Why didn't you come to the dragon organization and become my boy toy? When the time comes, we can eat and drink well. Siko Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe had thought that the people from the dragon organization would strike first, but they did not expect it to be a woman who spoke so frivolously. They could not help but grin. Was there no one else in the dragon organization? They had asked a woman to come over and tease Jiang Ming. This woman was really reckless. She did not respect them at all. Before Jiang Ming could say anything, Yuan Hehe could not help but step forward. He wanted to push the woman away. What do you want to do? How can you lust after Jiang Ming? You should go home and work on yourself. Tang Yanyan took a step back, but Yuan Hehe did not push her down. Although Yuan Hehe had missed, he did not give up. His eyes were still locked on her. She did not think much of it. Instead, she continued to mock him. Don't tell me that you've fallen for me. I don't like little boys. I like handsome men. Tang Yanyan, am a woman of my word. There's no man in this world that I can't get. As she spoke, she looked Jiang Ming up and down with a greedy look in her eyes. The leader of the dragon organization shouted. Yan, I believe you. You need more men. You have too few now. This is humiliating. You are not allowed to treat our boss like this. Wang Xiao was furious. He took a step forward and wanted to slap Tang Yanyan. He did not like to hit women, but now that someone had insulted his boss, he was determined not to let her continue talking. The boss of the Red Organization? Tang Yanyan was in disbelief. She looked at Jiang Ming and forgot to stop Wang Xiao. He slapped her directly. Although her face was burning, her eyes were still fixed on Jiang Ming. How is this possible? How can a skinny kid like you be the boss of the Red Organization? This is too insulting to the Dragon Organization. The Dragon Organization has never disdained to be enemies with such weaklings. The leader of the Dragon Organization laughed out loud. Wang Xiao, do you really think that your organization doesn't have anyone left? You actually found such a thin and weak kid to be on duty? What a joke. If there's no one, you can tell the Dragon Organization. I have a lot of talents here. When the time comes, I can give you one. Alright, it's time to return the slap just now. At this time, Tang Yanyan had already reacted and slapped Jiang Ming. If she could not hit Wang Xiao, she would hit this thin and weak kid. She felt that this thin and weak kid was also a little arrogant, so it was a good opportunity to knock him down a peg or two. When he obediently followed her, she could also take advantage of the situation to suppress him. Unexpectedly, her arm was grabbed by Jiang Ming. Not only that, but Jiang Ming also took the opportunity to hit her neck. Tang Yanyan suddenly felt dizzy. She could not even see Jiang Ming clearly, and fell to the ground. Seeing his subordinate in such a state, the leader of the Dragon Organization's face instantly turned pale. He felt that he had been humiliated. In his opinion, Tang Yanyan should not have lost to the people from the Red Organization. In the end, she was so easily knocked out by a skinny kid. This was too embarrassing. He gestured to his other subordinates, and the two of them immediately understood. They hurriedly brought Tang Yanyan back to the back. Jiang Ming did not want them to take Tang Yanyan back just like that, so he released his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy turned into a long line and tripped Tang Yanyan and the other two people. The three of them fell to the ground. Tang Yanyan was also jolted awake. She opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her. She roughly understood something and could not help but say angrily, "Where did you learn so many crooked tricks from? I was careless with you just now, so I fell for your tricks. Now, I want to see what else you can do to me." At this point, she clenched her fists and threw the folding fan in her hand. Over. She also threw some poisonous needles under her fingernails. She was very pleased with herself. It did not matter if he dodged the fan. He still could not avoid her poisonous needles. These poisonous needles were lethal. When the time came, these people would definitely die. Tang Yanyan did not want this skinny boy to be her boy toy anymore. He would just be her prisoner. Thinking of this, she could not help but put on a proud smile and even looked down at Jiang Ming and the others. In the end, she found that he had directly dealt with the poison needle and fan, and even turned them into ashes. Liang Yanyan could not see clearly when her weapon was destroyed. She could only be shocked. How could the skinny kid have such powerful spiritual energy? She knew it. How could the Red Organization appoint a useless kid as their boss? She gritted her teeth and released countless poisonous needles. She did not believe it. She had only released a few poisonous needles, just now, and that was why he had dodged them. She did not think that he could dodge this many. Jiang Ming blocked the poisonous needles with his body, but there were no symptoms of poisoning on his body. Tang Yanyan could not help but feel flabbergasted. How was this possible? Those poisonous needles were lethal, and Jiang Ming had clearly blocked all of them. What was going on? Wang Xiao also saw this. He hurriedly said to Jiang Ming in a panic, "Jiao Zhu, quickly return these poisonous needles. These are not ordinary needles. When the poison affects you, there is no way to treat it." Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming shook his head and secretly threw the poison needles back at Tang Yanyan. Tang Yanyan did not know that she had been tricked. She was still thinking about how to get rid of Jiang Ming. As she thought of this, she realized that she had been stabbed by the poisonous needles. She immediately felt a sharp pain all over her body. Immediately after, she felt uncomfortable all over. When she opened her eyes again, she found that her body was covered in the needles that she had just thrown. Before she had time to think about it, the poison began to take effect. She immediately felt an itch all over her body and began to scratch nonstop. She had even started bleeding. She could not help but want to cry. She had never thought that she would one day be injured by her own poisonous needles. She had thought that such a time would never come, and she had never made an antidote. Since things had become like this, she was really a little anxious. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Ming. "You brat. How dare you play dirty with me? Just you wait and see. I will definitely not let you off." Although she said that, she actually knew that her situation was not optimistic. Her poisonous needles had already sealed her throat, so how could they be so easily removed? The leader of the Dragon Organization also noticed Tang Yanyan's condition. He pulled her back and said in a low voice, "You should leave first. Don't get stabbed by those things anymore. As for the poison, I'll find a doctor to take a look at you later." Then, he signaled to his subordinates. Tang Yanyan was taken away. However, the leader of the Dragon Organization did not want to be outdone. He patted his chest and said, "Don't think that you can show off just because I Lost a few people. In the end, you still can't defeat me. In that case, let's give it a try. Jiang Ming did not think much of it. He sneered and walked out directly. Wang Zhao's face was filled with fear. Jiao Zhu, the boss of the dragon organization, has been practicing some special secret techniques recently. I wonder what they are. If we go rashly, it's very likely that we'll be at a disadvantage. Let's forget it. His words made the leader of the dragon organization even more arrogant. In his opinion, Jiang Ming was afraid of him. He mocked Jiang Ming, "You skinny brat, if you don't want to fight, then beg for mercy from me. I might forgive you. You have to give me everything that belongs to the Red organization. Otherwise, this matter won't pass so easily." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao was instantly furious. He waved his hand and said, "Let me go and teach the boss of the dragon organization a lesson. You don't have to fight him. There's no need for you to fight such a villain yourself." This time, it was the leader of the dragon organization's turn to be flustered and exasperated. He spat on the ground and said sarcastically, "You want to deal with me with just your group? Just wait and see. I'll make you admit defeat." As he spoke, he began to roll up his sleeves and show off his muscles. A huge warhammer appeared in his hand. Jiang Ming saw that he was coming at him menacingly. He stopped Wang Xiao and said, "Let me go. This warhammer looks very powerful. Don't get hurt." Wang Xiao was stunned. He did not expect Jiang Ming to be able to identify the peerless family heirloom of the dragon organization at a glance. He also did not expect that the boss of the dragon organization would actually take it out and use it. He probably really wanted to destroy the Red organization. However, he probably did not expect that Wang Xiao would bring Jiang Ming and the other two. The leader of the dragon organization clicked his tongue and smiled. "I didn't expect you to know what was good for you. It's a pity that you're about to die. I can't let you stay here safely." As he spoke, he walked forward quickly and threw the warhammer at Jiang Ming. "Boss!" The other members of the dragon organization clapped and cheered. "You're the best, boss. Get rid of all these people." Jiang Ming did not dodge. Instead, he caught the hammer with his bare hands. The hammer seemed to have stopped moving. The boss of the dragon organization only thought that this was a coincidence. He controlled the hammer and wanted to continue hitting Jiang Ming, but he was pushed to the ground by Jiang Ming. "That's all you've got, huh? You'd better go home and cry to your mother. Don't embarrass yourself here." When he pushed the leader of the dragon organization down, Jiang Ming did not forget to return the cold ridicule of the latter. Hearing this, the leader of the dragon organization was instantly furious. He would not allow himself to be mocked by others, not to mention that Jiang Ming was a kid so much younger than him. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, and two hammers appeared in his hands. He did not say a word and threw them at Jiang Ming. Although these hammers were not as powerful as his family heirloom, they could still catch his opponent off guard. However, his face immediately fell. Jiang Ming crushed the two hammers and looked at him provocatively. He did not give him a chance to think too much and rushed straight at him. He felt that Jiang Ming seemed to have turned into many people. He could not see him clearly at all, and he could not even catch him. He could not help but become flustered and exasperated. He spat and snapped, "You brat. Don't try to play any tricks. Come out quickly." If you're still a man, come out quickly. Jiang Ming smiled faintly.